Chapter 35-65. The Heavenly Dance Divine Nation had such an opportunity. This was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. This was not a small opportunity. The reputation of the 13 divine nations was well-deserved. Using treasures to break through to the Heavenly God realm was indeed a big move. Lin Fei immediately thought of the Joyous Union sect and wondered if they knew about this secret. Since the Joyous Union sect knew about this secret, other forces might know about it too. Interesting, this is really interesting. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. Tree Spirit, you really know a lot. You even know such a secret. Tell me more about the Myriad Yuan pool. The Tree Spirit indeed knew a lot. According to what he said, the Tree Spirit was the person in charge of this herb garden. They also had a name, the Tree Ants. There would be a Tree Ant in every herb garden. The Tree Ants could manage everything in the manor and ensure that the herbs in the herb garden evolved into treasures. So, to open the Myriad Yuan pool, we must collect more than 10 million years old. The longer the age, the better the effect. That's right. After the explanation, Lin Fei finally understood the function of the Myriad Yuan pool. It was really magical. So, all the treasures in the 9 different spaces are the targets of collection? Senior, that is indeed the case. The Tree Ant old man nodded repeatedly. Every herb garden can produce many treasures of the heavens and the earth, and the oldest can reach several 100,000 years of age. This herb garden's oldest is only 120,000 years old. No one in the Heavenly Dance Divine Nation controls it, and the treasures of the heavens and earth will return to dust if they exceed 500,000 years of age. What a waste! Lin Fei felt that it was a waste when he thought of the treasures returning to dust after 500,000 years. There's no time to lose. Let's collect the treasures in this herb garden first. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and started harvesting everything. He collected everything that was over 10,000 years old. For a moment, the entire herb garden became empty. Only the herbs that were thousands of years old were left. Senior, let's leave this place. No one in the Heavenly Dance Divine Nation controls it. We will return to dust sooner or later. Lin Fei did not kill the Tree Spirit. Instead, the Tree Spirit took the initiative to join him. You're quite bold, aren't you? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you with my sword? Senior, you are a big shot, and I, the Tree Spirits, are insignificant existences. I am more familiar with the Heavenly Dance Divine Nation. Senior, you also need someone to show you the way. I may not be good at anything else, but I can show you the way. The old Tree Spirit said. As you wish. He came out of the alternate dimension. Boom boom boom. Dozens of attacks came head-on. Unbeknownst to him, there were already people standing guard outside. These people were not from the Joyous Union sect, but from another force. Someone has come out. Quickly come and kill this person. The quicksand defensive sword technique appeared. Only now did Lin Fei notice that what was attacking him was a group of puppets. They didn't have the slightest aura of life, but their attacks were extremely domineering, and they kept coming at him. The puppet warriors of the Divine Puppet Sect. Lin Fei quickly found the information. The Divine Puppet Sect was a special existence that refined puppets. Puppets were a small and unpopular branch, but they flourished in the hands of the Divine Puppet Sect. Every disciple of the Divine Puppet Sect had at least a few dozen puppet warriors with them. As these puppet warriors were refined with special materials, they were invulnerable and very difficult to destroy. Elder, this guy came out of the alternate dimension. He must have taken all the heaven and earth spirit items inside. The 3 young disciples controlled at least 50 puppet warriors. A gray-robed elder flew out of the alternate dimension. Lin Bai of the Southern Fire Empire. The gray-robed elder's eyes turned cold. I'm quite lucky. Hand over the heaven and earth spirit items you collected, leave everything you have, and you can get lost. Boom. The 3 puppet warriors behind the gray-robed elder rushed forward like a stream of light. I know you. You are the #1 expert of the Southern Fire Empire, and you are also a sword immortal. You have strong combat power, but in front of my puppet warriors, you are no match. The 3 puppet warriors attacked from 3 directions. The puppet warriors' power hit the quicksand defense. The huge shield kept changing shape, and a part of the power seeped in. Looks like you know this secret too. Then you have heaven and earth spirit items in your hands. Lin Fei did not move, and the quicksand defense resisted the attack of the 3 puppet warriors. The gray-robed elder did not seem surprised by this. I really underestimated you. You even know such a secret of the heavenly dance divine nation. The gray-robed elder sneered. Unfortunately, you don't have the chance. The heavenly dance divine nation's myriad essence pool is not something you can covet. So, you can only die. The 3 puppet warriors that attacked Lin Fei suddenly turned into 3 black streams of light. They wrapped around Lin Fei's defensive shield and crushed it at an extremely fast speed. They actually seeped in. This was the first time Lin Fei saw a puppet warrior attack in this way. You didn't expect this, did you? The defense of a sword immortal is nothing in the eyes of the divine puppet sect. The gray-robed elder sneered. Breaking your defense is a piece of cake. The #1 expert of the Southern Fire Empire is simply a joke. The 3 puppet warriors sneaked into the shield, turned into 3 black spears, and stabbed forward. What an amazing killer move. This kind of move, anyone who encountered it would panic and lose their sense of propriety. Lin Fei remained calm. But this is far from enough. The same sword light slashed in front of Lin Fei. The 3 spears were cut in half. The 3 puppet warriors appeared. A crescent moon appeared and slashed the bodies of the 3 puppet warriors. The sturdy puppet warriors were cut into countless pieces on the spot. You actually killed this elder's puppet warriors. Lin Fei strode forward. You guys tried to kill me just now it's my turn. A crescent moon appeared. Heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart. One puppet warrior after another fell from the sky. The gray-robed elder then split into 2 halves. You're not a heavenly god, how dare you come to kill me? Lin Fei shook his head and started searching the elder's body. Finally, he found a storage ring. After checking it, his face was overjoyed. Sure enough, it's a collection of heaven and earth spiritual objects. The oldest one is actually 300,000 years old. This alternate dimension has been collected. Lin Fei entered one of the alternate dimensions, but the heaven and earth spiritual objects inside had disappeared. Next, Lin Fei immediately left the alternate dimension and entered the second alternate dimension. The heaven and earth spiritual objects in this alternate dimension were not collected. Collect. Lin Fei collected the heaven and earth spiritual objects one by one. Chapter 3566. Of the 9 petals, Lin Fei had been to 3 of them. This was the 4th petal. Joyous Union Sect and Divine Puppet Sect, Lin Fei had learned a lot. The secret of the 13 holy nations was not a secret to them. Someone is fighting. As soon as he entered this strange space, energy fluctuations wreaked havoc, crashing into Lin Fei's body like waves. Lin Fei searched along the way and saw people fighting. There were about 5 to 6 people on both sides, and more than 10 people were fighting. Joyous Union Sect and Divine Puppet Sect are fighting, but it seems that Joyous Union Sect is not their match. Lin Fei watched for a while and shook his head. Divine Puppet Sect is a special force with tyrannical strength. How can an ordinary first-rate force fight against them? They are being oppressed. Under the siege of puppet warriors, Joyous Union Sect experts fell one by one. Lin Fei quietly watched until the last expert of the Joyous Union Sect was surrounded and killed. Sir, you have been watching for so long, you have guts. A Divine Puppet Sect expert stared at Lin Fei. So. More than 10 puppet warriors pounced over. You're right. I'm very bold. Voila! A sword essence slashed across. The puppet warriors were all sent flying. Another sword essence slashed across. More than a dozen puppet warriors fell from the sky in pieces. You can actually destroy our Divine Puppet Sect's puppet warriors. The expert was shocked and revealed a cruel smile. His eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Not bad, your foundation is good, you can be used to refine puppets. At this time, another 2 Divine Puppet Sect experts rushed over. Capture him alive. With a command, roughly 30 puppets charged over. 3 of them even knew how to use poison. A black fog rose up, and the sound of space tearing could be heard. All around Lin Fei, there were traces of puppet warriors. Under such an attack, it was only natural that Joyous Union sect would lose. Sword out. The slaughtering god sword turned into a black stream of light and flew past the puppet warriors. Wherever the sword passed, the puppet warriors were cut in half and fell from the sky. Looks like your puppet warriors are useless. Lin Fei shook his head. Now, hand over all your heaven and earth spiritual items. As soon as the puppet warrior died, the 3 experts of the divine puppets suffered a backlash. They all coughed up blood and stared at the scene in shock. Elder, come quickly, we can't hold them off any longer. The 3 of them turned around and ran, not taking Lin Fei's words seriously at all. Die. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He didn't want the chance given to him. He asked for it. The divine sword of massacre slashed across their bodies. In close combat, anyone below the heavenly god realm would definitely die. Return. The storage rings fell into Lin Fei's hands. With a flip of his hand, he put them away. Who are you? How dare you kill the experts of our divine puppet sect? After the 3 experts died, a middle-aged elder flew over, followed by 3 puppet warriors. Someone who stole your things. Black water filled the sky. The elder of the divine puppet sect was shrouded by the sword intent on the spot. The sword intent turned into rain, forcing them to defend. The divine sword of massacre rushed into the black water. When the elder blocked the black water, a sharp sword burst out and pierced the elder's forehead. Heavenly divine sword. The elder of the divine puppet sect died on the spot. As expected, all the items are with this elder, not just one. Lin Fei laughed and took everything without hesitation. Wait, there's even a technique to control puppet warriors? What a bargain. 3 peak 5th firmament sky immortal puppet warriors. After Lin Fei confirmed that there was no one else, he chose to refine the puppet warriors on the spot. Done. After the time it takes for a joss stick to burn, Lin Fei beamed with joy. These are free thugs. The puppet warriors that he lost control of previously were now in Lin Fei's hands again. With these 3 free thugs, I reckon many people will have a headache. In the Heaven Dance Divine Nation, only the Joyous Union sect and the Divine Puppet sect appeared. At this moment, they had all died here. In the next few petals, Lin Fei led the puppet warriors and collected all the heaven and earth spiritual objects along the way. Master, there are almost 80 million years old heaven and earth spiritual objects here. It's enough to activate the myriad essence pool once. The old tree spirit reported after counting. 80 million years old heaven and earth spiritual objects. That's quite a lot. Let's go to the myriad essence pool now. On a mountain in the Heaven Dance Divine Nation. This mountain was the tallest mountain in the Divine Nation. The entire mountain was covered in pure white snow. It's so cold. As soon as he approached the mountain, the terrifying chill caused a layer of frost to appear on Lin Fei's body. His feet were even covered in ice. Master, this is the Divine Chill Mountain, a treasure mountain. The chill here is extremely cold, and anyone who touches it will die. The myriad essence pool is right above. The old tree spirit said nervously. Back then, someone controlled it and could open up a passage. Now that there's no one controlling it, this divine chill mountain has become a dead end. Lin Fei looked up and saw a faintly discernible round platform on the snowy peak. It's fine. Although the chill here was terrifying, his sword intent was not to be trifled with. The chill here is indeed terrifying. Even my sword intent can barely withstand it. Lin Fei finally set foot on the peak. There were no palaces or houses here, only a round platform. However, it was filled with a pure yang aura, and the chill did not invade it. At that moment, Lin Fei's entire body was covered in a layer of ice. Crack, 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 crack. With a thought, Lin Fei shattered the ice on his body. This is the myriad essence pool. Lin Fei squinted. I really couldn't tell, but this pure yang aura is definitely something good. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a majestic aura swept across the world, covering the entire 13 divine nations. At this moment, everyone felt it. Master, someone has broken through to the heavenly god realm. Looking in the direction, Lin Fei saw a rainbow light pierce through the sky and land in the 13 divine nations, landing somewhere. Breaking through to the heavenly god realm here is not affected. Lin Fei felt it clearly. This was the aura of a heavenly god. No wonder everyone wants to come to the 13 divine nations. Who would want to miss the chance to become a heavenly god? Lin Fei squinted. Looks like my luck is not bad. Boom boom boom. A heavenly deity's aura appeared, followed closely by another. Again. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I have to break through to the heavenly god realm as soon as possible. Once I do, I will be stronger than them. The forces that entered the 13 divine nations exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. They were all terrifying. In a short time, 2 people had become heavenly gods. In the end, it would not just be 2 heavenly gods. Without becoming a heavenly god, one could forget about getting that item. Chapter 3567. In one of the 13 holy nations in a great hall. At this moment, in this hall, a figure was bathed in the light, looking relaxed and satisfied. There were 4 people standing in 4 different directions around the hall, all of them emanating a cold and sinister aura. It was as if they were some sort of special existence. After a long time, the figure bathed in light landed on him. At this time, a golden power appeared behind this figure, like a rainbow. Congratulations on becoming a heavenly god, young master. The 4 knelt on one knee, their eyes filled with fervor. It feels great to step into the heavenly god realm. It's a pity that I have only absorbed 1 strand of heavenly god's power. This figure was a noble young master, full of arrogance. However, even with just 1 strand of heavenly god's power, I can easily kill a 5th-level sky immortal. The heavenly god realm was to transform divine power into heavenly god's power. Heavenly god's power needed to be constantly cultivated and refined. Therefore, the more heavenly god's power one had, the stronger one would be. When I ascended, did anyone else in the 13 holy nations ascend to the heavenly god realm? As a young master from a top faction, Zhang Tianquang did not think that he would be the only one to ascend to the heavenly god realm in the 13 holy nations. Zhang Tianquang was a disciple of the Zhan family from the Windcloud Weave. Not just anyone had the qualifications to use the surname Zhan as their surname. This Zhan family had been around for several generations and was recognized as a top family. Young master, when you ascended, someone else was ascending in another holy nation. According to our analysis, it should be the Long family. Zhang Tianquang's eyes turned cold. Long family that must be Long Feihu of the Long family. This is interesting. Young master has ascended to the heavenly god realm. Even if Long Feihu succeeds, he will not be as strong as young master. Long Feihu will regret his actions. Young master is not someone he can fight. Zhang Tianquang chuckled. The 13 holy nations will have at least 13 heavenly gods. However, since I have become a heavenly god, they are no longer qualified. Similarly, in another place, a young master's aura changed drastically, and he had even condensed a strand of heavenly god's power. When I step into the heavenly god realm and condense a strand of heavenly god force, no one in the 13 divine kingdoms will be my match. Those treasures will also be opened by me. Long Feihu, who was covered in scales, said arrogantly. The Long clan possessed the bloodline of the Dragon clan. They were born with the talent to control the Dragon clan. For example, they had dragon scales as armor, making them impervious to swords and spears. They could almost ignore the attacks of enemies of the same realm. At the very least, they would be able to negate 60 to 70% of the power. The Long family had always been one of the top powers in the Windcloud Weave. Compared to Zhang Tianquang, Long Feihu only had an elder by his side. He was a peak 5th firmament sky immortal. Young master, that person from the Zhan family also achieved a breakthrough when you broke through. I reckon that he has also condensed the power of a heavenly god. The old man was expressionless, but he was extremely respectful toward Long Feihu. Zhang Tianquang is trash. It's the same even if he steps into the heavenly god realm. Long Feihu sneered disdainfully. He's definitely going to clean up the young masters of the other clans and seize the resources of the 13 divine nations so that he can condense heaven god energy. I know exactly what he's planning. Does he really think that he's the only one who can do that? Those secrets aren't secrets at all. Heavenly Dance Divine Nation. At the peak of a snowy mountain, in the myriad essence pool, Lin Fei took out a storage ring and threw all the heaven and earth treasures into the myriad essence pool. According to the tree spirit, the myriad essence pool had its own intelligence. As long as the heaven and earth treasures were thrown into it, it would automatically react and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Bush, bush, bush. After the first wave of heaven and earth treasures entered, the effects were immediately apparent. Haha, it's really starting to move. The originally lifeless myriad essence pool finally began to unleash its power. Pure waves rose and Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Good treasure, really good treasure. When I successfully break through, I must bring it back. It would be a waste not to bring such a treasure with him. Lin Fei could not bear to see such a waste. He had to bring it back. Master, when all the heaven and earth treasures enter and reach the bottom line of the myriad essence pool, it will transform into a myriad essence divine pill. Once consumed, you can step into the heavenly god realm. Lin Fei was sure that this treasure was indeed very mystical and powerful. All the essence of the heaven and earth treasures had been extracted. At the same time, there seemed to be a special substance within the myriad essence pool that enhanced the essence. It was extremely mysterious. It was because of this mystery that Lin Fei was even more certain that the myriad essence pool could enhance one's strength. The 13 god nations of the Windcloud Weave are indeed full of secrets. They even have such a treasure. Lin Fei was waiting for the moment the myriad essence divine pill was formed. Large amounts of essence rose and began to spin in a certain position. Strands of essence began to fuse. At this point, all of Lin Fei's heaven and earth treasures had been thrown in. It's almost done. Lin Fei observed and arranged for the puppet warriors to stand guard outside. The chill of the divine chill mountain was only directed at those below. Those on the mountain peak were not affected at all. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the myriad essence divine pill. The tree spirit congratulated. The essence continued to condense. The shape of a pill began to appear. It became more and more condensed. It spun and spun. There was a terrifying energy within. Even Lin Fei was secretly shocked. At the same time, special runes emerged from the myriad essence pool and embedded themselves into the pill. Not long after, a dark gold heavenly elixir of 10,000 essence was done. Strands of medicinal fragrance wafted in all directions. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the myriad essence divine pill. This was the first time he had seen such a pill. Eat it first. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed the myriad essence divine pill. A terrifying torrent of energy erupted from his body. To advance from the heavenly immortal realm to the heavenly god realm, I need to condense all the god power in my body into the heavenly god realm. Only then can I be considered to have truly stepped into the heavenly god realm. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged and began to condense. The myriad essence divine pill was like a guide, guiding Lin Fei to condense the heavenly god realm. Strands of god power began to condense, and an illusory golden energy appeared. The first step is done. Lin Fei was delighted and continued to condense. As long as I continue to condense, my heavenly god realm will be formed. Why were heavenly gods stronger than sky immortals? It was because the heavenly god realm was stronger. A strand of heavenly god realm was enough to defeat a fifth firmament sky immortal expert. The heavenly god realm was an energy that even fifth firmament sky immortals could not expel. It was even more destructive. After the heavenly god realm was completely condensed, a pillar of light descended from the heavens. It emitted light that enveloped Lin Fei's entire body. The heavenly Tao's reward. The light contained a large amount of heavenly god realm power. This is a good opportunity. Absorb it all. Lin Fei's body had been strengthened step by step. Compared to the martial artists in the Windy Cloud Weave who only cultivated their cultivation techniques and did not cultivate their physical bodies, he was many times stronger. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 3568. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On the summit of the divine frost mountain, a huge black vortex appeared, devouring the divine light in a frenzy. A huge pillar of light descended from the sky, covering the entire summit. The 10,000-year-old ice melted in the blink of an eye. Bathed in the pillar of light, Lin Fei became incomparably holy, making people want to worship him. At this time, a thick power was being condensed behind him. This was the power of a god. Only by condensing the power of a god could one be considered to have stepped into the god realm and become a true god. Someone is breaking through here. Who gave you the courage? The void was torn apart, and a figure walked out. The arrogant Zhan Tianquang's long hair danced in the wind. Such a thick power of a god belongs to me from now on. You can scram now. He raised his hand, and the power of a god merged into his palm. The god's palm descended from the sky, covering the entire summit. This attack had the power of a god. The god's palm shot out, and golden lines flowed in the palm as it slammed down on Lin Fei's head. Boom boom boom. The god's palm slammed down, and the void collapsed. Endless astral winds howled, cutting through everything around it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The puppet warriors shot up into the sky at the first instant, setting off a terrifying light as they attacked the god's palm. The golden lines flashed, shattering all the attacks. Zhan Tianquang stood with his hands behind his back, watching the struggle below with a cruel smile. If I kill this person and seize the power of a god, I will be able to condense a second god's palm, or even a third. My strength will soar, and I will be invincible. I will become the strongest existence in the 13 divine nations. Zhan Tianquang did not care about the people on the summit at all. Those below the god realm were all ants, unable to withstand a single blow. The 3 puppet warriors were strong, but they could not withstand the power of this palm. They were constantly being suppressed, and all their attacks were useless. Buzz. A stream of light flew out, splitting the mountain and splitting the ground, cutting open the god's palm. It was actually broken. Zhan Tianquang was shocked. He raised a hand in front of him, and a dazzling sword light pierced through. Get out of my way. He spread his fingers and closed them, trying to grab the flying sword. The flying sword that had stepped into the sky deity weapon disappeared with a whoosh, causing Zhan Tianquang's attack to miss. The massacre god's sword appeared behind Zhan Tianquang's head and stabbed down. A heavenly god's power appeared and blocked the flying sword. Rip. The slaughtering god's sword pierced through the layer of heavenly god protection. Fortunately, Zhan Tianquang had a lot of battle experience. At the critical moment, he tilted his body, and half of his body was pierced. Drops of blood flowed down from the wound. You injured this young master, you deserve to die. Zhan Tianquang roared. He was injured after stepping into the celestial god realm, so he couldn't take this lying down. He tried to grab the flying sword with one hand, but he missed again. Xiao xiao xiao. The flying sword disappeared, but when it reappeared, it transformed into dozens of sword shadows. Another sword pierced into Zhan Tianquang's body. The flying sword twisted and curled, taking away large chunks of flesh. I'm going to kill you. Before long, this prodigy was covered in wounds. This flying sword was too fast and too sharp. The heavenly god's power couldn't withstand a single stab from the flying sword. His physical body couldn't withstand the tearing and pulling. Zhan Tianquang was enraged. He mobilized the heavenly god's power and pounced down. Heavenly god true void blade. Zhan Tianquang, who had given up on dealing with the flying sword, grabbed with one hand, and a golden divine blade appeared. It was formed from the heavenly god's power. It slashed down, and wherever the blade passed, the void was split open. It was incomparably fierce. This young master will kill you. Let's see how you control it. Zhan Tianquang's face contorted. His first opponent had left him in such a sorry state, and he was even injured. This was a slap to the face. This was unacceptable. 3 puppet warriors flew toward him. Boom boom boom. Huge destructive power bloomed like fireworks, crashing against the heavenly god true void blade, but only a portion of the heavenly god's power was destroyed. The self-destruction of the puppet warriors still caused Zhang Tianquang to suffer greatly. Fortunately, at the critical moment, an artifact appeared on his body. But now it was in tatters. In one exchange, the artifact was destroyed. My firmament artifact, you dare to use this young master's artifact. This young master will destroy you. The heavenly god True Void blade slashed down, and Zhang Tianquang slashed out dozens of times in one breath. Each slash turned into a giant that raised its fist and punched down. Dozens of giants clashed, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The divine chill mountain, the #1 mountain, shook violently. Too strong. I wonder if Master can withstand it. The tree spirit elder immediately hid himself, shivering in fear. Haha, anyone who dares to go against this young master will die. Zhang Tianquang laughed coldly. No one could survive the attack of a heavenly god. Below the heavenly god, all were ants. In the 13 god nations, there were no heavenly Tao rules. Zhang Tianquang could kill without fear of being punished by the heavenly Tao rules. The one above, is this your strength? The snowflakes in the sky scattered. A golden screen of light appeared, within which stood a young man with his hands clasped behind his back. You can't even kill me, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a heavenly god? I'm very angry that you interrupted my breakthrough, so I've decided to kill you with a single sword strike. On the peak of the mountain, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. He did not look injured at all. Brat, you are actually fine. Zhang Tianquang was furious. It seems that you have broken through, but who gave you the courage? I am from the Zhan family, a top family in the Windcloud Weave. Do you know what the Zhan family represents? If you dare touch me, there will be no place for you in the entire Windcloud Weave. Top family? What's so great about that? If I want to kill you, I will. Lin Fei pointed with his fingers and stabbed out with his sword. A crescent moon appeared. Different from before, this crescent moon was golden in color. It shone with resplendent light, illuminating the entire world. True Void Divine Saber, break for me. Zhang Tianquang slashed with his saber. The power of the heavenly god was tyrannical, tearing everything apart. A mere crescent moon was nothing. He wanted to kill this brat. Rip. Zhang Tianquang's body went cold. He felt as if he had been struck by something. The crescent moon in front of him disappeared, and he fell into endless darkness as if he had fallen from the sky. Lin Fei shook his head. Is this the power of a first heaven god? Too weak. You only condensed the power of the heavenly god, and you dare to come out and pretend to be weak. You even dared to disturb my cultivation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Behind Lin Fei, 5 streams of the power of the heavenly gods appeared. Return. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. The dissipating power of the heavenly god in Zhang Tianquang's body was forcibly pulled out. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. There was a series of crackling sounds, and his aura became much stronger. Chapter 3569. He had killed Zhang Tianquang with one strike, but Lin Fei did not think much of it. He dared to attack him while he was breaking through. If he did not kill the other party, he would not be Lin Fei. Rise. Lin Fei grabbed the myriad essence pool with both hands. It was a waste to leave such a treasure. He had to take it. Boom, boom, boom. The entire divine frost mountain was shaking. Ice and snow collapsed, and the void shook. But the myriad essence pool was as firm as a mountain and did not move at all. Lin Fei's hands expanded, but he could not grab the myriad essence pool. Heavenly God power, explode. One strand of heavenly God power was used up, turning into the purest energy that surged into his 2 arms. Boom, boom, boom. The myriad essence pool finally moved, and the ground around it cracked. Explode again. Lin Fei used up the 2nd strand of heavenly God power and continued to pull the myriad essence pool out. The ground continued to crack, and the myriad essence pool emerged inch by inch. Come out! Lin Fei shouted. The power in his arms exploded again, and he pulled the myriad essence pool out. A huge cauldron was lifted up, and runes flashed all over it. They circled around the cauldron, coming out and going in. The myriad essence pool immediately became extraordinary. Keep. Lin Fei was in a great mood to use such a treasure. In the future, as long as I collect enough spirit items, it will be enough for me to break through. Lin Fei chuckled. Leaving it here is a waste. Keeping the myriad essence pool, heavenly god power surged under Lin Fei's feet, and drunken flower left in a beam of light. Not long after, 4 figures entered the divine frost mountain and saw Zhan Tianquang, who had been frozen into an ice sculpture. "Ah, young master is dead." The 4 roared into the sky. There was a loud rumble and an avalanche occurred. In a place where no one was safe, Lin Fei sat cross-legged and cultivated. In half a month, he recovered 5 strands of heavenly god power. I have to get some pills in the future. Absorption and recovery are too slow. With a total of 5 strands of heavenly god's power, the recovery time was too slow. Now that I've reached the heavenly god realm, I've condensed 5 strands of heavenly god energy. According to the ancient records, the heavenly god realm is just a process of accumulating heavenly god energy. The more I condense, the stronger I will be. Information about the heavenly god stage appeared in Lin Fei's mind. First layered heaven celestial deity, one needs to condense 100 strands of celestial deity power. Second firmament celestial deity, condensed 200 strands of celestial deity power. Third firmament celestial deity, condensing 300 strands of celestial deity power. Fourth firmament celestial deity, condensing 400 strands of celestial deity power. Fifth firmament celestial deity, condensing 500 strands of celestial deity power. Related information kept popping up. After reaching 500 strands of heavenly god's energy, one can condense another 500 strands of heavenly god's energy to cultivate a divine pellet and step into the god-king realm. The more strands of heavenly god's energy, the higher the grade of the divine pellet, and the stronger the god-king realm. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. There should be quite a number of heaven and earth spiritual items in the 13 divine nations. If I find all of them, it shouldn't be difficult to refine more myriad origin divine pills and condense heavenly god's energy. Lin Fei saw the miraculous myriad origin pool clearly. The terrifying medicinal effects of myriad origin divine pills were absolutely heaven-defying. Luckily, I took the myriad origin pool. I'm seriously too smart. Lin Fei released the tree spirit elder. 13 divine nations. Are you familiar with the other divine nations? You know which divine nation has more heaven and earth spiritual items. I want to refine another myriad origin divine pill. Knowing the method, it was impossible for Lin Fei to miss it. Master, refining myriad origin divine pills is actually not just about collecting heaven and earth spiritual items. There's actually another way. This is what the heavenly dance divine nation's upper echelons said back then. The tree spirit elder seemed to have thought of something. It said that one can use medicinal pills to fuse into a myriad origin divine pill. Lin Fei blinked. That works too. But that requires a huge amount of medicinal pills. In the wind cloud weave, medicinal pills have to be at least at the sky immortal level. Heavenly god pills and god king pills are all fine. Lin Fei was suddenly enlightened. Then tell me, in the 13 divine nations, which divine nations can produce pills, and the more the better. Yes, the heavenly Dan divine nation of the 13 divine nations is an alchemy divine nation. Everyone is an alchemy divine nation. They are known as the number 1 alchemy divine nation. The medicinal pills they refine are of extremely high grade, and everyone yearns for the God King pill. A God King pill can be refined into a divine pill and enter the God King realm in one fell swoop. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. No wonder, every time the 3 divine nations end, there will always be someone who breaks through to the God King realm. I'm afraid they've taken the medicinal pills of the 13 divine nations. If I don't go to such a good place, wouldn't I be missing out on an opportunity? Lead the way. Lin Fei was glad that he had not killed the Elder Tree Spirit. He was a professional guide. Even if he had a map, it was still easier to have a guide than to fumble around. After stepping into the Sky God realm and condensing 5 strands of Sky God power, Lin Fei was even more sensitive to the danger of the 13 divine nations. His intrinsic flying sword, the divine slaughtering sword, could unleash its full power. Especially with the power of a sky god, its strength would increase to a certain extent. The Heaven Essence sect had really given him something good. Boom, boom, boom. 2 sky god auras erupted from a divine nation in the distance, tearing through the firmaments. It was extremely eye-catching. This aura is somewhat familiar. Lin Fei stopped and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Right, it's the Heaven Secrets sects Yi Feilong and Yi Feihu. They indeed have secrets. Both of them have broken through. Lin Fei had always felt that there was a problem with the Heaven Secrets sect. They know quite a lot of secrets. The arch-armor part of the number 1 Divine Emperor. Lin Fei felt that it was not very reliable. I hope the news is true. I'm not that easily fooled. Lin Fei lowered his head and hurried on his way. 3 months later, Lin Fei stepped into the Heavenly Dan Divine Nations. Compared to the Heavenly Dance Divine Nations, the Heavenly Dan Divine Nations was filled with countless palaces. It was quite spectacular. Master, those are all medicinal fields. They grow them and personally collect them to refine pills. As for our Heavenly Dance Divine Nations, we only grow spiritual objects of the world to extract their essence. The old tree spirit said. Lin Fei glanced at the palaces. Tell me, where is the most influential and largest alchemy sect in the Heavenly Dan Divine Nations? Since he was going, he would definitely go to the number 1 alchemy sect. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to go to those small sections. After traveling for another 10 days, a large group of palaces located in the mountains appeared before Lin Fei's eyes. That is the number 1 alchemy sect in the Heavenly Dan Divine Nations, the Yuan Dan School. Without getting close to the Yuan Dan sect, Lin Fei could smell the fragrance of elixirs. Looking in the direction of the fragrance, he saw that in the sky above the palace, there were children playing and playing. There were quite a number of them, and they were making crisp and melodious sounds. Good stuff, really good stuff. Chapter 3570. In the Yuan Dan School, there were shadows of pills everywhere. These pills flew into the sky and into the ground, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. No matter who saw it, they would be envious and fiery. Any one of them was a priceless pill, possessing a spirit that ordinary pills did not have. This was the biggest difference between high-grade pills and low-grade pills. Master, these pills all have a spirit, and at the same time, they also have a certain amount of strength and are very difficult to deal with. It is said that the Heavenly Dan Divine Country once had an emperor pill that could transform into a human form, and was one of the experts of the Heavenly Dan Divine Country. The old man seemed to be recalling something. I can't miss out on so many pills. Lin Fei took a step forward and walked into the void. When he came out again, he was in the air above a palace and opened his 5 fingers. Get the hell over here. In the air above the palace, a group of children were playing with pills. Lin Fei's hand grabbed the pill, covering the sky and enveloping the pill, scaring the pill into fleeing. When they reached the edge of the palm, they all collided with a layer of invisible force, causing them to fall and have nowhere to run. All of them are Heaven Immortal level pills. There were dozens of them that had been condensed into pills. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Human clan, quickly let us out. Otherwise, when our boss comes, you're dead for sure. There was a threat from a pill. Was Lin Fei afraid of threats? Of course he wasn't afraid of threats. Your boss? Interesting, really interesting. Lin Fei flipped his hand and put them all away. The pills of the Heavenly Dan Divine Country are probably more than I imagined. It's just the right time to catch them all in one fell swoop. Lin Fei snorted and started to attack everywhere, collecting the pills. Don't run, you're all ours. After the Heavenly God realm, Lin Fei's speed became even faster and his physical body became even stronger. He tore open the void time and time again, capturing the escaping pills. Not long after, he had harvested over 1,000 pills, all of which were Heaven Immortal level. They continued to go deeper into the palace. From time to time, pills would appear, but they would not be able to escape Lin Fei's palm. The number of pills was also increasing. In the palace ahead, there's a pill that surpasses the Heavenly Immortal grade. It must be a Heavenly God grade pill. Lin Fei extended his divine sense and sensed a different kind of aura. He was overjoyed. He had finally found a heavenly deity-grade medicinal pill. Boom! Before he got close, a beam of light rushed out of the palace, bringing with it a lingering fragrance as it streaked across the sky. "You're mine!" Several experts rushed out of the palace. The one in the lead opened his mouth and sucked in a breath. His body was like hell, devouring everything in the surroundings. The entire palace flew over, but before it could even get close, it was shredded to pieces by the black energy. The stream of light was sucked back, and a figure appeared. "I'll fight you to the death." The figure formed by the pill raised his hand and punched out. The might of the attack exceeded the fifth firmament sky immortal realm and was just a little short of the heavenly god realm. Streaks of black air currents were blasted into nothingness. However, the pill was still unable to break free and was continuously sucked over. "There's no need to struggle. Under my heaven-devouring art, you won't be able to withstand it. Just obediently let me eat you up." That person laughed out loud. His entire being was flushed with success, as if he had already won. "Don't even think about it." A series of even stronger attacks erupted. Lin Fei saw everything clearly. Is this a heavenly god-level pill? To be able to erupt with this level of power? Unfortunately, I'm still lacking in strength to break through the other party's attack. What kind of judgment did Lin Fei have now? This heavenly god-level pill had consumed too much energy. Although it was very strong, there was still a gap between him and the other party. "Hey, I'm taking this pill." Lin Fei laughed out loud. He took a step out of the void and came within the range of the heaven-devouring art. He reached out and grabbed. Heavenly god power surged out, forming a huge net that covered the pill. "Bastard, how dare you snatch my pill?" An incomparably domineering and sharp sword intent pierced out of the void, heading straight for Lin Fei's glabella. "You're courting death." This sword strike surpassed the might of a fifth firmament sky immortal realm. "Too weak." Lin Fei laughed out loud. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched the sword intent, shattering it into pieces. "After absorbing a strand of heavenly god power, the strength of my physical body has also increased." Lin Fei was very satisfied. "Hand over all the pills on you, and I'll spare your life." "That's impossible, Lin Fei shook his head. He took a step forward and punched through the heaven and earth. His fist was covered in golden energy. The fist pierced through the other party. The other party was stunned. After being pierced, the remaining might exploded and tore him into pieces. "Run, this person is a heavenly god." Run. The spectators turned and ran. Not running in front of a heavenly god expert was the same as courting death. A sword intent slashed through them, and all of them fell from the sky into pieces. Click. Lin Fei didn't care about the other party's background. He gave him a choice, and if he didn't want it, then he'd just beat him to death. Anyway, he had no taboo. The harvest is not bad. Opening the storage ring, this guy had harvested more than 3,000 pills, of which there were dozens of heavenly god-level pills. "Not only can I find pills, I can also rob them." Lin Fei muttered to himself, his divine sense immediately covering the sky above the palace, searching one by one. "There's someone over there." The heavenly Dan Divine Nation's pills were so famous, how could there be a lack of people coming here to search for pills? Bringing a batch back would definitely be a great contribution. Inside a palace, 7 or 8 people were surrounding a few pills. The pill had taken form and was obviously losing. It wouldn't last long. They won't be able to hold on for much longer. Ha! Boom! Lin Fei came out from the void, raised his hand, and struck out with a golden palm that shook the heavens and the earth. With a single palm strike, the palace quietened down. "Be honest and hand over the pills. You can avoid death." Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, his Jingguang shining brightly. "Heavenly God expert. We'll give it to you." These people had good eyesight. Even if they were unwilling, facing a heavenly god, if they didn't hand it over, they would die. After taking the pills, Lin Fei turned around and left. "Robbery." Right, that's for the best." Lin Fei continued to travel through the void, and every time he did, he would reap a bountiful harvest. The number of heavenly immortal level pills had already exceeded 20,000, and there were also 500 heavenly god level pills. Looks like there's no one left. There was no one in the vicinity of the palace. The number of people who could enter the 13 divine nations was limited, but there were very few of them. After all, not everyone would come for the pills. Since there was no one else, Lin Fei rushed into the palaces one by one and harvested those pills. Those heavenly god level pills were not bad, but they were still far from a true heavenly god level. Awesome. Very quickly, this area was settled. He had harvested more than 30,000 heavenly immortal pills and more than 800 heavenly god pills. Lin Fei took out the myriad essence pool. Let's refine it first. Chapter 3571. The second time the myriad yuan pool refined a myriad yuan heavenly dan. This time, the effect was even faster. It was a completely purifying action, much faster than the first time. Done. Lin Fei had gained some experience, and the second refinement was even easier. There's actually more than 1 myriad yuan heavenly dan. Once the pill was formed, a total of 5 pills flew out, as if they had a mind of their own, wanting to escape. Come back. Lin Fei grabbed with his big hand, and the 5 pellets were grabbed back by a big hand. Traces of golden energy formed a large net, tightly trapping the pellets. This is truly unbelievable. After I refine and purify the pellets I collected, I can refine 5 myriad yuan heavenly danis. Lin Fei himself was shocked by this scene. Master, the pills of the heavenly dan divine nations have always been the most famous, and are also known as the number 1 pill. The effects of the pills are naturally terrifying, and it is rumored that their heavenly dan divine nations has a set of powerful cultivation techniques that are not weaker than our heavenly dance divine nations. The pills that they refine have always been in short supply. So that's how it is. No wonder. 13 divine nations, this is truly my blessed land. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth raised as he swallowed 5 myriad yuan heavenly danis. His body swelled up like a big ball that could explode at any time. Even me. The limit of his physical body displayed an unimaginable effect. Lin Fei continued to refine it, guiding the dense energy to condense it into the power of the gods. The first line was complete. The second line was complete. One after another, he condensed a total of 6 strands of Empyrean God's power. 11 strands of Empyrean God's power appeared behind Lin Fei, and the aura on his body became even more valiant. I've truly underestimated the effects of the myriad yuan heavenly dan. It's not just condensing 5 strands, but 6 strands of Empyrean God's power, allowing my strength to increase greatly in an instant. From the information that he had read, Lin Fei was very clear that the heavenly god realm was actually a process of accumulation. The stronger the limit, the stronger the god king realm would be. 1,000 years wasn't a long time, but Lin Fei didn't want to wait that long. He needed to increase his strength as soon as possible and become stronger. This required a solid foundation. Lin Fei had a whole new level of respect for the miraculous effects of the 10,000 origin pool. Fortunately, he brought such a precious treasure with him, and it became the greatest help in the heavenly god realm. I have already swept clean this palace. Next, I can go to another palace. In the heavenly dan divine country, I should be able to stay for 2 to 3 years. Using 2 to 3 years to improve his strength was completely within the range of what Lin Fei could afford. If his strength didn't increase, Lin Fei wouldn't dare to go there easily. Jie. Little girl, you can't get away. A gloomy and frivolous voice came from the horizon. At this moment, Lin Fei couldn't listen to the movements around him, but the sound drilled into his ears. The ladies of the Shui family are indeed top-notch. You are a natural-born cauldron. After using you, I might even be able to take a step forward. Don't even think about it. Lin Fei wasn't prepared to care about small matters. Collecting the pills was the important thing. However, when the 2 words Shui family appeared in his ears, he couldn't help but think of the fairy Shui Yu that he had brought in. Could it be her? He released his divine sense, covering the surrounding sky. Lin Fei saw Fairy Shueyu, who was being chased. At this moment, she was in an extremely sorry state. She looked like she was on the verge of collapse, trying her best not to fall. Behind her, there were 3 people chasing after Shueyu. From the looks of it, they looked like a cat playing with a mouse as they followed unhurriedly. This Shueyu of the Shui family doesn't seem to be valued at all. She actually ended up in such a sorry state. Lin Fei shook his head. No matter what, I was the one who brought you in. I might as well help you. Who asked me to be a good person? Lin Fei was in a good mood. He took a step forward and walked into the void. Shueyu, stop struggling. Just accept your fate. The one who was chasing her was a frivolous young master. The 2 guards behind him were peak 5th heaven sky immortal. Your Shui family can't wait for you to become my woman. The frivolous young master smiled sinisterly. Who asked you to be born from a lowly maid in the Shui family? If it wasn't for your talent, you would have died countless times. Lu Guang, I will definitely kill you. Fairy Shueyu's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. She turned around and slashed out dozens of sword lights. However, they were easily dispersed by Lu Guang. It seems that you are unwilling to accept your fate. Lu Guang sneered, then I can only use force. World Tyrant Fist. Lu Guang's body erupted with an extremely tyrannical aura. Like a sovereign descending upon the world, the aura surged into his fist art. Swish, swish, swish. The void collapsed. The power of the collision came crashing down. Fairy Shueyu's strength was not bad. However, under the pressure of the void, she vomited blood on the spot. A fist mark whizzed over. Shui family's young lady, your situation doesn't look too good. Just as Fairy Shueyu was in despair, this fist was so tyrannical that she couldn't block it. The crushing power of the void was too much for her to handle. A figure suddenly walked out of the void and stood in front of him. A light screen rose up and blocked all the collapsing void energy in front of him. Lin Fei casually grabbed and crushed the incoming fist mark. Senior Lin. Fairy Shueyu's mind went blank. It took her a long time to recover. She recognized the person in front of her. If it wasn't that Senior Lin, who else could it be? Lu Guang was originally prepared to make Fairy Shueyu suffer. However, the sudden appearance of this person ruined his plan. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. Who are you? Lu Guang was very clear about the strength of his fist. The person in front of him could clearly block it. Hearing the other party call him Senior Lin, he naturally had to be careful. This time, those who could come to the 13 god nations all had powerful backgrounds. If he offended someone he shouldn't, Lu Guang wouldn't be able to handle their anger. Lu Guang was prepared to test the other party. If there was no background, he would go all out and kill the other party directly. You're in a bad situation. Speaking of which, you're quite lucky. I happen to be in this area. Otherwise, you'd really be in trouble. Lin Fei ignored the other party's words and said to Fairy Shueyu. Fairy Shueyu looked at Lu Guang with hatred. Senior Lin, please help me kill him. I'm willing to bring you to the Alchemy Divine Palace to retrieve the treasures left behind by the number 1 Alchemy King. Lu Guang's expression changed. He had chased after Fairy Shueyu not only to use her as a tripod, but also to find out about the treasures left behind by the number 1 Alchemy King. But now, this bitch had actually told the senior. Lu Guang had a bad feeling. Alright. Lin Fei's lips curled up. As you wish. They're just a few ants. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and punched out. Wah wah wah. Chapter 3572. Lin Fei, who had the power of 11 gods, was not someone to be trifled with. With a single punch, he killed Lu Guang. The experts following behind Lu Guang were struck by the shockwave of the punch and were instantly torn into pieces. They were all dead. Senior Lin, you broke through. Shueyu's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She could not believe that the scene in front of her was real. Lu Guang was extremely powerful, but in Senior Lin's hands, he could not even take a single punch and was directly turned into ashes. If this was not breaking through to the heavenly god realm, who else could it be? Your eyesight is not bad, I have indeed broken through. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei did not care about this person at all. Under the heavenly god realm, everyone was an ant. This was not a joke. Senior Lin, this little girl will bring you over now. This Lu Guang is chasing me because he wants to know about the treasure left behind by the number 1 pill god. Shui Yu was not worried at all. The title of number 1 pill god was very tempting. If there really is a treasure, I will leave a portion for you. Lin Fei laughed. The pills that he collected outside directly condensed the power of 6 gods. If he obtained the pills of the number 1 pill god, wouldn't he be able to fly? Master, your luck is really good. The number 1 pill god is the number 1 expert of the heavenly Dan divine country. He is formed from a pill and his strength is unfathomable. His alchemy skills are superb and no one can compare to him. The tree spirit's words had undoubtedly piqued Lin Fei's interest in this treasure trove. Lead the way. Lin Fei waved his hand and the power of the gods wrapped around Shui Yu as he walked into the void. Senior Lin, I accidentally obtained the pill god's treasure. I originally wanted to go in and take a look, but I still underestimated the terror of the pill god's treasure. Not only that, 3 top clans came. They are the Tai clan, the Void sect, and the Heaven sect. Shui Yu knew a lot of information and explained it in detail along the way. Lin Fei thought, no wonder no one came to the heavenly dance divine country. I was lucky to obtain the myriad essence pool. If they interfere, there will be a huge battle. Compared to the 10,000 essence pool, there were even better treasures. Lin Fei could not help but rejoice. No matter how good the other treasures were, after tasting the benefits of the myriad origin pool, they were in no way inferior to those treasures and elixirs. Not everyone could condense 11 strands of heavenly god energy in such a short period of time. The pill god's treasure had undoubtedly become something that Lin Fei was looking forward to. Senior Lin, that is the entrance to the pill god's treasure trove. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that the entrance to the pill god's treasure trove would be in such a place. It turned out that there was a mountain range ahead. At the same time, it was a very inconspicuous mountain range with basically no bright spots. The entrance is at the bottom of the lake. Lin Fei's perception enveloped the sky above the lake. Under his perception, he discovered 3 experts hidden at the bottom of the lake. They were all peak 5th firmament sky immortals, and they had even set up an array formation. In order to prevent others from entering, they really put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei shook his head and dove into the bottom of the lake. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he stepped into the lake, the array formation unleashed its might. An illusory figure stepped across the sky and a vast power surged over. A saber light slashed across, splitting the void. What a powerful array formation! It summoned a heavenly god expert. Lin Fei raised his hand and grabbed. His small palm glowed and caught the saber light. The saber light was extraordinary. It could disappear from his hand and burst out with a resplendent might. This kind of might was definitely a nightmare for sky immortals. Lin Fei opened his mouth and blew a force on the saber light, blowing it away. Along with the might of the saber, it disappeared without a trace. The sword light slashed across the sky and split the summoned heavenly god's illusory figure. The heavenly god's illusory figure was too weak, the strongest above sky immortals and the weakest among the heavenly gods. Lin Fei would kill however many of this kind of trash came. With the infusion of heavenly god's energy, the divine slaughter sword's might skyrocketed and slashed through the illusory figure. The rest of you can also go together. The divine slaughter sword drilled into the void and after a dull sound, 5 figures fell out. The array formation lost control and a stone door appeared at the bottom of the lake. At this moment, the stone door was opened. Let's go in. Lin Fei waved his hand and took their storage rings and rushed through the stone door. They are in the innermost part. Lin Fei rushed through the stone door and walked through the passage. He smelled a strong medicinal fragrance, he took a light breath and all the pores on his body opened up. It was a wonderful feeling. This is definitely the pill god's treasure. Lin Fei confirmed that Shui Yu did not lie to him. He believed that she did not have the guts to lie to him. Not everyone could withstand the wrath of a heavenly god expert. At least among the 13 gods, Lin Fei had the confidence to say such words. There are energy fluctuations coming from ahead, there should be people fighting. Lin Fei's movement speed was very fast. As someone went in first, most of the arrangements left by the pill god were destroyed. Even if there were any left, they could not threaten Lin Fei at all. Boom boom boom. In the great palace, a large number of pills floated. These pills were of high quality, but they were all covered by a seal. A group of people were breaking the array. There were almost 20 experts at the scene who gave up fighting each other and joined forces to break the array. The power of the seal seemed to be somewhat stronger than expected. More than 20 people took out their treasures and attacked the power of the seal, creating a large light screen. At this moment, one of the people's expressions suddenly changed. Oh no, someone broke in. We have lost contact with the arrangements left by our Tai family. Tai Xiong, who was dressed in black armor, suddenly changed his expression. He had lost contact with the array outside. He was the one who set up the array. Once it lost control, he would be the first to feel it. When Tai Xiong said this, the other two top forces' expressions also changed. Each of our 3 forces will send 2 experts to kill the intruder. Su Tianxing, an expert from the Gate of Void, alternated between real and fake. What does everyone think? Alright. Song Yuan from the sect of Vast Heavens nodded. No matter who the intruder was, anyone who broke into their arrangements had to die. The pill god's treasure was not allowed to be fought over by a 4th force. When the 3 forces joined forces, no one could stop them. There's no need to stop me, I'm already in. Laughter came from the palace. 2 figures appeared in the palace. Su Tianxing snorted coldly and raised his hand to slash down, using his hand as a blade. This slash alternated between real and fake. One moment it was fake, and the next moment it was real. It kept changing back and forth, extremely strange. The void slash streaked across Lin Fei's body like a ray of light. The Gate of Void was best at attacking real and fake. It was a very troublesome attack. Chapter 3573. An expert of the Gate of Void used a killing move the moment he attacked. It was impossible to guard against the real and the fake. This strike contains Su Tianxing's perfect grasp of reality and illusion. Brother Su's moves are becoming more and more proficient. Tai Xiong stopped attacking. This slash isn't any weaker than a heavenly god's attack, and it's even more bizarre. The person behind that kid seems to be Shui Yu of the Shui family. Something must have happened to Lu Guang, whom we sent over. Song Yuan's eyes turned cold. What a good disciple of the Shui family. Lu Guangjing was sent by Song Yuan to capture Shui Yu. Now that Shui Yu was here, it meant that something had happened to Lu Guang. Senior Lin, this is the Void Gate's Void Real attack. It is extremely strange and you can't take it head-on. Shui Yu couldn't help but remind him. The Void Gate's attack was terrifying. It's all right. Lin Fei shook his head and made a grabbing motion in the air. A blade light suddenly burst out and slashed at Lin Fei's hand. Brat, you've been tricked. Su Tianxing laughed loudly. The saber light transformed into specks of starlight that surged into his arm. The attack of the Void Gate isn't that easy to withstand. The saber light looked like it was going to drill into his arm and destroy everything. If it's this kind of attack, it's really insignificant. I'm not interested in it at all. A layer of light appeared on the surface of Lin Fei's arm. The illusory attacks of the saber lights were blocked outside, unable to break through that layer of defense. Su Tianxing was quite surprised. Unhindered under heaven. He disappeared without a trace. When he appeared again, the saber light was like a storm, vigorous and vigorous. Every slash of the saber turned into an attack of nothingness, attacking Lin Fei from all directions. Lin Fei's entire body was engulfed by the attacks. That kid won't be able to withstand Brother Su's unstoppable world. I don't know how many heavenly immortal experts have died under reigning the world. This kid will be the next one soon. Lin Fei, who was in the middle of the attack, was quite disappointed. Not to mention anything else, just the defense on his body couldn't be torn apart. A top-notch family force? That Void Gate expert, you really disappoint me. Lin Fei took a step forward and attacked. The illusory saber light attack shattered one after another. You also showed off a bit. Now let me kill you. Buzz. A sword light flashed. A crescent moon appeared, illuminating the world. Clatter. Su Tianxing fell to the ground, his body split in two. Because he had fallen so quickly, blood gushed out of him as he fell. Brother Su is dead. This is impossible. Song Yuan and Tai Xiong were dumbfounded. If they were in Su Tianxing's shoes, they definitely wouldn't be able to kill him. Su Tianxing's ability to switch between real and fake was a top-notch life-saving technique. How fast was this sword? It was so fast that Su Tianxing couldn't use his life-saving ability to switch between real and fake. You too, are you planning to be beaten to death by me or? Lin Fei's gaze swept over them indifferently. The two of them felt as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast. You killed Su Tianxing. Who the hell are you? Tai Xiong looked fearfully at the young man who had killed Su Tianxing. He actually didn't know him. I'm a disciple of the Vast Heaven sect. If you dare touch me, the Vast Heaven sect won't let you off. Song Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. The situation had changed too quickly. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Is that all you know how to say? It's so boring. Then let me repeat myself. Hand over everything you have, and I'll spare your lives. To put it in layman's terms, I'm robbing you." The Tai family, the Vast Heaven sect, and the remaining Void Gate disciples looked at each other. Robbing? Kid, you're courting death. A genius from the Vast Heaven sect was indignant. Let me kill you. Forget it, I'll just kill you. Lin Fei said with a smile. I've always been very hospitable to those who seek death. Whoosh. A sword beam streaked across. The genius in midair had his body split in two. He couldn't be more dead. Who else wants to kill me? Lin Fei smiled. Go ahead. I'll send you to your doorstep at any time. There'll be no pain. Everyone gasped. That genius was also a fourth firmament sky immortal. You have 3 breaths. Leave behind all your treasures and scram. Otherwise, 3 breaths will be the moment of your death. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. What? Tai Xiong and Song Yuan exchanged looks. They really couldn't figure out the other party's background. However, they couldn't bear to give up everything on them, including the treasures left behind by the alchemy god. 2 peak 5th firmament sky immortal experts attacked from the left and right. Invincible iron fist. Boom, boom. Fist seals surged into the sky. A phantom stood in the seal, augmenting the fist technique's might. It shook the void, causing it to collapse. Vast Heaven Sect's Song Yuan extended his hand and grabbed. A sword landed in his hand, exuding boundless heavenly might. 3 swords of the vast heaven. He slashed out 3 times with one strike. Boundless heavenly might crushed over, suffocating everyone. Lin Fei thought that there would be sky gods here. It would be meaningless if they were all sky immortals. It looks like you've chosen death. Lin Fei took a step forward. Crescent moon slash. Another crescent moon appeared. Wherever it passed, the 3 swords of the vast heaven were slashed apart. The fist seals were split in half. The crescent moon slashed across their bodies. You're a sky god. Now that Lin Fei executed the massacring sword art and infused it with the power of a sky god, it wasn't something a sky immortal expert could resist. But the remaining sky immortal experts of the 3 factions were in an uproar. They turned around and ran. You guys don't have to run either. Lin Fei raised his hand and punched out. The void collapsed. The sky immortal disciples who escaped fell into the void and were instantly shredded into pieces by the boundless astral winds. Shuiyu, who was standing behind Lin Fei, felt that it was just a piece of cake. The disciples of the 3 top factions were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Too valiant. It's quiet now. Lin Fei didn't care about them at all. He was their chance to choose. In the end, they chose to die. There was nothing he could do about it. This is an array formation? Lin Fei glanced at it. No wonder they couldn't break through. This light screen was very powerful. In Lin Fei's eyes, this light screen wasn't as powerful as he imagined. After all, it had been a long time. Open. Lin Fei pounced forward. He clenched his fist and punched the light screen, causing layers of ripples. Boom, boom. Since there was no one around, the power of a sky god appeared behind Lin Fei. There were a total of 11 strands. He infused one strand of the power of a sky god and launched a shocking punch at the light screen. A violent force rushed up. How could the light screen withstand such a force after consuming one strand of the power of a sky god? It broke. A large number of pills rushed out, trying to escape far away. All of you come back. Chapter 3574. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under Lin Fei's control, the myriad essence pool was like a giant beast swallowing the sky, constantly swallowing the medicinal pills that filled the sky. The pill god's treasure truly lives up to its name. All of them are heaven immortal medicinal pills. One by one, the medicinal pills were collected into the myriad essence pool. Lin Fei's entire person seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. The more medicinal pills, the better the quality, the more he could refine a large number of 10,000 origin divine pills and condense the power of the heavenly god. Plunder non-stop. The whole process lasted for the time of an incense stick. A huge amount of medicinal pills were absorbed into the myriad essence pool. Lin Fei did not activate the refining. This myriad essence pool was also a special existence. Swallowing so many medicinal pills did not have any effect. This is for you. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the sealed medicinal pills fell into Shueyu's hand. I will not eat alone. There were more than 10,000 elixirs sealed in it. Lin Fei casually collected the heaven immortal medicinal pills from the pill god's treasure, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. Ordinary people would at most refine dozens of medicinal pills, but here, there were as many medicinal pills as the sea. Who would dare to believe it? Thank you, Senior. Fairy Shueyu took the sealed medicinal pills, as if she was dreaming. If taken out, it would definitely be a huge amount of wealth. No need to thank me, this is your opportunity. Lin Fei said with a smile. Just now, these were just heaven immortal grade. I believe there are still heavenly god grade medicinal pills inside. I am really looking forward to it. Lin Fei strode in. Not long after, a series of voices soared into the sky. A human brat came in. He is here to capture us. Everyone attack together. Kill the human. The human race is the most despicable. He wants to refine us. One figure after another appeared. There were actually hundreds of them, their auras gathered together, shaking the void. I'm rich, I'm rich. This aura that shook the void did not affect Lin Fei at all. A faint light appeared in front of him. Heavenly god grade medicinal pills. There were hundreds of them. Lin Fei was completely convinced. Myriad essence pool, collect. Lin Fei activated the myriad essence pool and channeled 2 streams of heavenly godly power into it. The treasure immediately transformed into the heaven-devouring titanic beast. The pitch-black entrance was like hell, terrifying to behold. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The resistance of the heavenly god-grade medicinal pill was of no use at all. It could not even break through the defenses of the myriad essence pool. Lin Fei swept through the heavenly god pills relentlessly. The attacks of these pills were all rather ordinary. As he swept through them, he did not miss a single one of them. 830 heavenly god pellets. This number of pills, even Lin Fei himself was shocked. Any of the pills were of extremely high quality. Anyone who saw them would be envious. These 50 are for you. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei gave Shueyu 50 heavenly god realm medicinal pills. With these medicinal pills, there won't be any obstacles for you to step into the heavenly god realm. Shueyu wept tears of joy. Senior Lin, this is too much. 50 is too much. A single heavenly god pill was enough to help a person break through, let alone 50 of them. It was no less than a treasure trove. Even if it was a heavenly god stage expert, it would not be easy for them to obtain so many heavenly god pills, not to mention that they came from the hands of the pill god. Whether it was good or not, it was clear at a glance. Not much, you are too weak. Too much is also dangerous. 50 pills, no more, no less. Lin Fei laughed. This place is still very safe for now. After I refine the 10,000 origin divine pill, it will be even easier to break through to the heavenly god stage. Lin Fei decided to refine the 10,000 origin divine pill. Heavenly God pills were easy to deal with, but the so-called Emperor pills were not ordinary. Even the weakest God King pill would have a strong fighting strength. He had already used up 3 or 4 strands of Heavenly God power, and the remaining 7 strands of Heavenly God power did not feel safe. He had to condense another strand of Heavenly God power. 2 hours later, Lin Fei laughed maniacally as he controlled the tens of thousands of sword lights to seal the sky and lock the earth, controlling all the 10,000 origin divine pills. Haha, a total of 67 10,000 origin divine pills. Refining so many in one go was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. It was too powerful. After giving Shui Yu a 10,000 origin divine pill, Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed it, then began to refine it. A part of it will be used to condense Heavenly God power, and the other part will be used to strengthen my body. Lin Fei made the arrangements rationally. A strong body was also a way to protect one's life. I'll break through my body first. Lin Fei revolved his cultivation technique and turned into a small giant. His flesh and cells madly absorbed the powerful effects of the 10,000 origin divine pills. He broke through to the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm. He broke through to the 4th level of the Xiantian realm. He broke through to the 5th level of the Xiantian realm. He broke through to the 1st level of the heavenly immortal realm. Boom! He broke through to the 1st level of the heavenly God stage. After consuming a total of 37 10,000 origin divine pills, Lin Fei broke through to the heavenly God stage in one go. Strands of Jingguang began to swim around his body, unknowingly forming a strong defense. Boom! Lin Fei threw a punch without a trace of Heavenly God power. It shattered the void in front of him, and endless astral winds howled and fell on his body. This is what it feels like to have a strong body. Boom! 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 He threw more than 10 punches in a row, and the void exploded. Heavenly God power, condense for me. After his body became stronger, the remaining 10,000 origin divine pills in his body were quickly mobilized, and like a huge millstone, it began to crush and condense. One strand of Heavenly God power was formed. The second strand was also formed. Strands of Heavenly God power appeared behind Lin Fei, and the aura on his body became thicker and thicker, causing the void around him to explode. Senior Lin is too strong. Shui Yu unknowingly retreated. The vast aura crushed down on her, making it difficult for her to breathe. The speed at which the Heavenly God power was condensed was beyond imagination. I condensed 49 strands of Heavenly God power in one go. In addition to the previous ones, I have a total of 60 strands of Heavenly God power. My strength has increased greatly. The remaining 10,000 origin divine pills directly increased Lin Fei's strength by a lot. The celestial massacre sword slashed down, piercing through heaven and earth, splitting countless layers of astral winds before stopping. Even if I change my physical body to the limit, I will still have a Heavenly God body, and I can condense 60 strands of Heavenly God power. I am qualified to compete with God Emperor pills. Even Heavenly God pills were like this, let alone God Emperor pills. Lin Fei was drooling just thinking about it. If he could refine it, he would most likely be able to break through to 2nd level Heavenly God easily. Regardless of the danger, Lin Fei had to give it a try. Shui Yu chose to increase her strength. With the Heavenly God pills in hand, she could make a breakthrough in her strength. The 13 God nations was a land of fortune, a paradise for heavenly immortals. Without a doubt, this time, Shui Yu enjoyed the treatment of heaven. She had never thought that Senior Lin would be so ferocious that he could kill people from top families without batting an eyelid. Chapter 3575. Lin Fei's strength had improved greatly. He left behind the water jade and moved forward again. A total of 60 strands of deity's power had pushed his physical body to the deity level. He could be considered a dual cultivator. It was not something the experts of the Wind Cloud Weave could compare to. He was full of confidence. The Pill God's treasure is really something to look forward to. As Lin Fei moved forward, some medicinal pills appeared and sniped at his footsteps. To the current him, these snipes were like tickles. They did not affect him at all. There are indeed a lot of medicinal pills here. Maybe in the heavenly Dan divine country, I can break through to the first level of celestial god, or even the second level of celestial god. As for the medicinal pills that blocked him, Lin Fei took all of them, leaving none behind. Another palace appeared in front of him. Lin Fei rushed all the way and blasted open the palace door. Compared to before, it wasn't an overwhelming amount of medicinal pills. Instead, it was completely empty in front of the eyes. Kacha! With a stomp, something on the ground shattered like powder. Medicinal pills, they are all medicinal pills, but they have lost their medicinal effects. Lin Fei looked down and was secretly shocked. In his eyes, there were medicinal pills all over the ground, densely packed. What a waste, what a waste! Lin Fei's heart ached. These medicinal pills looked extraordinary. If he could refine them all, how much would it help him increase his strength? Along the way, there were cracking sounds everywhere. The medicinal pills all over the ground made Lin Fei's heart ache. The medicinal pills in front were all fine. It's impossible for the medicinal pills here to become like this. Lin Fei frowned. For a moment he couldn't figure out what was going on. Failed? It seemed impossible. Lin Fei was secretly shocked and secretly put his guard up. He walked all the way to the center of the palace, and a floating round table appeared. In the center of the round table, there were 5 medicinal pills floating. God King Pill, no, not God King Pill, this is a divine monarch pill. 5 monstrous auras soared into the sky and turned into 5 figures in the sky above the palace. Boom, boom. A terrifying aura crushed down. Inside the huge palace, a huge black storm was set off, and the wind raged. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was engulfed by the windstorm. The raging winds tore at his body, trying to shred him into pieces. He had stepped into the heavenly god physique, a perfect physique without any flaws. The killing of the storm only left behind white marks. A human Empyrean god. Not bad. I want him. A black-robed figure formed from a pill spread out its 5 fingers and pressed down, dispersing the storm. Its 5 fingers were like mountains, suppressing and sealing the void. Is this the power of a divine monarch pill? An invincible force pressed down on him, pressuring Lin Fei to the point that he could barely breathe. Heaven God's power, explode. After condensing 60 strands of heavenly deity power, Lin Fei was not someone who could be bullied so easily. He raised his hand and punched out, sending out a powerful fist wind that infused several strands of heavenly deity power into it. Boom! His fist landed squarely on the center of the other party's palm. Layers of defense had been set up around the fist, but at this moment, they were unable to withstand the explosive power of the punch. They shattered all the way to the other party's palm. The black-robed figure turned illusory for a moment, then disappeared without a trace. So it's just a bluff. Lin Fei shook his head. If I don't bring out my strength, you really think I'm a sick cat? The 4 of you, are you going to make a move as well? Lin Fei's eyes swept across them. Then don't waste time. Wait! One of the white-robed figures said. Lin Fei activated his heaven god's power, Blackwater Torrent. He slashed down with his sword. Fight first, then talk later. The black water surged, constantly crashing into the 4 figures, forcing them to activate their barriers. However, they were also being washed away, swaying left and right as if they would break at any time. Lin Fei rushed in, staring at the white-robed figure. You guys are not divine monarch pills. Let me see how strong you are. He punched out, erupting with heaven god's power. When the fist landed on the white-robed figure, a violent force instantly erupted, shaking the heavens and earth. The barrier in front of the white-robed figure shook nonstop. Lin Fei arrived in front of the white-robed figure and punched the barrier again. His power surged out, shattering the barrier. Wait. The white-robed figure revealed his true form. A terrifyingly tyrannical divine Lord Elixir aura swept out and sent Lin Fei flying. You can't touch us. Once you touch us, human heaven god, you will die without a burial ground. The white-robed figure roared. We were left behind by Lord Pill God. Once Lord Pill God returns, without us, we will kill you no matter what. Lin Fei was shaken by the aura, causing his blood to boil, and he almost spat out blood. Pill God is not dead? Then I have to rob you guys. Lin Fei lunged at them again. I know you guys are strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Hurry up and back off. The black water surged, crashing towards them again. Sly sword. The slaughter divine sword sneaked into the void, stabbing out, erupting with resplendent might. Lin Fei also lunged in, both hands clenched into fists, punching out. His target was still the white-robed figure. Just like what was said, the other party was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. His strength was just to scare people. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 5 figures returned to the round platform, turning into 5 pills, emitting the aura of divine monarch pills. There's something wrong with these pills, they are all cracked. Lin Fei just noticed the cracks on the pills. It can't be caused by me, right? The more Lin Fei thought about it, it seemed that he really did it. Luckily I didn't use my full strength, otherwise these pills would have turned into dust. Lin Fei took a cold breath. He took out the myriad essence pool and collected the 5 pills. Only then did he feel relieved. These divine monarch pills should have absorbed these pills, that's why they could last so long, but after too long, they were still affected. There were no God King pills, but there were 5 divine monarch pills. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. After checking around, he didn't find anything, nor did he find a way to go anywhere else. Lin Fei shook his head, feeling a little disappointed. This pill god's treasure trove isn't as good as the legends say. Lin Fei smacked his lips. With 5 divine monarch pills, I'm rich. This trip was not in vain. As for those words about the divine monarch pills, Lin Fei really didn't care much about it. The pill god came to take revenge on him? Who knew where he was right now? It wasn't that easy to cultivate again. Lin Fei had a certain level of experience, so this threat didn't seem reliable anymore. Walking out of the palace again, Lin Fei walked back the way he came. Senior Lin. Shui, you didn't expect the senior to come out so quickly. This pill god's treasure trove is exaggerated. Lin Fei smiled and said, There's nothing good inside, I'm preparing to leave, what about you? With his strength greatly improved, Lin Fei decided to go to the Jade Roving Divine Kingdom. Chapter 3576. The Heavenly Dan Divine Nation's harvest this time was not bad. It also allowed Lin Fei's strength to increase, and his realm was infinitely close to the second heaven of Celestial God. The amount of Heavenly God power also determined the strength of a Heavenly God stage powerhouse. As for the remaining few divine nations, Lin Fei was not very interested in them for the time being. There were no heaven and earth spiritual treasures either, so he headed straight for the Jade Roving Divine Nation. When there was only one divine nation left from the Jade Roving Divine Nation, Lin Fei was stopped by a large ocean. This should be the Sea-Sky Divine Nation on the map. In the boundless sea, there was not a single island to be seen, and the waves were calm. Lin Fei, who had seen the map, knew the exact location of the 13 divine nations like the back of his hand. He had truly underestimated the Sea-Sky Divine Nation to think that it would be a boundless blue ocean. The sea is so calm, there's really a problem. The sea in front of him was too calm. This was different from what Lin Fei had imagined. It seems to be a bit difficult to pass through the Heavenly Sea Divine Nation. Yi Xiaolong stepped into the air above the sea. Crash! His body sank, and a terrifying suction force came over. Boom boom boom. Lin Fei's Heavenly God stage physical body erupted, stopping his falling momentum, and at this moment, a monstrous whirlpool was formed in the calm sea, and a terrifying power reverberated in the whirlpool. The void above the sea was torn apart on the spot. This power is actually infinitely close to the power of a heavenly god. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. This power surpassed the peak of the 5th heaven of Sky Immortal, and had a portion of the power of the heavenly god stage. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the first whirlpool appeared, a second whirlpool immediately appeared, and then a third. In an instant, the surface of the sea turned into a land of death. Lin Fei struggled forcefully, broke away from the suction force of the sea, and returned to the shore. Not long after, the surface of the sea regained its calm, and the blue waves rippled, speckled with stars. What a place to hide. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, Who would believe that under the calm is a death trap? Lin Fei sized up the surface of the sea. The suction force is extremely terrifying. There must be something even more terrifying under the sea. Although I have a heavenly god stage body, if I am forcefully brought down, I won't be able to gain any advantage. For a moment, Lin Fei had a headache. The heavenly sea divine kingdom was not easy to get by. On the map, it was marked that the heavenly sea divine kingdom spanned across the entire divine kingdom. It was an extremely special place. It was basically impossible to go around it. If he wanted to go to the roving jade divine kingdom, he had to pass through the heavenly sea divine kingdom. We're really in trouble this time. Lin Fei really did not know what to do. The periphery of the sea sky divine kingdom was already like this, let alone the depths. There was definitely something terrifying. But how did those people get there? Lin Fei did not believe that someone was stronger than him. Should I force my way through? Forget it. Wait, don't I have the tree spirit? Maybe he knows some details about the heavenly sea god kingdom. Lin Fei almost forgot that he had the tree spirit from the heavenly dance god kingdom. Before Lin Fei could ask, the sound of something tearing through the air came from afar. Someone's coming. Lin Fei put away his thoughts for the time being. Not long after, a group of people appeared in their field of vision. There were as many as 9 people in this group, which was considered a relatively large group. There were both men and women in the group. They activated a treasure and came to the seaside. There's an ant-like itinerant cultivator here. He definitely can't cross the desolate sea and sky territory. One of the frivolous young masters openly mocked. Hey, this place is not for you. Get lost, lest you die a tragic death. He's indeed an ant. Doesn't he know that this desolate sea and sky territory can only be crossed by the heavenly ghost ship? A cold and elegant woman sneered. This group of people did not realize that Lin Fei was a heavenly god expert. Lin Fei was speechless. He was actually looked down upon while standing by the seaside. Lin Fei, on the other hand, heard the news. If I want to cross, must I take the heavenly ghost ship? Lin Fei asked without getting angry. The frivolous young master from before said contemptuously, so what if you know? Is the heavenly ghost ship something you can board? You'd better give up on it. You definitely don't know why the sea-sky divine kingdom is spread across divine kingdoms. It's used to stop ignorant and powerless people like you. Lin Fei was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that this was the case. Brother, did I sleep with my wife? Do you have to be so confrontational? Lin Fei was also a person with a temper, so he retorted. Damn ant, how can you say that? The frivolous young master stretched out his hand, and a sword light slashed across the sky. There were many men and women sitting cross-legged on this sword light, and they were doing embarrassing poses. A special force attacked. It was a double attack. What the hell is this? Lin Fei punched out, and the fist seal bombarded the sword light, breaking it into pieces. You ant, your strength is not bad. The frivolous young master was quite surprised. His sword was broken, and the other party was a body-tempering cultivator, which was quite rare. Young Master Wang, he's just an itinerant cultivator. Why kill him? Just chase him away. A young master in the team said lightly. When the frivolous man heard this, he frowned and snorted, You ant, since Brother Hero has spoken, I will give him face and spare your life. Now, scram as far as you can. Hurry up and leave. This is not a place you can stay. The young masters in the team snorted, obviously not taking this person seriously. Lin Fei's gaze fell on the so-called Brother Hero, whose aura was very strong and even familiar. He's not a heaven god expert, but he has a heaven god treasure that can burst out heaven god attacks. With a glance, Lin Fei saw through the other party's background. This was a guy with a background. He might even be from a top family. Lin Fei's gaze turned to the frivolous young Master Wang. You should be glad that you didn't continue to attack, or else I'll kill you with one punch. Wang Ziguang's face was gloomy and terrifying, and his killing intent surged. Ant, I'll remember you. Lin Fei laughed, I'll remember you too. When the time comes I'll kill you, and you'll be killed by an ant. Hero Tian turned his head, not interested in itinerant cultivator. But with one look, His expression changed slightly. "Young master, this person is dangerous, don't offend him." A voice appeared in his mind. Hero Tian remained calm. Is he a heaven god? He didn't reveal his divine power, so it's hard to judge, but we can't offend him now. Hero Tianxiong knew what to do. As a treasure that came from a secret realm, it had helped Hero Tianxiong countless times. This treasure's reminder had always been very attentive. "We'll wait for the boat," Hero Tian said, standing at the seaside and waiting for the boat. "Young Master Wang, don't forget my rules. If you ruin everyone's plans, you'll have nowhere to hide." Wang Ziguang glared at him. "I understand." Lin Fei didn't attack again. That brother hero guy had a lot of trump cards, and these young masters and ladies seemed to have special protection. Chapter 3577. Lin Fei found a place to sit cross-legged and waited for the arrival of the heavenly ghost ship. Another group of people sat not far away. From time to time, a cold light would shoot over like a venomous snake. Lin Fei could not be bothered with a mere cold light. He was a heavenly god expert who had condensed a total of 60 strands of heavenly god power. These people in front of him had many trump cards. If they really fought, no one would be able to withstand more than a few attacks from him. He waited for a full 2 months. The heavenly ghost ship did not appear. If those people were not sitting calmly, Lin Fei would have suspected that they were fooling him. In 2 months, there were a total of 4 groups of people at the seaside. Lin Fei was in one group, Tian Xiong was in another group, and there was also a group of people from the Black Kill sect. The last group was made up of 5 mysterious black-clothed men who exuded a cold aura. There were about 20 people in the 4 groups of people. "It's here." Almost 4 months later, someone suddenly pointed ahead. A large black ship exuding a cold aura had arrived on the calm sea ahead. The large ship sailed past, and the sea was calm. The strange phenomenon from before did not appear at all. The heavenly ghost ship is really here. Everyone present opened their eyes and revealed a look of joy. It truly lives up to its reputation. It is rumored that this warship was personally refined by the first emperor of the Sea-Sky Divine Kingdom, Emperor Hai Tian. It possesses unfathomable miraculous effects. Ever since Emperor Hai Tian passed away, this warship has disappeared. The heavenly ghost ship sailed over, creating a large ripple. It stopped a few kilometers away from them. "Let's board the ship." Tian Xiong stood up. "Wait for my command. Activate the treasure together and we can board the ship." "Brother Xiong, we'll listen to you." Wang Ziguang shot a cold look at Lin Fei and said sinisterly, "Weakling, the heavenly ghost ship is here, but you are not qualified to board it. These few kilometers will become a gap that you will never be able to cross in your lifetime." Tianxiong Xiong glared at Wang Ziguang and took out a treasure, which instantly enveloped his group and flew toward the heavenly ghost ship. On the surface of the sea, a huge whirlpool appeared once again. Not only that, but pillars of water shot up into the sky, blasting open the void and sealing off the sea within a dozen miles. Those figures also activated this treasure and resisted the attacks all the way up to the heavenly ghost ship. The people from the Black Slaughter sect were the second group to go to the Heaven Netherworld ship. They also took out their treasures and summoned a phantom image. The phantom image attracted the firepower while they boarded the battleship. It looked easy, but it wasn't. Lin Fei was the last one. A strand of heavenly god's power flowed into his body, and a barrier of light appeared around him. Then he charged into the sky above the sea. The huge suction force appeared again. His body sank slightly. Lin Fei took out the slaughtering god sword and slashed through the air. He sliced through the air and cut off the suction force. The divine sword in his hand slashed forward, slicing through the void. Lin Fei swaggered onto the heavenly ghost ship. As soon as he boarded the heavenly ghost ship, an eerie aura surged up, accompanied by a sharp sound. It crashed into the barrier of light and turned into dust. After boarding the heavenly ghost ship, Lin Fei discovered that the ship had become very dilapidated, corroded, and riddled with holes. It looked like it would collapse at any moment. "Itinerant cultivator, your sword technique is not bad," a middle-aged heaven immortal from the Black Slaughter sect said. "It's just so-so." Lin Fei nodded slightly. An itinerant cultivator. I don't have any treasures. I can't compare to you guys. They were willing to treat him as an itinerant cultivator, but Lin Fei didn't mind being one. After all, Lin Fei had always been used to it. What dogsh asterisk T luck? Wang Ziguang sneered and cursed the other party in his heart. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. Lin Fei chuckled. You keep provoking me like this. I'm really afraid that I'll kill you with one palm strike. Even if you have a protective treasure, you probably won't be able to withstand the power of one palm strike. Wang Ziguang did have a protective treasure that could save his life. His expression changed when an itinerant cultivator saw through it. There's indeed something wrong with you. Tiao Ningxiong glanced at Wang Ziguang. Enough. Don't forget that this is the heavenly ghost ship. We have to stay alert. Wang Ziguang looked away hatefully. Lin Fei also noticed that the heavenly ghost ship didn't seem to be as safe as he had imagined. Young man, you have to be careful when the ship departs. Among the 13 divine nations, the heavenly sea divine nation is the strangest. It's the second most dangerous of the 13 divine nations, the middle-aged heaven immortal expert said. What about the first place? Lin Fei asked curiously. The azure roving divine nation, of course. It's the most dangerous place. The middle-aged heaven immortal expert said, do you know how the 13 divine nations were destroyed? It was caused by the azure roving divine nation. Lin Fei originally thought that the azure roving divine nation was an ordinary place. He didn't expect it to be the most dangerous place among the 13 divine nations. Thank you for the reminder. I'll keep it in mind. Lin Fei cupped his hands. The heavenly ghost ship set sail again after stopping for 3 days. Lin Fei thought that everyone would enter the ship's cabin, but he was surprised to find that no one entered the cabin. They all stood on the deck with a vigilant look. This is interesting. Lin Fei was very confident that he could condense 60 strands of heaven god's power. No matter how dangerous the heavenly sea divine nation was, it should be able to protect itself. Young man, take advantage of the time when the soul essence of the sea beast and the others have not appeared. Once we enter that area, there won't be time to rest even if you want to. Lin Fei secretly remembered the soul essence of the sea beast. This person should know a lot about the heavenly sea divine nation. Lin Fei thought to himself, it's a pity that I'm not familiar with him. Otherwise, I could ask him about the situation in the azure roving divine nation. Lin Fei finally understood why the Heaven Secrets sect didn't dare to search for the arch armor parts of the number 1 celestial arch. It was a path of no return. Whoever went would die. In the first few months, the heavenly ghost ship sailed on the sea without any problems. Until one day, 8 months later, an area with flashing lightning and rumbling thunder appeared in front of them. In that area, a huge figure rolled and jumped in the sea, letting out bursts of roars. There was even a figure bathed in lightning and devouring it. Little brother, in front of us is the second most dangerous area, the Sea of Death. The Sea of Death. This name was appropriate. Even Lin Fei himself felt an indescribable threat from the black figure in the area. This was the first time he felt threatened after reaching the heavenly god realm. It was indeed ferocious. If it wasn't handled properly, he might really die. At that moment, everyone who had been sitting cross-legged stood up, drew their weapons, and took out their treasures. They were ready for battle. When the heavenly ghost ship sailed into the Sea of Death, the sky suddenly darkened. Strong winds blew, and the waves surged. The heavenly ghost ship shook violently. Chapter 3578. P.S. I've been busy lately. I'll resume updating twice a day in a few days. Splash. The sea became turbulent, and strong winds blew while thunder roared. A dangerous and oppressive aura enveloped the sky above the heavenly ghost ship. A huge fish monster soared into the sky. It actually had a pair of wings. With a wave of its hand, the seawater was like a stream of light, blasting towards them head-on. After the first one, the second and third came. In the blink of an eye, dozens of them surrounded them. They were not weak and were at the first or second stage of the heaven immortal realm. The arrows formed by the seawater landed on the heavenly ghost ship and created a white mist that emitted a scorching aura. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. The Sea of Death is really interesting. The seawater has a terrifying corrosive effect even though it's only at the first or second stage of the Heaven Immortal realm. Lin Fei had seen the previous attack clearly. The seawater was ordinary, but it had a terrifying corrosive effect later on. Kill! The massacre divine sword flew out and danced in the surroundings. The arrows formed by the seawater were all blocked outside. Little brother, good swordsmanship, the middle-aged expert from the Black Slaughter sect said. On the heavenly ghost ship, Lin Fei was the weakest. No one was optimistic that he could withstand the attacks. The number of sea beast soul essences here was not ordinary. They were densely packed and endless. This is just the beginning. Tian Xiong and the others took out a treasure that protected them like a canopy. Wang Ziguang said coldly, "No one wanted this kid to die at the hands of the sea beast soul essences more than him." Big brother, what exactly are these sea beast soul essences? Lin Fei suddenly asked. You don't know? Lin Fei nodded. I'm just an itinerant cultivator. What can I know? I heard that there are great opportunities in the aquamarine divine nation, so I came to try my luck. Actually, the sea beast soul essences are formed by the energy of heaven and earth. They were sea beasts of the aquamarine divine nation when they were alive. The middle-aged celestial immortal explained. After killing the soul essence of an oceanic beast, one can obtain the soul essence, and after refining it, one can obtain energy. However, very few people would do that because it's truly too dangerous. Lin Fei asked casually. He really didn't expect these sea beasts' soul essences to have such an effect. Sea Sky Divine Kingdom is also my blessed land. Lin Fei had sensed that there were sea beast soul essences everywhere. Their auras were not very strong, and they were densely packed together. Even though this was only an attack from a sea beast's soul essence that had just entered the Sea of Death. This is another good place to cultivate and level up. If not for the myriad essence pool, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't have thought of this. Refine it himself? It was better to save it. When would it be? Lin Fei contacted the tree spirit. Can the sea beast's soul essence be refined? This was to confirm it. Yes, master. They were all sea beasts when they were alive, but after they died, a portion of their energy dissipated. In the end, what remained became the sea beast's soul essence. It's very difficult for ordinary people to refine, but to the myriad essence pool, there's nothing it can't refine. Lin Fei finally felt relieved. First Firmament Celestial Deity was not his goal. Before entering the Jade Roving Divine Kingdom, it was best to increase his strength again. The Sea of Death Soul Essence was undoubtedly the best way to level up. Lin Fei came to the side of the ship. Several attacks attacked. With a slash of sword light, the attacks were easily parried. Myriad Essence Pool, absorb for me. He took out the Myriad Essence Pool. The moment this treasure came out, the Myriad Essence Pool headed down. A terrifying suction force enveloped the sea beast's soul essence outside. A huge vortex appeared, absorbing the sea beast's soul essence one after another. Slash. When the sea beast's soul essence was about to approach, Lin Fei dealt with the sea beast's soul essence with one sword, all falling into the myriad essence pool. In a short time, hundreds and thousands of sea beast's soul essence entered the myriad essence pool. And the myriad essence pool was like a bottomless pit, not rejecting anything and absorbing everything. When the Black Slaughter sect's experts noticed this scene, they were also secretly shocked. Elder Su, what treasure is that? It looks like a spatial treasure. Elder Su was the middle-aged heaven immortal that Lin Fei called Big Brother. I really misjudged. I didn't expect this itinerant cultivator to be a powerful expert too. Elder Su was shocked. If I'm not wrong, this should be the Heavenly Dance Divine Kingdom's myriad essence pool. As a member of the 13 Divine Kingdoms, the Heavenly Dance Divine Kingdom was most famous for its myriad essence pool, but no one had ever found it. Rumor had it that this treasure could refine heaven and earth's spiritual items. After accumulating enough, one could refine heavenly essence divine pills and step into the celestial deity level. It was a first-class treasure. How is this possible? Such a treasure is with an itinerant cultivator. Elder Su, do you want to snatch it? With this treasure, the Black Slaughter sect's strength will increase greatly. Elder Su was also tempted, but he quickly suppressed it. We'll just watch. Do you think this person dares to come here alone? How is it possible if he's not strong enough? The other group of mysterious people also revealed strange expressions. On the Heavenly Hero sect's side, the young masters and ladies were shocked. They recognized the treasure's origin. An ant actually obtained a treasure like the Myriad Essence Pool. Wang Ziguang's eyes were red with envy and hatred. Such a treasure should be with me, not an ant. With this treasure, I can break through and become a celestial deity expert. From then on, I can reach the heavens in a single step. This is unbelievable. That's the Myriad Essence Divine Pill. Rumor has it that the Heavenly Essence Divine Pill can reach the heavens in a single step and become a celestial deity. I really don't know how he found it. The Heavenly Hero sect was also very surprised. The treasure called the Myriad Essence Pool had actually appeared. Although the Myriad Essence Pool was nothing to some top forces as it could only allow a celestial deity to break through to the celestial deity realm, in the eyes of first-rate forces, it was a top-notch treasure. The Heavenly Hero sect could feel that the surrounding people were tempted and had the thought of snatching it. However, no one was willing to be the first to test the depth of this person's strength. If they were destroyed, they would not even have a place to cry. Brother Hero, this is a good thing. Should we make a move? Someone inside the treasure transmitted his voice to the Heavenly Hero sect. The Myriad Essence Pool is a good thing, but since the other party can take it out, he must have a trump card. Who wants to go? You can go by yourself. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you are destroyed, don't regret it. The Heavenly Hero sect was also tempted, but the treasure's temptation was not that great. It was just a celestial deity breaking through to the celestial deity realm. Lin Fei had been activating and collecting the sea beast's soul essence, constantly guarding against them. In the end, they did not move at all. However, the look in their eyes changed. These people are quite patient. Lin Fei wanted to kill a few more, but it seemed that he could wait. As long as they can't help but make a move, it will be justifiable for me to kill them. Chapter 3579. Boom boom boom. As the heavenly netherworld ship sailed past, it startled countless sea beasts' soul essences. Some were dozens of meters long, some were hundreds of meters long, and some were even 3 kilometers long. This was the 3rd year since the heavenly netherworld ship entered the Sea of Death. Now that they had reached the core of the Sea of Death, the sea beasts' soul essences were constantly attacking them. In a corner of the heavenly netherworld ship, a black-clothed young man used a sharp sword technique to break all the attacks of the sea beast's soul essence and plunder the Myriad Essence Pool. For a full 3 years, he had never stopped. That brat actually lasted for 3 years. How many 10,000 origin heavenly Dan can he refine? Wang Ziguang kept staring at the kid. 3 years of harvest, Wang Ziguang was about to shine. One could become a heavenly god powerhouse. What a great temptation. Soon he has passed the final zone. Once he logs into the Aquamarine Divine Kingdom, he will be the first to die. Wang Ziguang could not wait to take action. Who could resist the temptation of becoming a heavenly god? Hero Tianxiong had been paying attention as well. In the past 3 years, he had not rested at all. His sword Dao techniques were amazing, and he had killed countless sea beast spirit essences. Even he was impressed. If it were him, he wouldn't have been able to persevere. This required great willpower and consumption. Once the Jade Roving Divine Nation arrives, I'm afraid you're going to be annihilated. As the team leader, Hero Tianxiong could see the changes in his team members. It was a greedy desire. If there were no accidents, there would definitely be a huge battle once they reached the Roving Jade Divine Kingdom. Lin Fei kept killing sea beast soul essences. He hadn't stopped for 3 years. For the sake of increasing his strength, Yi Xiaolong was going all out. If he missed such an opportunity, who knew when he would get another one? Lin Fei had not gone to refine all along. He believed that the gains in these 3 years were sufficient to let him break through to second firmament celestial deity, and his fleshy body could also improve considerably. As for the changes in the people on the ship, Lin Fei saw it all, but he didn't care. Kill! Lin Fei continued to hunt sea beasts' soul essences. 1 year later, the 4th year in the Sea of Death, the chaotic scene from before began to disappear. The number of sea beast soul essences gradually decreased. Now that the pressure on Lin Fei lessened, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. This also meant that the heavenly netherworld ship was about to leave the heavenly sea divine nation and reach the last divine nation, the Jade Turing divine nation. Return. Lin Fei did not continue to attack. He put away the myriad essence pool, took out some pills, and sat down cross-legged. It seemed like he was recovering. 3 months later, when they finally left the Sea of Death, a huge holy kingdom appeared in the sky. We're finally out. The ocean of death is really terrifying. Fortunately, we are out. The roving Jade Divine Kingdom is just ahead. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Facing the attacks of the sea beast's soul essences was no small nightmare for them. One careless mistake and they would die. This was all thanks to the heavenly netherworld ship, which could suppress the sea beast's soul essence. If not for the heavenly netherworld ship, not to mention a year, they might not even have lasted 3 months. Lin Fei looked at the roving Jade Divine Kingdom. The palaces were all in the sky, completely different from the previous divine nations. Little brother, we're about to reach the roving Jade Divine Kingdom. You have to be careful. The roving Jade Divine Kingdom is even more terrifying than the heavenly Sea of Death. Elder Su sent a voice transmission. Not only do you have to be careful of the people around you, but you also have to be careful of the god fiends in the roving Jade Divine Kingdom. Lin Fei frowned. The god fiends? Are there still living people in the roving Jade Divine Kingdom? This was completely different from what he had heard. It seems like you don't know. Otherwise, why would you say that the roving Jade Divine Kingdom is the most dangerous divine kingdom? Elder Su knew it would be like this. The roving Jade Divine Kingdom is huge, and the god fiends are extremely powerful. It's best not to fight with the god fiend experts in the roving Jade Divine Kingdom. An uncontrolled divine kingdom that even the Heaven Secrets sect did not dare to search for treasures. Lin Fei had always thought that the roving Jade Divine Kingdom was a dangerous place. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization after hearing the other party's words. If the god fiends really existed, it would indeed be a place that everyone feared. Since the god fiends exist, why are you still going there? Elder Su smiled. We're only going there to trade with the god fiends. They control the roving Jade Divine Kingdom's resources. As long as we offer them something they're satisfied with, we can exchange for what we want. Doesn't that sound unbelievable? I was the same as you back then. Of course, other than bartering, we're also going to explore some of the roving Jade Divine Kingdom's forbidden lands. That's on the premise that you don't encounter the god fiends. To them, this is an act of robbing them of their treasures. The god fiends abhor this. Lin Fei's horizons were truly broadened. To think that there was such a divine kingdom among the 13 divine kingdoms. How interesting. However, you can rest assured. The place we're going to is a safe place. The god fiends allowed us to trade there. As long as we don't leave, we'll basically be fine. Elder Su said, it's the Wind Cloud Weave. All the top factions that entered this time will be here. You have to be careful. Was this a warning? Lin Fei smiled. He seemed to understand why Wang Ziguang hadn't made a move yet. They would only dare to make a move when they reached the main camp. At that time, it would be hard for anyone to escape. Top factions? The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. If you really think that I'm easy to bully, then you're gravely mistaken. Regardless of whether they're top factions or not, I'll kill them all the same. Even if they had celestial powerhouses, they would definitely be inferior to him. Lin Fei was still very confident about this. What a joke. He was a powerhouse who could step into the second firmament celestial realm at any time. In the 13 divine kingdoms, that was an invincible existence. Now, what made Lin Fei apprehensive was probably the god fiend race that the other party mentioned. Lin Fei wouldn't believe that someone who could live in the roving Jade Divine Kingdom did not have the strength to do so. Hehehe, I'm really looking forward to the Heaven Netherworld ship's arrival. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. Wang Ziguang also revealed a hint of a smile at this time. After sending out the message, the other side received a reply. As long as they reached the shore, they would make a move right away, not giving anyone a chance. Quite a number of Wang family experts came. Some had stepped into the celestial deity realm. A mere itinerant cultivator with limited strength was not trash that could be captured easily. A myriad essence pool was worth the Wang family making a move. In this kind of place, who would find out after killing an itinerant cultivator? No one knew how many experts died in the 13 divine kingdoms. One more or one less actually made no difference. A large city on the shore appeared increasingly clearer. Chapter 3580. The heavenly netherworld ship finally stopped. It was more than 300 meters away from the shore. Many figures rushed out and reached the shore not far away. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Fei was left on the heavenly netherworld ship. He was the last to leave. The heavenly netherworld ship returned to the sea and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Kid, I told you that you will suffer a terrible fate if you offend me. As soon as Lin Fei landed on the ground, a temporary array appeared, isolating the surrounding area. Wang Ziguang, who was standing next to a dozen experts, looked at Lin Fei proudly. Now that your chance is here, how do you think you will die? The dozen experts were led by a heavenly god expert from the Wang family. He was the strongest expert in the 13 divine nations. Outside, many people shook their heads when they saw the formation appear and trapped that person in it. What a pity! The Wang family beat us to it. The myriad essence pool is indeed worth it. They were obviously one step too late and missed an opportunity. They did not expect the Wang family to be so impatient. Lin Fei was surrounded, but his expression did not change. Are you sure they can kill me? Lin Fei smiled. I don't think they can hurt me. But you guys will be in trouble. Wang Ziguang said fiercely. Hand over the myriad essence pool and we might leave your corpse intact. The experts of the Wang family were here, and there was even a heavenly god expert. Wang Ziguang was sure that this guy had good swordsmanship, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Brother, the myriad essence pool on this guy has been collecting sea beast soul essences for several years. If we snatch it, everyone will get a myriad essence divine pill. Wang Ziguang's breathing quickened. Then, everyone here will break through to the heavenly god realm. Even the weakest will be a heavenly god expert. When the 13 divine nations opened, the top forces sent over experts at the 5th firmament of the sky immortal realm. With the help of treasures, they could easily advance to the heavenly god realm. Thus, in the 13 divine nations, the 5th firmament of the sky immortal realm was not the strongest. The strongest were the heavenly god experts. Kid, just accept your fate. The heavenly god said, you won't be able to escape from here. Hand over the myriad yuan pool. Lin Fei straightened his tone. Are you sure you want to attack me? Then I'll give you a quick death. I have a sword, and it's called, Kill You. With a flick of his finger, a ray of sword light swept out. This sword light looked very ordinary, and one could not feel any trace of power from it. Brat, you still have the cheek to kill us with just this? Wang Ziguang laughed, but in the next second his smile froze. The sword light erupted with a terrifying momentum, instantly crushing over them. The dozen or so experts present were all cut in half. As soon as they died, the formation immediately lost control and returned to its original state. Lin Fei also appeared on the beach. With a wave of his hand, one storage ring after another fell into Lin Fei's hand. Outside, the various factions' experts felt that it was a pity that they had lost such a great opportunity. Such a great treasure had fallen into the Wang family's hands, and they felt envy and jealousy. Dead. They're all dead. The Wang family has a first-level celestial god expert. The people who were preparing to leave immediately looked at each other in shock. Who didn't come to the Aquamarine Divine Kingdom in groups of 3 to 5? Who would dare to come alone? Up until now, no one had come alone, not even a 5th-level celestial immortal. But now, All the Wang family's experts were dead. From the wounds on their bodies, it was clear that he had used a sword move to crush them violently. It could be said to be an instant kill. Are you guys here to rob me too? Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. If that's the case, then all of you stand properly. I'll kill all of you with one sword move, lest you guys come out to commit crimes. Who asked me to be a good person? Brat, you're courting death. A 5th-level celestial immortal expert soared into the sky and clawed at Lin Fei. A huge claw descended. Lin Fei did not even look at it. He raised his hand and slashed, killing the other party. The corpse fell into 2 halves. Insolence. Is this a place where an itinerant cultivator like you dares to kill people? Another 2 figures attacked, one from the front and one from the back. Their strength was equally impressive. A stream of light flashed and streaked across their bodies. To me, all of you are trash with one sword move. Lin Fei said indifferently. If you don't want to die, scram as far as you can. I'll only give you 3 breaths of time to consider. He killed 3 experts in a row with one sword move from the front to the back. It was fierce and domineering. The experts present secretly gasped. The timid ones secretly retreated even though they had anger on their faces. A 5th-level celestial immortal was killed with one sword move, let alone these people. They might not be able to withstand the power of one sword move. Let's go. This itinerant cultivator might be a celestial. At the very least, he's condensed a celestial force, maybe even 3 to 5. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people left. In a situation where they could easily be killed, leaving was the best choice. Let's go too. Hero Tian really could not tell that this person's sword technique was so powerful. This guy is not simple. Hero Tian did not plan to offend this itinerant cultivator. He turned and left. The few Scions exchanged looks and left as well. They did not want to experience Wang Ziguang's fate. They would wait until they understood the situation. Interesting. Elder Su said with a smile. The Wang family is going to be dumbfounded. They had a total of 2 celestials and now one is dead. I'm afraid they won't have an easy time in the Azure Turing Divine Kingdom. The Black Slaughter sect also left. Finally, there were about 20 people left on the shore. They were different from the people before. They were dressed the same. We are Godly Monarch Demon Kill, one of the 5 godly monarchs of the Azure Turing Demonic City. The leader was a black-faced brawny man with a celestial aura. We want your myriad essence pool. Your strength is not bad. I'll give you a chance to join us. 5 godly monarchs? Lin Fei was rather surprised. The Azure Turing Divine Kingdom had a godly monarch presiding over it? This was something that Elder Su had never mentioned before. It looks like the waters run deep in the Azure Turing Divine Kingdom, thought Lin Fei. It's not as simple as I imagined. Even a godly monarch has appeared. What if I don't hand it over? Asked Lin Fei. The black-faced brawny man said, Then you will not be able to move an inch in the Azure Turing Demonic City because no one will interact with you. Godly Monarch Demon Kill is not someone anyone can offend. A godly monarch is indeed terrifying. Lin Fei nodded. However, I'm not afraid of anything. I don't think a godly monarch will bully a small fry like me. The black-faced brawny man snorted coldly. Then let me see what makes you dare to disrespect a godly monarch. Boom. Chapter 3581. This heavenly deity aura was even stronger and more vigorous than the Wang family's heavenly deity powerhouse. Strands of heavenly deity power appeared behind him. Each strand condensed, the aura on his body grew a notch stronger. 1 strand, 2 strands, 3 strands. A total of 10 strands of heavenly deity power condensed. I'm Li Chengxian, a subordinate of the demonic slaughter divine king. Since you won't hand over the myriad essence pool, then I'll take it myself. Li Chengxian's aura skyrocketed, reaching a peak, with the might of a sovereign overlooking the world. After Li Chengxian's aura erupted, gazes shot over from Jade roaming Demon City, all cast towards the seaside. Who is that guy? He actually dares to be enemies with Li Chengxian. Myriad essence pool? I heard that it's a treasure of the heavenly dance divine nation. I didn't expect it to be obtained by this guy. A pity that he came to the wrong place. Li Chengxian excels in a claw technique that can claw heaven and earth and absorb people's qi and blood. It's very terrifying. That kid is going to be unlucky. These heavenly deity powerhouses who cast their gazes over were purely there to watch the show. A subordinate of a divine king made the first move. They did not have the guts to intervene. In Jade roaming Demon City, the top forces were 5 divine kings. Anyone who offended the 5 great divine kings would not have a good ending in Jade roaming Demon City. As long as it involved the divine kings, no one dared to intervene. Li Chengjian was just a deacon under the divine kings, but the backer behind him was the divine kings. No one would be willing to take action for a little guy. Rip. Li Chengxian reached out and grabbed. The void tore apart, and his entire person pounced in front of Lin Fei. This grab caused Lin Fei's qi and blood to tremble a little, as though they were about to leave. This feeling was very weak. Bush, bush, bush. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, allowing the other party's claw to land on his body. You're really very arrogant. Li Chengxian sneered. Qi and blood, open. A heavenly deity power exploded behind him. This is your strength? Lin Fei's fleshy body had stepped into the heavenly deity level. The other party's attack contained a qi and blood secret technique, but it did not affect Lin Fei's qi and blood in the slightest. Weaker than I imagined. Again! Li Chengxian snorted coldly and his hands turned into claws. One claw after another left afterimages as they bombarded Lin Fei's body. Even the void was slightly shaken. That kid has such a strong body. A body cultivator. Don't tell me his physical body has already reached the heavenly god stage. The spectating heavenly god powerhouses didn't pay much attention at first, but then their eyes lit up. The path of body tempering was the most inconspicuous path in the wind cloud weave. Cultivation was too difficult. The resources that had to be paid were even greater. Only those with great willpower could cultivate it. Within the wind cloud weave, there were only a handful of people who could temper their bodies to such a tyrannical level. Now that they had a powerful set of armor and a body that was not inferior to a body refiner's, who would still be willing to temper their bodies? It was simply a form of torture, and countless people had succumbed to the torment and pain of body refinement. This wandering cultivator kid's fleshly body was so strong that it could be said that he had the ability to fight against heavenly gods. Heaven's splitting claw. Li Chengxian continued to attack. His claw technique changed and became even more powerful. It was a true heavenly god claw technique. With a single claw, an invisible attack went straight for the depths of Lin Fei's mind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A strange attack appeared in Lin Fei's mind. This should be a heavenly god secret technique attack. Lin Fei stood still. Not enough. You are far from being able to take my myriad essence pool. A black sword intent swept out, and there seemed to be only one point left between heaven and earth. Li Chengxian blocked with both hands, but the black sword intent bypassed the block and tunneled through the gap. The sword shook Li Chengxian's body, and the sword intent was like a whip that heavily pushed Li Chengxian back. This retreat caused Li Chengxian's qi and blood to churn. After landing on the ground, he stared at his opponent. What a good body cultivator. Li Chengxian said coldly. No wonder you dared to come to Jade roaming Devil City alone. However, you have the myriad essence pool with you. It will become your nightmare. Li Chengxian couldn't do anything to his opponent. A suspected heavenly god body cultivator was indeed not easy to deal with. Li Chengxian knew that it was impossible and decided to give up. Those people watching in the dark might be laughing at him for failing. Let's go. Li Chengxian left with his men. The seaside was suddenly empty, and there was almost no one in sight. I've finally found my footing. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The city in front of me should be Jade roaming Devil City, a place that is suspected to be jointly ruled by the human race and the god-fiend race. The unexpected changes in Jade roaming Divine Kingdom exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. This place is really interesting. Lin Fei chuckled and walked to the seaside. Jade roaming Devil City was huge. There were tall buildings everywhere, and at the same time he saw the god-fiend race. These god fiends were almost no different from humans, except for their height. They were like small giants and had different skin colors, which broadened Lin Fei's horizons. Lin Fei noticed that these god fiends didn't seem to treat humans very well. Some of them even had animosity towards humans. Along the way, Lin Fei encountered many hostile god fiends. As for what race they were, it was unknown. However, Lin Fei secretly remembered these god fiends. I'll find a place to stay first, then slowly understand Jade roaming Devil City. Lin Fei began to search for a place. Soon, a troublesome matter appeared. Sorry, we're full. Lin Fei lost count of how many times he was rejected, but he knew that it was intentional. The 5 great godly monarchs here have deep-rooted influence. They aren't willing to offend godly monarch devil kill for me. Lin Fei hadn't experienced this feeling in a long time. Young man, it's better to go back. Jade roaming Devil City isn't a place you can stay. The myriad essence pool on you has probably spread throughout the city. Once night falls, you'll probably be in trouble. On the streets, the passing humans mocked. Lin Fei secretly believed that Jade roaming Devil City might be bustling at night. Walking around Jade roaming Devil City, not a single one was willing to let him stay. Several of them even directly mocked and despised him, giving the impression that Lin Fei would die at night. Do you really think I don't have a place to stay? That's underestimating me too much. Lin Fei already realized that the waters were a little deep here. In a mansion in Jade roaming Devil City. Li Chengxian listened to his subordinate's report and revealed a faint smile. Your Excellency, that itinerant cultivator still wanted to find a place to stay, but he was rejected. No one knows. In Jade roaming Devil City, no one is willing to offend a godly monarch. Li Chengxian snorted smugly. So what if he's a body-tempering cultivator? So what if he has a celestial deity body? What a pity for the myriad essence pool. He didn't even know that this Jade roaming Devil City is managed by humans during the day, but at night, it's managed by god fiends. Jade roaming Devil City was far more terrifying than imagined. If a stranger came and did not obtain the protection of Jade roaming Devil City, he would undoubtedly die. Chapter 3582. Jade roaming Demon City was huge. As night fell, the streets quietened down and everyone began to close their doors. There's really something wrong with this place at night. Lin Fei couldn't find a place to stay, and there were even people secretly following him. In the evening, there was almost no one in the huge Jade roaming Demon City. If I'm not wrong, this night should belong to the God Demon clan. Lin Fei noticed several figures looking at him, all of them god demons. Lin Fei didn't know the specific influence of the God Demon clan. But just from this point of view, with the human clan in control during the day and the God Demon clan in control at night, who would dare to look down on them? I have to find a place. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. I have condensed 60 strands of heavenly god power. I don't believe I can't break into a mansion. Since no one was willing to let him stay, he would do it himself. For example, breaking in by force. Not long after, quite a number of demonic gods followed behind Lin Fei. 3 of them were even heavenly gods, and they looked like tigers eyeing their prey. This is it. Lin Fei randomly chose a relatively large mansion. Outside this mansion, there was a layer of faint energy fluctuation, protecting the entire mansion. There's also the array. Lin Fei took a step forward and punched the mansion. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless ripples appeared. Who's attacking the array outside? At this moment, a figure roared inside the mansion. Why aren't you going out to check the situation? Li Chengxian was furious. He didn't manage to take down this guy at the seaside and snatch the myriad essence pool, which made him feel humiliated. Many people might be secretly mocking him. All of this was caused by that guy. It wasn't easy for him to be in a good mood. After all, that brat had died in the hands of a god fiend. That was his own fault. Who knew that the array outside would be attacked? Li Chengxian didn't think that the God Demon clan would break the agreement between the God King and the Demon Lord. If it was really the God Demon clan, they just needed to drive them away. They wouldn't dare to attack the mansion even if they had 100 guts. That Demon Lord was not only cruel to his enemies, but also very overbearing and fierce to his subordinates who disobeyed his orders. Back then, Li Chengxian was fortunate enough to have seen it once. That scene was something that no one dared to look straight at, and it would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. "Sir, it's not good. There's a brat outside attacking our formation." The person who went out came back and reported. "How dare you attack my mansion?" Li Chengxian laughed angrily. "How long has it been since something like this happened? I thought it was a god fiend. I never expected it to be a human." Since it was a human, Li Chengxian lost interest. "Then we don't have to worry about it." Li Chengxian didn't need to think to know that this person was definitely targeted by the god fiends. Any human that was targeted by the god fiends did not have a good ending. They would become the god fiends' prey until they were tortured to death. He had seen this kind of thing many times. Boom boom boom. The formation rippled continuously. Haha, that guy is really bold. This is not a formation that just anyone can break. It said that even heavenly god tier powerhouses need to condense 50 heavenly gods' energy. More than 10 god fiends watched from behind. They were in no hurry. It would not be long before nightfall. Before nightfall, they could not make a move. However, that did not stop them from watching. Although the buildings in Jade Roaming Demon City had array formations, they were not very powerful. They were purely for decoration. No one would violate the agreement between humans and god fiends. They believed that this human would soon despair. This formation is not ordinary. Lin Fei thought to himself. I can sense that this formation is not very powerful. With my strength, I can definitely break it. Lin Fei could sense the gloating expressions on the god fiends' faces. Heavenly God's energy, open. Wisps of heavenly God's energy surged into his arm as he bombarded the formation. 1 wisp, 2 wisps, 3 wisps, 5 wisps, 6 wisps. Lin Fei kept activating the heavenly God's energy, starting from the first wisp until the 20th wisp. Boom boom boom. 30 wisps of heavenly God's energy. 40 wisps of heavenly God's energy. 50 wisps of heavenly God's energy. At the 51st wisp, the formation showed a hint of stagnation. It was not very obvious, but how could it escape Lin Fei's notice? He decisively released 3 wisps of heavenly God's energy. Boom! With a kacha sound, the ripples completely shattered. Lin Fei stepped into the residence, and the broken ripples instantly recovered to their original state. Fortunately, I managed to condense 60 wisps of heavenly God's energy. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Lin Fei thought to himself. That Li Chengxian, godly monarch demon kills subordinate, I'll remember him. Why did you come in? Quick, take him down. The guards in the mansion looked at each other. They all knew that this defensive formation could withstand heavenly god experts. Since they started guarding the mansion, no one had ever broken in. But now, someone had broken in. The god fiends outside were also dumbfounded as they watched the intruder barge into the mansion. Despicable fellow. Just a little bit more. Night completely enveloped them. They had missed an opportunity in vain. That human boy was originally going to become their toy. But now, the toy was gone. It must be because the formation is not strong enough. That's right. That kid is lucky. Let's find another place. The god fiend shook his head and left. The guards in the mansion attacked together. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei sent the guards flying, losing the ability to resist. I'm in a good mood today. You'd better behave yourselves. Lin Fei looked at the completely dark Jade Roaming Demon City. He could feel a group of dancing auras. Powerful auras soared into the sky. Many of them surpassed his 60 wisps of heavenly God's energy. This god fiend is a little terrifying. Lin Fei took a deep breath. It was a little terrifying. Bring me to your master. Lin Fei pointed at one of the guards. If you know what's good for you, you can live. I'll bring you. Don't kill me. These guards were not weak. They were at the 4th or 5th level of the Heaven Immortal realm. To be able to injure them with a wave of his hand, who else could it be other than a heavenly god expert? Who let you in? The door of the study was violently pushed open. Li Chengxian punched out without looking at who came in. I said that without my permission, no one is allowed to come in. Damn it. Hee hee, old acquaintance, We meet again. It's just that you have a fiery temper. A voice sounded in Li Qingxian's ear. Li Qingxian turned and his expression changed. How did you get in? Impossible. That formation can only be broken by more than 50 wisps of heavenly god's energy. No, at least 53 wisps of heavenly god's energy. We are really fated. Lin Fei smiled. Your mansion is not bad. However, from now on, it belongs to me. As for you, just lie down obediently. Boom. A huge palm print whizzed over. Chapter 3583. Inside the mansion's study. After a loud rumbling sound, Li Qingxian fell into a ruin. His whole body seemed to have fallen apart, and his mind was blank. I can't even withstand the power of that guy's casual attack. How can this be? I am a god. Li Qingxian felt that the world seemed to have turned upside down. The guy whom he thought would suffer a great loss had barged into his mansion and seriously injured him. Under that attack, it was unknown how many strands of God's power had collapsed. I won't lose. Li Qingxian roared. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. A hand stretched out, 5 fingers spread out, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. The thick and boundless power made him unable to breathe. His head was grabbed, and he was forcibly lifted up. How is it? Are you surprised? Lin Fei himself felt surprised. A random mansion turned out to be Li Qingxian. Actually, I am also very surprised. I can only say that this is fate. Quickly let me go. Li Qingxian struggled. I am a subordinate of the God King. If you dare to treat me like this, the God King will be angry and you will die. Lin Fei sat with a golden saber and violently slapped Li Qingxian's body with a backhand. Li Qingxian couldn't use his strength. Under this palm, his whole body almost exploded. If not for a layer of power enveloping him, he would have died without a doubt. Even so, the pain that threatened to explode his body caused him to break out in a cold sweat. His face was pale without a trace of blood. Still threatening me? Lin Fei said with a smile. If you threaten me again, I don't mind doing it again. Don't be afraid, you won't die anyway. You are a subordinate of the God King, how could I dare to kill you? Stop hitting me. After experiencing the explosive strength of his body once, Li Qingxian realized that the other party was stronger than him. Even if he was at his peak, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand the strength of that palm. I can pretend that nothing happened tonight, and I won't cause trouble for you in the future. These words make me very uncomfortable. Lin Fei shook his head. With a wave of his hand, another palm strike came down violently, covering Li Qingxian's body with cracks like a cracked porcelain. Remember, next time you speak, you'd better think about it. The intense pain caused Li Qingxian's face to contort. Cold sweat continuously flowed down his face. Wave after wave of pain assaulted his entire body, the aura of death enveloped him. I admit defeat, I surrender, please don't hit me. Li Qingxian endured the pain and begged for mercy. It was too painful. Li Qingxian's palm strike had thrown the power of the heavenly deity within his body into a state of utter chaos. He was simply incapable of channeling it again. In fact, he could not even heal his injuries. Li Qingxian truly despaired. Not bad, your attitude is much better, Lin Fei said with a smile. Another palm fell, and the cracks on Li Qingxian's body became bigger and bigger. However, your body doesn't seem to be strong. I've only used 3 palms. Senior, please spare me. Li Qingxian's face was covered in tears. I have eyes but failed to see. I won't dare to do it again. I beg you, please spare me. Don't hit me anymore. If this goes on, I'll really die. If not for a force supporting him, Li Qingxian would definitely believe that he was dead. You know you're wrong. Lin Fei really couldn't bear to kill Li Qingxian. After all, a subordinate of a god king would definitely know a lot. I won't dare to do it again. Li Qingxian's heart was now only filled with fear. The guy in front of him was a great demon, a true demon. I really won't dare to do it again. 3 slaps, walking on the edge of death. No one wanted to experience that kind of feeling. But Li Qingxian experienced it 3 times. 3 times? That was a kind of death torture that he didn't want to experience a 4th time. In the past, Li Qingxian didn't think that death was scary. Only tonight did he know that it was really scary, especially when he was alternating between life and death. Li Qingxian regretted being a busybody. Although the myriad essence pool was not bad, it was only useful against celestial gods. Moreover, the conditions to use the myriad essence pool were harsh. It wasn't as useful as imagined. Just stand there obediently. Lin Fei swung his hand, and Li Qingxian regained his freedom. A violent tearing force almost tore his body into pieces. Death enveloped him instantly. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a strand of celestial god's power entered Li Qingxian's body, suppressing that force. Li Qingxian sat on the ground with a look of despair. "Senior, I won't dare to do it again." Walking on the edge of death again, Li Qingxian completely broke down. He cried bitterly and didn't look miserable at all. Lin Fei was speechless. He was a celestial god, but he was tortured to tears just like that. His mental fortitude was really lacking. "Now, I'll ask one question and you answer one," Lin Fei said indifferently. "Remember, you only have one chance. If you lie, I promise to kill you with one slap." I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me." Looking at Li Qingxian's appearance, Lin Fei thought that the other party could be strong-willed and be tortured by him. Now, it seemed like he was just a good-for-nothing. First question, tell me about the situation in Jade roaming Demon City. Second question, the matter between the God Kings and God Fiends. He was so frightened that he had a mental breakdown. Li Qingxian said everything, even if it was all sorts of trifles. He was afraid that the other party would really kill him with one slap. Lin Fei gradually frowned as he listened. There's a lot going on here, Lin Fei thought. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would really be in trouble tonight. From Li Qingxian's words, Lin Fei finally understood the situation. The situation in Jade roaming Demon City was very complicated. It was so complicated that it was difficult for ordinary people to figure it out. In Jade roaming Demon City, strength was more important, and it was very realistic. To outsiders, Jade roaming Demon City was actually a good place. At the very least, it was quite safe here. Outside, it was the territory of the true God Fiends. As for the origins of these God Fiends, it was said that they came from the outer realm and occupied this divine nation. Senior, don't be fooled by the agreement between the 5 God Kings and the God Fiend Master. In fact, the 5 God Princes won't be able to gain any advantage against the God Fiend Master. Li Qingxian lowered his voice. I heard that the God Fiend Master is suppressed by the divine nation and can't take action personally. If his main body takes action personally, even the 5 God Kings won't be able to defeat him. The God Fiend Master is actually just an avatar. This secret was quite impressive. I heard that when the God Fiend Master was at his peak, he was a god the arch-expert. That avatar is only a divine monarch. Li Qingxian said, only when the 5 God Kings join forces can they fight against that avatar. It is said that a top-notch expert entered the divine nation and severely injured the God Fiend Master. Lin Fei's expression did not change as he began to ponder. Chapter 3584. The Pond of Gods and Demons was the location Yi Tianhong mentioned. Lin Fei also wanted to know if there was anything special about that place. Pond of Gods and Demons. Li Qingxian's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with fear as he shivered. Senior, you can't go there. It's a dangerous place. Lin Fei didn't expect this person to have such a big reaction. Tell me what you know. This is my last question. Lin Fei really wanted to know the details of that place. Yi Tianhong and the others didn't dare to go there. Li Qingxian took a deep breath. The Pond of Gods and Demons is actually a place where gods and demons are born. It's not an exaggeration to call it a lair. It's heavily guarded and filled with experts. There's a peak 3rd Heaven God King guarding it. 3rd Heaven God King is a peak God King. Perhaps worried that he didn't explain in detail, Li Qingxian introduced the God King realm in detail. The God King realm had a total of 3 minor realms, from 1st Heaven to 3rd Heaven. 3rd Heaven God King was a peak God King expert. When Lin Fei heard Li Qingxian's words, he believed that it was true. He didn't have the guts to lie to him. In such a place, he could easily find out. Yi Tianhong isn't being honest. He's definitely trying to trick me. Asking me to go to such a dangerous place is equivalent to sending me to my death. Third Heaven God King, whoever goes there will die. Lin Fei didn't think he could beat a Third Heaven God King now. That was an existence that had condensed a God core and grasped God domain. He was invincible in the domain. The next time I see Yi Tianhong, I must teach him a lesson. Lin Fei wanted to try his luck at the Pond of Gods and Demons. It seemed like there was no chance now. Whoever wanted to go there could go. Lin Fei immediately lost interest. So what if it was the first piece of the arch armor? It had nothing to do with him. If it was possible, Lin Fei was prepared to collect more heaven and earth spiritual treasures and quickly break through. A first heaven god was still too weak. If Senior wishes to go to the pool of gods and demons, there will be an opportunity in the near future. Li Qingxian suddenly thought of something and said in a low voice, "The pool of gods and demons will open once every 3 years." Lin Fei frowned slightly. "What do you mean? That place is so important. How could it be opened? Aren't you afraid of being wiped out?" Li Qingxian explained, "The God Fiend pool was very important in the past. Now that it's in the hands of the God Fiends, it's actually a half-abandoned existence. Because it's been invaded by demonic spirits, the God Fiends have almost abandoned it." Invasion? Demon spirit? Lin Fei found the roving Jade Divine Kingdom more and more interesting. As Li Qingxian continued to explain, Lin Fei finally understood the cause and effect. Devil spirits were a special kind of life form. They devoured everything, but in the process of devouring, there would be strange changes, and some heavenly god-grade materials would appear. These heavenly god-grade materials could be used to forge treasured armors, weapons, and other treasures. If one was lucky, they might even be able to find God-King-grade materials. Every time the God-Fiend race opened, they would allow God-Fiends and humans to enter. They only needed to pay 50% of the materials when they came out. This was also the only chance to enter. Even if they paid 50%, there would be people risking their lives every time it opened. However, to enter the God Fiend pool, one must be a member of the 5 God Kings. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Li Qingxian said in a low voice, "Senior, if you want to enter the God Fiend pool, you can only join one of the God Kings." This was a bit troublesome. Lin Fei really had a headache. "I'll just have to take it one step at a time." Lin Fei realized that Yi Tianhong might have allowed Yi Feilong and Yi Feihu to enter because of the God Fiend pool. As long as they broke through to the heavenly god level, they would have strength and confidence. Lin Fei was very displeased. "You can scram now." Lin Fei waved his hand, and Li Qingxian was swept out. "If you want revenge, come at me. However, you won't be so lucky next time. I'll kill you with a single palm strike." "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare even if you beat me to death." Li Qingxian, who was sent flying, was extremely excited. Finally, he didn't have to face this great demon. He didn't want to face the feeling of constantly facing death the second time. Revenge? There must be something wrong with his brain. The God Fiend pool. It seems like I have to make a trip to this place. Li Qingxian's words moved Lin Fei. If he could fish out the mutated materials after the devil spirits were devoured, he might be able to exchange them for a large number of treasures. If he wanted to break through in the heavenly god realm as soon as possible, he had to rely on the Myriad Essence pool to continuously refine Myriad Essence divine pills and condense enough heavenly god energy. It's time to refine the sea beast's soul essence in the Myriad Essence pool. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. "I wonder if I can break through to the 3rd level of the heavenly god realm in one go after a few years of accumulation." Regarding this, Lin Fei wasn't confident. How would he know if he didn't try? Lin Fei wasn't worried about Li Qingxian's revenge because there were no experts in the mansion that could threaten him. As for calling for reinforcements, it was better not to do so in the middle of the night. The god fiends outside would probably tear them apart. Jade roving Demon City at night was the world of the god fiends. No matter who went out, they would be their prey. The 5 god monarchs wouldn't interfere in such matters. Even the most powerful heavenly gods had to behave themselves at night. As long as one didn't go out, the god fiends wouldn't dare to barge into the mansion. The god fiend master's punishment was extremely terrifying. Taking out the myriad essence pool, Lin Fei began to activate it. Tonight, he would completely refine the gains he had accumulated over the years. This required a certain amount of time. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. The god fiend pool would take 3 years, and he wasn't in a rush. He would be in Jade Roving Demon City for a period of time. Once the myriad essence pool was activated, Lin Fei could feel the dense aura within. I wonder how many myriad essence divine pills I can refine this time. Although he had collected so many sea beast soul essence, refining them into myriad essence divine pills wasn't as much as he had imagined. The energy needed to be constantly accumulated and condensed. Even consuming a myriad essence divine pill couldn't guarantee that he would be able to refine heavenly god energy. That night, Li Chengxian was on tenterhooks. If not for the god fiends roaming around outside, he would have long disappeared without a trace. Should I call for reinforcements? Li Chengxian looked outside as a thought surfaced in his mind. However, he suppressed it in the end. There's no need to offend such a fellow. If I can't handle him, I'll definitely be dead. Li Chengxian issued a gag order and pretended that nothing had happened last night. Anyone who spread the news would be killed without mercy. Everyone in the mansion acted as if nothing had happened. After all, everyone was a smart person. Li Chengxian did whatever he did during the day, acting as if nothing had happened. When someone asked him about it, he would just chuckle and casually brush it off. No one would pay attention to such matters. Chapter 3585. Ever since he had taken over the mansion, Lin Fei had never left. Li Chengxian pretended not to know anything, and as time passed, no one knew that there were outsiders living in the mansion. To Li Chengxian, the fact that such an expert was living in the house gave him an enormous amount of pressure. In order to prevent anyone from disturbing Lin Fei, he even listed that area as a forbidden zone. Whoever dared to trespass would be killed without mercy. Li Chengxian wished that the other party would leave the mansion every day. Done. On this day, Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. A year's time, it really exceeded my expectations. Lin Fei heaved a long sigh of relief. Luckily I persevered, otherwise, all my efforts would have been in vain. The refinement of the myriad essence pool was more difficult than Lin Fei had imagined. The large amount of sea beast soul essence that had been collected had gathered a large amount of heaven and earth energy. The difficulty of refining it was not small, and it was unknown how much God's power had been consumed during this period. I wonder how many there are. The moment the myriad essence pool opened, the 10,000 heavenly origin pellets rushed out like a waterfall. Suppress. Lin Fei set up the array formation, isolated the qi from leaking out, and after the 10,000 heavenly origin pellets came out, he chose to suppress them by force. Boom boom boom. The 10,000 heavenly origin pellets struggled and resisted, but how could they resist Lin Fei's suppression? It did not take long for them to be completely suppressed. The harvest is really not small. Lin Fei himself was shocked. The heaven and earth energy of the sea beast soul essence is actually so dense, allowing me to refine a total of 10,000 heavenly origin pellets. 10,000 heavenly origin pellets was truly out of Lin Fei's expectations. Then wouldn't I be able to reach the 5th level of the celestial god realm in one go? Lin Fei was extremely excited. I was originally worried that I would have to search for spiritual items of heaven and earth in these 3 years. It seems like I don't need to refine 10,000 heavenly origin pellets anymore. It was done in one go. Lin Fei's mood instantly improved. This year of time was not in vain. This was also thanks to him condensing 60 strands of God's power and consuming a large amount of medicinal pellets, which allowed him to barely hold on. After resting for a few days, Lin Fei began to refine the heavenly Dan. He was very satisfied that Li Chengxian did not disturb him. Leaving him behind was indeed beneficial. If he had killed him back then, it would have been troublesome. My goodness, that senior has been in seclusion for quite a long time. It's been 2.5 years. In the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had passed, and Li Chengxian had gotten used to the invisible pressure. Li Chengxian had never dared to step into this forbidden area. That person could slap him to death with a single slap, so who would do such a thing? It's good that she didn't come out. It saves me the trouble of facing a formidable enemy. Li Chengxian happily enjoyed the service of the maid. Come here. Suddenly, a voice rang in Li Chengxian's ears. Who is it? As soon as Li Chengxian shouted, his expression immediately changed. He knew whose voice it was. It was the senior who went in. I'll be right there. The voice carried an irresistible tone. It was extremely terrifying. Li Chengxian pushed aside the maid and went straight to the forbidden area. She entered the room that she had never dared to go to and saw that person. Not bad. I haven't seen you for 2.5 years, and you've been living a leisurely life. Li Chengxian lowered his head slightly. Although the other party's aura was not leaking, Li Chengxian felt a terrifying sense of danger. It was as if the other party could kill him with a single move, no, a single finger. This senior's strength was even stronger than before. Senior, you must be joking. Li Chengxian lowered his head and said, Senior, what do you need me to do? If there's anything you need, feel free to tell me. Seeing that Li Chengxian was so tactful, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. You've done well. I'm very interested in the divine dragon pond. You should know what to do, right? I know. It's not difficult. Li Chengxian nodded repeatedly. After a moment of hesitation, he said, That's right. Senior, you have to make a trip to the Divine King Palace of our Divine King to register and take the test. I know that this is nothing to you, but since this is the request, I have no choice. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. Sure, go and make the arrangements. Yes. Li Chengxian retreated outside and wiped the sweat off his forehead. How terrifying. Lin Fei was not worried that Li Chengxian would plot against him. I've refined 1,000 myriad origin divine pills and advanced to the 5th level of the heavenly god realm in one go. I've condensed a total of 700 strands of heavenly god power. I've refined the extra 123 strands of heavenly god power into my body, increasing my physical strength to the 5th level of the heavenly god realm. If I want to, I can step into the God King realm at any time. The harvest from the Ocean of Death was definitely the greatest harvest that Lin Fei had gained in the Wind Cloud Weave. 700 strands of heavenly god power is a powerful force that can defeat countless 5th-level heavenly god experts. However, it's still not enough. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. Breaking through to the next realm and becoming a God King expert means that I want to become the strongest God King. A heavenly god must accumulate enough resources. The myriad origin pool can provide me with the foundation to accumulate resources. 700 strands of heavenly god power is not the limit. Therefore, this trip to the Divine Dragon Pond to collect materials is also an opportunity. I might even be able to obtain the arch armor part. Several days later, Lin Fei walked through the Jade Roving Demon City once again. Senior, there are a total of 5 God King palaces in the Jade Roving Demon City. Anyone who wants to become a member of the God King Palace has to go through an assessment. This is set by the Lord God King. Li Chengxian's status was not low, and he explained as he walked. Not long after, a majestic palace appeared in front of them. This is the demon-killing divine palace, Li Chengxian said. Your demon-killing divine palace is really full of experts. Are you sure you didn't plot against me? Lin Fei looked at Li Chengxian with a smile. Li Chengxian was so scared that his face turned pale. No, absolutely not. Li Chengxian shook his head vigorously. I wouldn't dare to do that even if I had 100 guts. Lin Fei followed Li Chengxian into the palace. Those people are here for the assessment. After all, the Divine Demon Pond produces all kinds of materials, including God King grade materials. Everyone wants to try their luck. There were many people crowding in front of the palace. Another failure. Inferior demons are really hard to deal with. Among the group of people in front, there were people shouting. That's the place for the assessment. Li Chengxian explained, there's a special small space below, where inferior demons are imprisoned. They are a kind of demonic creature that lives in the Jade Roving Divine Kingdom. The strongest one can reach the 5th level of the Heavenly God Realm, but most of them only have the strength of a first or second level heavenly god. As they spoke, they arrived at the place for the assessment. There were about 100 people waiting at the scene. There was a light screen in front of them, and they could see a few inferior demons attacking a 5th level heavenly immortal expert in a small space. That 5th level heavenly immortal expert could not withstand the attacks of the inferior demons, so he had no choice but to crush his teleportation talisman and return to the palace. Chapter 3586. Lin Fei saw an inferior demon. It was an existence similar to a demonic beast, but it was a little different. It moved with the power of its legs and was extremely fast. Its claws were like scimitars. It was no weaker than a powerful blade technique. A level 5 sky immortal expert went down. This one was in a worse state than the previous one. Under the attack of 5 inferior devils, he was killed in a few moves. He did not even have time to escape. During this period, there were also people who passed the test and successfully killed 5 inferior devils. To Senior, this test is nothing. Li Chengxian said softly, these inferior devils can only suppress level 5 sky immortals. In fact, the inferior devils that our temple captured are rarely at the heavenly god level. Lin Fei could naturally tell. Demonic Killing Temple mainly recruited sky immortal experts. Heavenly gods in Jade Roving Divine Nation, the last of the 13 divine nations, were considered the core strength. Deacon Li, you brought someone again. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. The tone was very unfriendly and vaguely hostile. Can't I? When Li Chengxian saw the person, he shouted, Deity Palace, I can come as I please. If I don't want to come, I won't come. Are you trying to stop me from entering? Lin Fei saw the person who spoke. There were 2 sky immortals behind him. He himself was a level 1 sky god expert. Senior, this person has a grudge with me. He is here to cause trouble. Li Chengxian transmitted and hurriedly explained. He did not want to be misunderstood. This person was here for him. This lord was someone who could easily kill him. I know. Lin Fei could tell that Li Chengxian would not dare to attack even if he had 100 guts. He would never forget such a terrifying nightmare. Unless one day, the other party's strength increased rapidly and he might be able to kill this negative influence. I was just asking casually. Besides, we are working together. The person smiled. However, that smile made people think of the phrase, hidden dagger in a smile. Can't I? Li Chengxian could not be bothered with the other party. This is also here for the test? The person who came smiled and said, Young man, the demon god pool isn't that easy to enter. You might die in there at any time. Don't let those temptations harm your life. Lin Fei smiled and said, if people don't take risks, they won't have any future in their lives. On the other hand, those who take risks and succeed will have a better future than those who cower. Xiao Donglai snorted lightly. What big words. Let's talk after we pass this test. Xiao Donglai had originally wanted to scare the people that Li Chengxian had brought. Who would have thought that the other party would not fall for it and would instead mock him? Xiao Donglai remembered this brat. Senior, it's your turn. Li Chengxian came over. Lin Fei took the teleportation talisman and entered this special space through the teleportation platform. The small space wasn't big, and it emitted a stifling aura. Roar! The 5 inferior demons charged over. When the 5 inferior demons appeared, the cultivators outside all cried out in surprise. They could tell that something was wrong. Not good, the 5 inferior demons are all at the first heaven god realm. How could this be? Something is going to happen to that young man. A first heaven god realm inferior demon can kill a celestial immortal powerhouse in one move. And at this time, Li Chengxian noticed the situation below, and killing intent flashed past. Xiao Donglai, you are courting death. You even dare to offend a senior. How could Li Chengxian not know the situation inside the space? This was Xiao Donglai's doing. Jajage, to dare to look down on me, you will regret it right away. In a dim control room, Xiao Donglai looked at the scene inside the space and smiled coldly. Who asked me to be in charge of teleporting the inferior demons today? It's normal to send the wrong ones occasionally. The 5 first Heaven God Realm inferior demons instantly pounced over. When they pounced over, an invisible pressure also descended. It was as if there were tens of thousands of mountains pressing down until this part of the void seemed to be collapsing. Pretty interesting inferior demons. Lin Fei didn't feel anything outside, but the feeling inside was completely different. That, Lin Fei said indifferently. The inferior demons that were about to close in directly turned into a cloud of blood mist in midair, like fireworks blooming, a total of 5 times. Is this a celestial deity? It must be a celestial deity. Just how many levels are they? The people watching outside exchanged glances. Too fast, too brutal. Lin Fei came out of the special space. We can go now. As for the guy who schemed against him, Lin Fei didn't care. Just an ant. Moreover, entering the divine demon pool was a serious matter. These small matters were insignificant. If not for the divine demon race only recognizing 5 god kings, Lin Fei wouldn't be in such trouble. Senior, no need to say any more. I know what I'm doing. After a round of registration, Lin Fei became a member of the Devil Kill Divine King faction. At the same time, he also had the qualifications to enter the divine demon pool. Hold on. On the way back to Li Qingxian's Senfa residence, Lin Fei suddenly stopped and felt 2 familiar auras. Indeed concealed extremely deeply. In a short time, they both broke through to the celestial deity realm. Both are 3rd heaven deities. One has 320 strands, the other 313 strands. If not for the fact that he was familiar with the auras, Lin Fei would have overlooked them. Tianji Hall doesn't have any secrets. I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Lin Fei felt that he was far inferior in comparison. There are indeed many fortuitous opportunities in the 13 divine nations that are left for those who are determined. Lin Fei couldn't imagine. If he hadn't obtained the myriad essence pool, he would probably be inferior to them. Hee. When we meet again, I believe it will be very interesting. Lin Fei retracted his gaze and continued walking forward. By the way, give me a copy of the information on the various forces that entered the divine demon pool. I only want the strongest. At the same time, in a private room of a restaurant, 2 people who looked extremely similar were discussing something with a few others. Tianji Hall really lives up to its name. It's just so. As long as that thing is confirmed, we are willing to agree to your conditions. The preconditions are here. No one dares to touch that thing, but without us, outsiders can forget about taking it out. Happy cooperation. After returning to the residence, Lin Fei didn't leave the residence again. 2 days later, a pile of information was sent over. It was collected by Li Qingxian. It was the right decision to look for Li Qingxian. The information listed the 10 forces that had entered the divine dragon pool. These forces were all working with the God King and had powerful backgrounds. First force, Sky Palace. Second force, Malevolent Earth Palace. Third force, Zhan Clan. Information on the various forces entered Lin Fei's eyes. There was a certain level of introduction, such as which force and which experts would be sent out. This fellow is really meticulous. After going through the information, Lin Fei had an impression of these forces. Chapter 3587. In Li Qingxian's residence. Lord, these are all the materials that have appeared in the divine dragon pond over the years. Among them, there are materials for refining elixirs, divine armors, divine weapons, and many more. Li Qingxian handed over another set of information. It was completed after a month of collection. You may leave now. Li Qingxian retreated respectfully. Bear with it for a little longer. It's only 3 months anyway. Every time he met the senior, Li Qingxian felt as though Mount Tai was pressing down on him. It was a very uncomfortable feeling, but he did not dare to say anything. Finally, there's an introduction to the various materials in the divine dragon pond. At least I won't be able to recognize anything when I enter. Lin Fei began to flip through the pages. Ever since the assessment, Lin Fei had not left his residence. He focused all his attention on the divine dragon pond. This was the last place he would go. He would not go outside for the time being. Even god kings would not go to those places. In the roving jade divine nation, the god fiends were the masters. As for the humans, they were just passers-by. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lord, we can set off now. Li Chengxian waited outside the door. Lin Fei pushed open the door and walked out. Lead the way. Li Chengxian was overjoyed. At the very least, he would not have to face this huge mountain for some time. After all, no one would feel uncomfortable. If he could not defeat the opponent, he would be the one feeling uncomfortable. The only thing he could be thankful for was that he could survive. Some overbearing fellows could kill you with a single slap. When that happened, he would not even have a place to talk. He would definitely be the most unlucky one. Li Chengxian had heard of such situations countless times. He did not expect to be on the brink of death himself. Demonic Slaughter Shrine. It was Lin Fei's second time here. Lord, most of the people in the shrine are here for the adventure. There are more than 200 of them. Li Chengxian said. Some of the experts are the same as you. They are just borrowing the qualifications. Lin Fei had retracted his aura, but many of the experts present did not retract their auras. Wow, there are over 20 heaven god experts and the strongest one is actually a level 4 heaven god. There are 3 of them. With a glance, Lin Fei understood everything. He was secretly shocked. For the sake of those materials, everyone wants to take the risk. Lin Fei didn't see anyone familiar. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Li Chengxian said in a low voice, Lord, this is the Deputy Hall Master of the Demonic Killing God Palace, Xiao Shilai. He's in the 5th level of the Heavenly God Realm. It's said that he has a treasure on him that allows him to fight against a 1st-level God King Realm expert. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This person was dressed in black armor, and runes flickered on the armor. A cold and sinister aura spread out from his body, and he walked with a majestic gait. His every move gave off a lofty aura. The moment Xiao Shilai arrived and the aura of a 5th-level celestial deity was released, the palace started to quieten down. Is that all? Xiao Shilai's voice was as loud as thunder. Since everyone is here, let's go. With a wave of Xiao Shilai's hand, a treasure flew out and landed in front of everyone. It expanded with the wind and turned into a huge door. This is a teleportation door. It's a directional teleportation to the Divine Dragon Pond. Xiao Shilai continued, when you get there, remember, no one is allowed to move without my permission. If you're killed by the gods and demons, the temple won't care. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One figure after another appeared beside a huge lake. The lake was huge. It was empty all around. Further away, there was a black fog shrouding the area. No one could see what was in the black fog, but everyone could feel the evil aura in the black fog. Let's wait here. Xiao Shilai put away the teleportation door and reminded everyone before walking toward the lake in front. There were many god and demon experts standing by the lake. Lin Fei looked around without batting an eyelid. No wonder the human race cooperates with the god and demon race. Just the black fog alone is terrifying and dangerous. Even I can feel the aura of death. Lin Fei was shocked. He had really underestimated this place. The Jade Roving Divine Nation is indeed dangerous. I've condensed 700 wisps of Sky God's power, but I feel the fear of death in the face of the black fog. What the hell? Lin Fei continued to look around. The huge black lake in front of him also shocked him. What a strange lake. It doesn't look like much, but it's more terrifying than the surrounding black fog. Lin Fei did not dare to release his divine senses. The gods and demons not far away were powerful. It's not easy to collect these materials. Just the surface alone made Lin Fei realize the difficulty. It's only natural that the parts of Emperor God Gu Heng's the arch armor are here. Lin Fei thought. Tianji Hall and the others should have entered it, but they probably encountered some trouble and couldn't take it out. I wonder how many people they sold this information to. After knowing that Yi Feilong and Yi Feihu had come to the Jade Roving Magic City, Lin Fei was even more certain that there was something wrong with Tianji Hall. After entering, I'll go straight to that place. Lin Fei thought. Although I know the information and brought you guys in, I'm not happy with this method. If he didn't have the intention, he might really be killed if he went in stupidly. They're here too. Lin Fei saw Yi Longfei and Yi Feihu in another place. The two of them were standing together with another group of people. Those people were powerful. There were 12 heavenly gods. The weakest was a first-level heavenly god, while the strongest was a fifth-level heavenly god. Tianji Hall's people are among them. They might be there for the parts of the arch armor. Even if it's just one, it's a top-grade treasure. Lin Fei was glad that his strength had increased. When Lin Fei noticed Yi Longfei and the others, they also looked over. Big brother, it's that kid. I didn't expect him to really come. Yi Feihu said in a low voice. I thought he died outside. Yi Feilong didn't think much of it. So what if he's in the pond of gods and demons? That place is full of danger. Even our Tianji Hall's experts suffered heavy losses. If he goes in, he'll definitely die. There's nothing to worry about. Yi Feihu nodded. Big brother is right. He'll die if he goes in. Even if we rope them in, we can't guarantee that we'll get the item. If he really dares to go in, I don't mind killing him. From their point of view, if they didn't hope to bring such a person in, Tianji Hall wouldn't pay any attention to him. Tianji Hall wasn't a big deal in the Wind Cloud Weave. They only formed a partnership with the other party to avoid being discovered. After all, that item wasn't something he could get his hands on. Are they trying to kill me? Chapter 3588. Lin Fei's attention was attracted by another group of people very quickly. That should be the Heavenly Hall's people. In a relatively independent place by the lake, there was a group of people who were very conspicuous. There were only 6 people in total, the auras on their bodies thick, all third firmament celestial deity and above. Occupying a place alone, it was impossible not to be noticed. The most terrifying thing was that there were 2 fifth firmament celestial deities among these 6 people. This lineup was no idea how many times stronger compared to Yi Feilong they all. Once both parties fought, there was no comparison at all. The number 1 faction was the number 1 faction. What a powerful lineup! Lin Fei could sense that among those 2 fifth firmament celestial deities, one of them roughly condensed 600 strands of celestial deity power, considered very terrifying. They should still have treasures on them. Their strength can still erupt again. Well deserving of being the Heavenly Hall, ranking number 1, in name only. If these 6 people joined hands, their momentum was unstoppable. The number 1 faction indeed lived up to its reputation. Lin Fei continued to observe. The 10 major factions people were very recognizable. They all seemed to have a certain level of authority, standing separately. Among them, what could make Lin Fei pay attention to were only the Heavenly Hall's experts. Apart from Heavenly Hall, there was no one else. As for the rest, Lin Fei could ignore them. Even their fleshy bodies could not compare to his. One could say that among those present, Lin Fei's fleshy body was the strongest. Using 200 strands of celestial deity power to temper the fleshy body, not everyone was willing to do that. There were also Lin Fei who would do that. Something happened. I heard that the God Fiends are preparing to go in too. What's going on? Didn't they say that the God Fiends never go in? If they go in, wouldn't we still have to face the God Fiends? What to do now? Could it be that something good appeared in the divine demon pool? A commotion came from the crowd. Everyone's faces changed. The God Fiend race was not so easy to deal with, especially in the divine demon pool. If they fought, they would definitely have a headache. The God Fiend's fleshy bodies were powerful, cultivating both internal and external, a nightmare for any enemy. When Lin Fei heard the voices of those people, he was very surprised. According to what Li Chengxian had said before, the God Fiend race rarely went to the God Fiend pool. It was said that the demonic spirit in the pool loved to devour the God Fiend race. This was also the reason why he hadn't entered. But now, the Fiend gods were actually going in. They're here. When Lin Fei heard the voice, he looked in the direction of the voice and saw a group of God Fiends heading over. There were quite a number of God Fiends, more than 30. Among these God Fiends, the God Fiend walking at the front was the most eye-catching. It was a young God Fiend. Compared to the other God Fiends, this young God Fiend was extremely young. A violent aura radiated from his body, causing the void to tremble. A huge divine kingdom appeared behind him, with thousands of soldiers and horses, giving off a destructive and terrifying aura. Gu Lai's adopted son is here. I didn't expect him to be the one leading the team into the deities and demons pond. Many people recognized it. When Lin Fei heard them mention Gu Lai's adopted son, his expression changed slightly. Clearly, this was a guy with a very strong background. There was even a hint of fear in him. I heard that the God-Fiend Master didn't have any sons, but he had 6 adopted sons. Each of them had the strength of a God King. This Gu Lai's adopted son is the strongest among the 6, and is known as the #1 adopted son. Information about the God-Fiend Master emerged in Lin Fei's mind. Among them, there was information about adopted sons. It can't be that there's something good in the divine demon pool, right? Lin Fei thought. If that's the case, Gu Lai's adopted son might have something good inside. The appearance of Gu Lai's adopted son undoubtedly brought bad news to everyone. There were more than 30 God-Fiends, and each God-Fiend was known for their defense. They were best at close combat. Once they got close, they would definitely be attacked fiercely. I hope they aren't after the arch armor parts. Even if Lin Fei had condensed 700 wisps of the power of a sky god, Gu Lai's adopted son would not be able to gain the upper hand. After all, he was a god king. The 5 godly monarchs were all present. There were more than 1,000 experts present. The weakest was a 4th Firmament Sky Immortal, and most were 5th Firmament Sky Immortals. They came from all the major factions in the Windcloud Dominion. There were also quite a number of sky gods, about 100 or so. This was not a small number. Compared to the Sky Hall, they were clearly inferior. Open. Gu Lai's adopted son activated a treasure that landed above the lake. It transformed into a pillar of light that shot into the sky and landed in the middle of the lake. Bush. The originally calm lake split into 2 after the pillar of light appeared, and the lake water surged to both sides. Under the lake water, a stone staircase appeared, leading straight to the depths of the lake. A door could be faintly seen. So it's hidden under the lake. Lin Fei was rather surprised. Perhaps without that treasure, the lake water would be a powerful barrier. Even sky gods would find it difficult to penetrate it. Even without attempting it, anyone could tell as long as they weren't a fool. The lake was terrifying. No, it should be said that the lake water was terrifying. After Gu Lai's adopted son activated the stone staircase, he was the first to enter with the God-Fiends behind him. After Gu Lai's adopted son entered the door, God-Fiend guards appeared at the entrance. There were more than 100 of them, and all of them were dressed in armor. They stood at the entrance. Godly Monarch Blacksal's men, come forward. A God-Fiend stood forward, took out a name list and shouted loudly. Godly Monarch Blacksal's men were the first to arrive. Immediately, God-Fiends came forward to register the names and record them one by one. Godly Monarch Demon Kill, which Lin Fei was in the last batch. There's indeed something wrong with the lake water. It actually contains such a terrifying attack. Lin Fei walked up the stone staircase. He could sense the dangerous aura of the lake water at such a close distance. At the end of the stone staircase, a stone door appeared in front of everyone. Lin Fei could clearly sense that everyone in front of him was excited. Go in one by one. Behave yourselves. On both sides of the door stood 5 God-Fiends. At the same time, their auras were linked together using a secret technique, giving off an oppressive aura. This God-Fiend pool is really something that anyone can barge into. Lin Fei could tell that these God-Fiends were extraordinary. They had clearly used a secret technique to increase their strength. When Lin Fei walked through the door, he immediately felt the world spin. In just a breath's time, Lin Fei appeared in a dark and oppressive place. There was no one around, and the surroundings were quiet. This is the God-Fiend pool? It's different from what I imagined. Lin Fei was quite surprised. It seems like it's an independent space. I wonder where the materials are. I can't possibly search all the way. That's right. After walking for a few kilometers, Lin Fei finally understood some of the secrets of the God-Fiend pool. Chapter 3589. The light appeared abruptly. Lin Fei's attention was immediately drawn to it. He quickly moved over and grabbed it. "Come here." The danger that he imagined did not appear. A shiny diamond-shaped stone appeared in Lin Fei's hand. 9th grade material, Gale Stone. In the deity's demon pool, the materials were divided into 9 grades. The 9th grade was the worst and the 1st grade was the best. It was even rumored that there were superior materials above the 1st grade. In the information that he had collected, 90% of the materials were listed in detail. This Gale Stone is indeed a little different. On the surface of the green stone, wind blades swept up and shot at Lin Fei's hand. This demon spirit is interesting. Lin Fei knew why everyone wanted to search for materials. For example, the 9th grade Gale Stone in his hand. If there were enough of it, he could make a weapon that contained wind attribute attacks. Especially when used with wind attribute experts, their strength would be greatly increased. What an interesting place. Lin Fei kept the Gale Stone. Even a mosquito's meat was meat. If he put it outside, many people would be jealous of it. The deity and demon clan took 50% of the materials from the deity's demon pool, the deity king palace took 10%, and the remaining 40% was something that the deity king palace cared about. Even if it was a 9th grade material, it was something that the deity king palace needed. The deity's demon pool would only open once every certain period of time. Every time it opened, the materials inside would be very popular. 9th grade material, Hollow Stone. 8th grade material, Luotian Stone. Lin Fei's luck was not bad. Along the way, he encountered materials. The only fly in the ointment was that these materials were all 8th and 9th grade. According to the information that I have obtained, the outer area of the deity's demon pool is mostly filled with 7th, 8th, and 9th grade materials. Lin Fei moved forward carefully. Only in the core area will there be various materials. At the same time, it is also the most dangerous place as there will be demon spirits roaming around. He reached out and grabbed 8 pieces of 7th grade materials. His luck was not bad this time. Emperor God Gu Heng's emperor armor is in the depths of the core region. It's a demonic spirit's nest. Although there's no demonic spirit guarding it, who knows if there's any danger inside after so many years? Lin Fei had a rough idea in his mind. All of this had to wait until they reached the core area. A few days later, Lin Fei was still surrounded by darkness. Even with his divine sense, he could only see up to 10 miles in front of him. Lin Fei wasn't very satisfied with the harvest of materials. He was still hoping to obtain a large amount of materials to exchange for those heaven and earth spiritual items. Ling. In the darkness ahead, a flickering light appeared. Lin Fei instantly felt his hair stand on end, because one of the beams of light rushed towards him, and a dangerous aura of destruction rushed towards him. Hua hua hua. Before he could get close, the void around Lin Fei automatically collapsed. For the first time, the celestial god body showed its effect. The collapsing power crushed his body, and the power from all directions seemed to want to tear his body apart. The body of a 5th-layer celestial god was as still as a rock at this moment. Slash. Lin Fei stretched out his hand, and his sword intent formed a sword. The sword was like a crescent moon as it slashed across the sky. The demonic spirit disappeared with a whoosh, causing Lin Fei's sword to miss. A trace of coldness attacked him from behind, and the demonic spirit was like a ball, flickering. With a whoosh, it rushed into Lin Fei's body. Hua hua hua. The demonic spirit released a terrifying destructive power, and Lin Fei felt as if his entire body was being burned by a raging fire. How can it be so terrifying? Lin Fei's body couldn't withstand the invisible burning, and his body seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. This gave him quite a fright. This demonic spirit is really deadly. Sword intent slash. The sword intent in his body was like a river, surrounding the demonic spirit's power and killing it continuously. You want to kill me? Let's see if you've chosen the right person. Lin Fei turned and fled. If a demonic spirit was already like this, he would really be finished if a few more came. He originally thought that the demonic spirit was an existence that was overestimated, But now, Lin Fei truly realized that the demonic spirit of the divinity and demon pool should be the most terrifying existence. A single demonic spirit made him go all out to face it. The sword intent was frenzied, and the celestial god's power was consumed one after another. After consuming a total of over 20 strands of celestial god's power, the demonic spirit was completely crushed into pieces. After the demonic spirit dies, the fragments are actually so pure. Unbelievable! Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Refine for me. The limit cultivation technique was activated, and a vortex was formed in his body, devouring the fragments. After Lin Fei refined the fragment, he could clearly feel that his physical body had improved slightly. I didn't expect the demonic spirit to have such an effect. Lin Fei silently experienced it. The improvement effect is huge. Ordinary people can't do it at all. The moment the demonic spirit rushes into the body, the power that erupts will collapse if not the body of a fifth firmament celestial god. This kind of invisible power, Lin Fei himself felt that it was terrifying. If he could withstand it, he wouldn't die. On the contrary, if he couldn't withstand it, he would die without a doubt. He wouldn't even have the chance to struggle. Try again. If not for the adopted son of the divinity and demon lord entering the divinity and demon pool, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to care. With his 700 strands of celestial god's power, it was enough to contend against everything. After the adopted son of the divine king entered, regardless of whether he would meet him or not, Lin Fei would increase his strength first. There are more demonic spirits. Half a month later, there were constantly flickering things in front, practically covering the area in front. If I don't remember, this should be the demonic spirits sealed area. Lin Fei was careful. These demonic spirits will wander around this area. Any life that enters will be attacked. Over the past few days, Lin Fei had become an expert in studying demonic spirits. At first, he used the 10,000 yuan pool to suppress them, but it couldn't suppress them and almost destroyed them. He was so scared that he didn't dare to suppress them inside. In the end, he concluded that the demonic spirits had to be killed inside the body in order to absorb the pure energy. His body could only kill the demonic spirits one by one. Once there were more than two, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. With so many demonic spirits, it'll be harder to force my way through. Lin Fei didn't rush forward rashly. He planned to observe the surroundings for a while. No! Screams came from ahead. As Lin Fei approached, he saw several figures being herded into the territory of the devil spirits. They were instantly surrounded by hundreds of devil spirits, and as soon as they clashed, they were reduced to a bloody mist. They didn't even have the chance to struggle. It's the Heavenly Suppression Clan, ranked 7th among the 10 major factions. It's a very strange clan. They use the Heavenly Suppression Clan as their surname. It's said that they once had a divine emperor. Even so, they still have the divine emperor's treasures left behind. In the stormy weave, no one dared to provoke the Heavenly Suppression Clan. The Heavenly Suppression Clan's methods are really tyrannical. These should be unlucky people. Lin Fei noticed them. He captured many celestial immortals and cruelly drove them in to attract the demonic spirit's attention. This method is too cruel. I can't do it. Who? An expert from the Heavenly Suppression Clan seemed to have sensed something. A cold light shot in the direction of Lin Fei. Rogue cultivator, catch him. 4 or 5 figures rushed over. You want to catch me? You're too inexperienced. Lin Fei escaped with his 5th heaven celestial god body, leaving behind a back view for them to see. The Heavenly Suppression Clan members who chased over were stunned. This was too fast. They could only watch helplessly as he ran away. Lin Fei ran for dozens of miles. During this time, he met a group of people who also used the same method to attract the demonic spirits. Chapter 3590. Demon Spirit Blockade. The demon spirits kept wandering aimlessly. As long as there was a life aura, they would rush over. Once they left the area, the demon spirits would immediately return to their wandering state. These demon spirits seemed to be limited to this area. A few demon spirits suddenly noticed the life aura and rushed over immediately. When they were about to arrive, the life aura suddenly disappeared and then appeared again. Back and forth, there was only one demon spirit left, and the life aura appeared again. Killing demon spirits really requires skill. Lin Fei enjoyed the feeling of strengthening his body, and a look of enjoyment flashed across his face. It seems that the demon spirits here can let my body break through to the God King realm in one fell swoop. Although it doesn't increase my physical strength, my defense has obviously improved. Under the first round of attacks from the demon spirits, he wasn't as embarrassed as the first time. I have to continue. Lin Fei didn't care and was in a hurry to go in. The demon spirits here could help him a lot. If his body stepped into the God King realm, coupled with the power of 700 heavenly god, he would have a certain ability to protect himself in the core area. 1 month later, Lin Fei killed hundreds of demon spirits. At first, he was very careful. Later, he figured out the rhythm, and the speed of killing increased significantly. 2 months later, his body could withstand the attack of 2 demon spirits. 3 months later, Lin Fei's body improved again, and he could withstand the attack of 3 demon spirits. Boom! On this day, Lin Fei killed 3 demon spirits again. After refining and absorbing the power, his body, which had reached a bottleneck, instantly broke through the limit with the influx of power. So comfortable! After breaking through the limit, Lin Fei could clearly feel the changes in his body. This is the God King realm body. Lin Fei silently sensed the changes. Regardless of which aspect he looked at it from, his physical body had indeed improved tremendously. I didn't expect that in 3 months, the demon spirits would let my body take an important step forward. Lin Fei didn't expect that his heavenly god's power didn't break through, but his body did. Once again he walked into the demon spirit area. There were a lot less demon spirits around. He didn't know how many demon spirits it could hold this time. Lin Fei was really looking forward to seeing how much his God King level body's defense had improved. He's here, he's here. Not long after, the demon spirits sensed the aura and came over. There were a total of 12 demon spirits. That's quite a lot. Lin Fei was confident in his newly advanced body. Regardless, I have the body of a God King now. How would I know if I don't try? Lin Fei took the initiative to greet him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The power that came crashing down in an instant almost crushed Lin Fei's body into pieces. However, the powerful defense of a God King's body was displayed for the first time. Hold on. Wave after wave of impact, Lin Fei activated his physical body and truly withstood it. He withstood it. He really withstood it. Just as his physical body was about to explode, the strong defense of the God King's body held on, preventing this force from succeeding. So dangerous, it's really dangerous. If there's another demon spirit, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand it. Lin Fei secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He was too reckless just now. The 12 demon spirits didn't make Lin Fei collapse. 5 of them rushed into Lin Fei's body. Compared to the previous few times, this power was indeed much weaker. There's really a huge difference between a God King level and a heavenly god level body. Lin Fei activated the sword intent in his body. The river slashed down, instantly crushing the demon spirits and turning them into the purest power. Again, 5 isn't my limit. The remaining 7 quickly made their way in. It's a little threatening, but it's still not my limit. Lin Fei was overjoyed. The strength of his body came in handy at this time. I still have to test my limit. This was much better than the previous few times. Hee, God King level body, it's really extraordinary. 1 demon spirit, another demon spirit. 16 demon spirits entered Lin Fei's body. At this moment, his expression changed slightly. This should be my limit. The 15th demon spirit in his body was suppressed by the sword intent. Lin Fei still felt that his body had reached its limit. It couldn't accommodate the 16th demon spirit at all. 15 is not bad. Lin Fei was very satisfied. It seems that it shouldn't be a problem for me to pass through this demon spirit area. Lin Fei gradually discovered an interesting place. When the number of demon spirits suppressed in his body reached more than 10, the speed of those demon spirits slowed down a lot, and they even showed suspicious behavior. This small detail, Lin Fei only noticed it inadvertently. As long as I maintain the number of demon spirits in my body, it won't be difficult to break through this area. Lin Fei didn't try it before because this area was too dangerous. The 16 demon spirits in his body were constantly attacked by the sword intent, but it didn't kill them. Lin Fei passed through this area. During this period, there were demon spirits approaching, but they didn't take the initiative to attack. Facing this situation, Lin Fei first killed the demon spirits in his body, but not all of them. As the number of demon spirits decreased, the demon spirits outside quickly rushed into his body. Cool, so cool. The effect of demon spirits was not only useful for Heavenly God, but also for God King's body. Lin Fei clearly felt the slight improvement in his body. Using this method to kill demon spirits, I'm probably the only one who can do it. Demon Spirit Lair. After traveling for half a month, Lin Fei's body strength increased a lot again. Relying on this method, the demon spirits along the way all became the essence for Lin Fei to strengthen his body. And at this time, a mound in front of him aroused Lin Fei's great interest. Demon Spirit Lair, the symbol of a mound. There is a lair below, there will be a lot of materials. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. My luck is really good. Our luck is really good. We actually found a demon spirit lair here. In the northeast direction, a group of people also came over at this time. They had special things on their bodies, exuding an unpleasant smell. Those demon spirits seemed to not see them. There are people over there. At this time, the people over there also noticed Lin Fei's existence. And, you dare to snatch the things that belong to Black Soul God King. The black-armored man in the lead had a cold expression. A cold intent flashed. He stretched out his hand and grabbed, and 5 gusts of strong wind came over. The people of the 4th God King. Black Soul God King was ranked 4th, and Devil Kill God King was ranked 5th. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This demon spirit lair, I want it. He took a step forward and forcefully resisted the power of the other party's 5 fingers. The 5 fingers were like a mountain, suppressing Lin Fei's body. Boundless power surged over, but Lin Fei's body only shook slightly. Nothing happened. Chapter 3591. You guys want to chase me away? Is that all you've got? Lin Fei shook his head. This is really disappointing. The power of the opponent's claw was very terrifying. The moment he was grabbed, a terrifying force crushed down with the momentum of 1,000 troops being wiped out. The one who attacked was an expert under Black Soul God King, Tai Xing. He was best at an iron claw that could grab the heaven and earth and the opponent's chi and blood. It was very overbearing. He's actually fine. Tai Xing snorted coldly. His one hand turned into 2 hands. There was actually a pair of boxing gloves on both hands, like curved hooks, revealing a ferocious aura. Heaven's shaking claw. The huge claw shadow clawed at Lin Fei's body one after another. When the claw shadow approached, Lin Fei could feel that his chi and blood seemed to be guided out by some kind of power, but this guidance was very weak. Lin Fei slightly moved his mind, and his chi and blood returned to normal. This expert under Black Soul God King is really a bit unusual. I'm afraid that even a celestial god powerhouse would be at a disadvantage when facing this claw technique. Lin Fei's eyes widened. This method was amazing. Almost no one could resist Tai Xing's heaven-shaking claw. Even those who were stronger than him would be affected. I failed. Tai Xing clearly felt the change in his opponent's chi and blood, but in the blink of an eye, he lost his sense. Who the hell are you? Tai Xing used heaven-shaking claw, but he didn't manage to grab the opponent's chi and blood. The attack landed on the opponent's body, but the opponent was not affected at all. To be able to resist my heaven-shaking claw, you are definitely not a nobody. Lin Fei was really a nobody. Sorry, I want this demon spirit's lair. Lin Fei laughed. You know claw techniques? I also know a claw technique. The power of a celestial god erupted, and a claw descended from the sky. This claw was very ordinary. With Lin Fei's current strength, it was no different from Mount Tai pressing down. Impudent. Heaven's shaking claw welcomed it. Boom! In the collision, the heaven-shaking claw was instantly torn apart. His 5 mountain-like fingers turned into a huge palm, and after a loud bang, Tai Xen was pushed into the ground. I only used 500 strands of deity's power to suppress him. Lin Fei realized that the amount of deity's power determined the strength of his power. Cough, 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 cough. Tai Xen's entire body was broken. His bones were broken, his arms were broken, and he could barely move. Lin Fei caught up to him and violently snatched his storage ring. Then he forcefully opened the storage ring and took away all the materials inside. You're lucky today. I only want the materials. I don't want your stuff. As for things like medicinal pills, Lin Fei really did not care much about them. You can scram now. Lin Fei didn't look at this black-armored expert. He turned around and rushed towards the demon spirit's lair. Those people who were preparing to enter the Black Soul God King fled in all directions in fright. These people are also cowards. Lin Fei didn't chase after them. After more than 10 punches, he blasted open the demon spirit's nest and broke in. Tai Xen was rescued by his subordinates. Powerful body, domineering power, where did this expert come from? And he's actually alone. Tai Xen was extremely afraid. The opponent's strength was completely above his. Let's go immediately. Tai Xen could only admit his loss to this kind of unknown person. Don't let me meet you again. Lin Fei naturally did not know the other party's curse. After rushing into the demon spirit's lair below, there were materials everywhere. It was like a treasure trove. Haha, I'm really lucky. Lin Fei smiled. The demon spirit's lair is really a good place. After a round of harvest, he obtained more than 200 9th grade materials, more than 100 8th grade materials, more than 67th grade materials, and finally, more than 36th grade materials. There were no 5th grade materials. This was not a small harvest for Lin Fei. The demon spirit's lair was divided into high and low levels. High-level demon spirits naturally had more mutated materials, and the quality was good. Low-level demon spirits were naturally ordinary. Even if it was ordinary, it was still a big harvest. At least, it was better than outside. The demon spirit's lair that Lin Fei encountered could only be said to be half ordinary, but it still made him happy. The demon spirit's area was huge. After Lin Fei harvested a demon spirit's lair, he did not find any more. Even if he did, it was empty, as someone had already taken it. For Lin Fei, materials became secondary. As long as he had demon spirits, it was good. 1 month later, Lin Fei's King God Realm body had made another important step, entering the second sky of King God Realm. He could suppress 26 demon spirits at one go, and his absorption efficiency had also increased. So what if there's no demon spirit's lair? I don't need to care about it anymore. Second sky of King God Realm body, Lin Fei could feel the changes in his body. The devil spirit's attacks had weakened by a large margin. If this continues, I should be able to cultivate to the 3rd level of God King physique. I'll need about 2 months. 2 months' time to improve the level of the body was not a problem for anyone else, but for Lin Fei, it was no problem at all. Lin Fei slowed down again. 2.5 months later, his body broke through to the 3rd sky of King God Realm. From this time on, the energy provided by the demon spirits became less powerful. Even killing hundreds of demon spirits couldn't bring him any improvement. I can leave this place. After reaching the 3rd sky of King God Realm, the demon spirits' attacks couldn't affect him. His body could hold 40 demon spirits, which doubled. Carrying 40 demon spirits in my body, am I too bad? Lin Fei began to hurry. On the way, he saw some corpses, all dead for a long time. Their storage rings had been taken away. Half a month later, Lin Fei finally passed through this area. In the end, the demon spirits didn't come close, as if they could feel his aura. Demon spirit's lair? Standing on a piece of land, looking at the demon spirit's lair in front of him, Lin Fei seemed to suspect that he had come to the wrong place. How could there be so many demon spirits? Looking around, it was all the demon spirits' lair. These lair were big and small. The small ones were a few dozen zhang high, and the medium ones were dozens of zhang high. The most powerful ones were more than 1,000 zhang high. Lin Fei almost suspected that he had come to a hilly area. If these hills weren't so high, he would have thought so. It seems reasonable that the Emperor armor parts are in this place. Lin Fei took a deep breath. With the third sky of King God Realm body, I can vaguely feel the threat of death. This place must have a powerful demon spirit. The demon spirit's lair was quiet. There was no trace of the demon spirit. Lin Fei tried to search, but the demon spirit's lair was empty. He went in more than a dozen times, but the result was the same. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lin Fei had a headache. There were demon spirits' lair everywhere. It wasn't easy to find one that hadn't been entered. Chapter 3592. In the depths of the god and demon pool, there was actually a nest of demon spirits. This was not good news for Lin Fei. Even with a map, facing this kind of place, Lin Fei did not know where to start. The situation at the scene and the route in his memory could not be combined together. The only explanation was that this place was not on the map. Lin Fei knew that he was tricked by Tianji Hall's Yi Tianhong. He was bullying him for not being familiar with the terrain here and not even having a complete map. When the trace of fear came from his body, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. No, it seems to be this place. Lin Fei changed a few directions and finally sensed the changes in the demon spirits. It seems that going in this direction, there is an aura that makes them afraid. This is the god and demon pool. There is really nothing else that can make them afraid other than demon spirits. Over the years in Jade Wandering Demon City, Lin Fei had a detailed understanding of the god and demon pool. The most terrifying thing in the god and demon pool was the demon spirits. Low-level demon spirits might be able to survive, but once they encountered high-level demon spirits, or even the legendary humanoid demon spirits, it was basically a narrow escape. Maybe I can find the nest of demon spirits that no one has entered from this direction and plunder it first. Lin Fei thought to himself. It's here. At this time, in Lin Fei's body, the demon spirits were abnormally afraid and trembling. Along the way, Lin Fei had figured out some of the habits of the demon spirits. As long as they were within a certain distance, they would be extremely afraid. A dozen or so demon spirits' nest appeared in front of Lin Fei. After rushing in, there was a space inside. Demon spirits gathered. There were dozens of demon spirits. After Lin Fei came in, they did not attack him immediately, but they were also very puzzled. It can't be, they did not take the initiative to attack me. Lin Fei was very surprised. It seems to be of a higher level. The demon spirits surrounded Lin Fei. The demon spirits in his body were so scared that they did not dare to move. It seems that the demon spirit has mistaken me for a low-level demon spirit. Lin Fei was secretly delighted. For safety's sake, it seems that I can do this. Lin Fei cleaned up the demon spirit in his body and captured the demon spirit here again. After the replacement was completed, the demon spirit chose to ignore it. Success. Lin Fei couldn't believe that such a trick was real. The devil spirit, which was known to be terrifying and could cause one to have a narrow escape from death, would actually recognize the wrong person. Let's harvest the materials first. This space wasn't big. Lin Fei's mood was getting better and better. In this demon spirit lair, he had collected 2,000 materials, among which the best were 5th-grade materials, and there were a total of 10 of them. What a different demon spirit! After Lin Fei put away the materials, he started to kill the demon spirits. As for the Emperor armor parts, he was not interested in them for now. This place was so big, and with all the major factions here, he did not have much of an advantage. I won't look for them. I believe that Yi Longfei and the others will definitely go. Maybe when the Emperor armor parts appear, it will cause a big commotion. I just need to wait for them. After thinking it through, Lin Fei was even less anxious. Demon spirit, I'm coming. Lin Fei began to focus on dealing with the demon spirits. At the same time, in the depths of the demon spirits' lair, demon spirits were wandering everywhere, and these demon spirits were larger in size. They seemed to be patrolling along a certain range. The forbidden area is in front. The group of people came to a place with the help of treasures. In front of them was the demon spirits' lair that was hundreds of meters high. and in the distance was the demon spirit's lair that was shrouded in black fog. There was a dangerous aura everywhere. "Don't move." At this time, a few demon spirits slowly floated over, stopped at the place where they were hiding, and then continued to wander. That fierce aura made them shudder. "Brother Yi, the treasures of your Tianji Hall are really useful. Along the way, you can actually avoid the demon spirits." If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize them as Yi Longfei and his brother. At this time, they were leading a group of people, all of whom were at the 5th level of the Sky Immortal realm, and there were even heavenly god powerhouses. Yi Longfei said proudly, "Only our Tianji Hall has the ability to enter this place. Those who come from the outside, not to mention anything else, just these demon spirits alone are enough to make them die without a burial place." The people behind him nodded secretly. In this aspect, they really couldn't compare to Tianji Hall. Don't. Yi Longfei was quite proud. After all, they were safe and sound all the way here. However, the smile on his face didn't last long, and the ground began to shake. "Someone is coming in." A spiritual light appeared in front of them on the left. A group of people activated a treasure and went straight to the forbidden area in front of them. "Who is this? Why are there so many demon spirits?" "Not good, it's the godson of the demon god lord, Gu Lai's godson." Everyone saw Gu Lai's godson activating a treasure and charging into the forbidden area majestically. Once those demon spirits approached, they would be sent flying by a force. Yi Longfei and his brother were just showing off for a while when Gu Lai's godson forcibly rushed in. Their faces couldn't help but sink. "Oh no, Gu Lai's godson must also be going for that thing." Yi Longfei was shocked. "Let's go in quickly, don't let him beat us to it." For that thing, they spent a lot of effort so they couldn't give up halfway. Boom, boom. In the east, a bolt of lightning with extreme yang energy appeared majestically. The light of the lightning created a terrifying vacuum zone. Some demon spirits rushed in and were instantly smashed into pieces by the lightning. "Someone else is here." The 5th one, the lair of the demon spirits. Lin Fei had been busy collecting materials and killing demon spirits. His physical body, which had stagnated, had finally made progress and was steadily improving. Every day, Lin Fei was full of motivation. To others, the demon god pool is a dangerous place. "I didn't expect it to be my blessed land." Lin Fei rushed into the lair of the demon spirits. If the demon gods knew about this, they would probably cry themselves blind. There were a lot of demon spirits in this lair. As for Lin Fei who broke in, he didn't even look at him. Lin Fei happily packed up the materials. Boom, boom. Before he collected much, there was a violent fluctuation in the lair. "There are materials here. Kill the demon spirits." A group of people rushed in from the lair and took out black balls, setting off a large wave of air, shaking the demon spirits away. "Our treasures are not bad." The group of people forced the demon spirits to flee in all directions. Even if they tried to counterattack, they were blocked by an invisible force and could only retreat. People from the Heaven Suppressing clan. Lin Fei ran out and recognized the people. It was the Heaven Suppressing clan who arranged disciples to chase after him last time. At that time, in order to kill the demon spirits, he didn't deal with them. He didn't expect to meet them here. "It's you." The leading expert of the Heaven Suppressing clan was a 4th firmament celestial deity. At this time, his face was cold, but he also revealed a hint of surprise. "You actually won't be attacked by the demon spirits." Chapter 3593. How could Lin Fei miss the chance to run into people from the Heavenly Suppression clan again? "I'll deal with you first." "You dare rob our Heavenly Suppression clan? You really don't know what's good for you. Kill him." The 3 experts from the Heavenly Suppression clan roared and took out their treasures. Several beams of sword light slashed out, sealing the void. It was a very overbearing attack. Bang bang bang. The sword light slashed at Lin Fei's body. His strong defense shook off the sword light. "You dare say you can kill me with such little power?" Yi Xiaolong pounced. "Now I'll show you what true power is." He raised his hand and punched out. A black torrent surged out. This time, Lin Fei attacked with all his strength. Bang bang bang. the torrent crushed over. Except for a few experts from the Heavenly Suppression clan who relied on their treasures to protect themselves, the rest were torn to pieces. This is true power. Lin Fei laughed. Last time, you said you'd kill me. Now it's your turn. You hid your strength. The experts of the Heaven Suppressing clan were shocked. The power of this punch shook their treasures. Cracks even appeared on their treasures. Their hearts were bleeding. Lin Fei pounced and punched again. The black torrent was even more terrifying than the last time. They kept retreating, and their treasures kept cracking. Crack crack. Their treasures shattered. Zhen Wuhai kept retreating, but there was still a wave of power that hit him, almost tearing him apart. He's too strong. It's more than 500 strands of God power, maybe even 600. It's not something we can handle. Zhen Wuhai regretted killing this person. Now he had offended a strong enemy. We're from the Heavenly Suppression clan. You killed our people. If you kill us, the Heavenly Suppression clan's God King experts will chase you to the ends of the earth. Zhen Wuhai's treasures shattered one by one. Moreover, our Heavenly Suppression clan has a secret technique. Once we die, we'll leave our secret technique imprint on you. You'll have nowhere to hide. Zhen Wuhai couldn't take it. The other experts from the Heavenly Suppression clan had been killed. Even he couldn't hold on. Who asked you to not listen to me? Lin Fei shook his head and punched out again. Zhen Wuhai let out a miserable shriek as he was ripped to shreds, and his ring of holding fell to the ground. After killing the other party, a special secret technique drilled into Lin Fei's body. My God King body can't stop this power from invading my body. Originally, Lin Fei did not care too much about it. However, as the special energy entered his body, to the point where he was unable to resist it, Lin Fei knew that he had made a mistake. Since I've killed them all, once my body improves and I obtain enough spiritual items, I'll become the strongest existence among godly monarchs after I break through to godly monarch. Lin Fei did not believe that the fleshly body of a God King expert could be as strong as his. They've harvested quite a lot. After checking the storage ring, Zhang Xian found that there were more than 100,000 materials in it. Although it was not as much as what he had, it was still a lot. After looting the storage ring, when Lin Fei was preparing to continue killing the devil souls, he was surprised to find that all the devil souls had appeared behind him and gathered together. What's going on? Lin Fei was speechless. Could they be asking him to kill on their own accord? Wait, is this support? Lin Fei had a devil soul in his body, and he could more or less understand the meaning of the devil souls. What the hell? Go over there. Lin Fei pointed in a direction, and the devil souls behind him really went over. It's really a success. This is too unbelievable. Lin Fei commanded a few times, and he was really pointing at the devil souls. I can even move the devil souls by accident. At this moment, Lin Fei finally felt that the devil souls were not as scary as he had imagined. Hee with these devil souls, then Lin Fei brought the devil souls out of the devil souls nest. They didn't hesitate and followed him. A total of over 200 devil souls finally broke into a devil soul's nest. They really know how to kill each other. Lin Fei silently watched the devil souls fight. In the past, the devil souls wouldn't attack each other, but now, they were in a mess, and there were constant casualties. Lin Fei also realized one thing. When these devil souls killed each other, they could absorb the power of the devil souls, and their overall strength would increase by a lot. If I refine them, the efficiency will increase, and the devil souls will change. Lin Fei smiled. My physical body can be improved again. Several days later, in a devil soul's nest, Lin Fei sat cross-legged, and he was surrounded by devil souls. The number had expanded from over 200 to over 600. Done. Lin Fei opened his eyes. God King's physical body has broken through to the 4th level of the God King realm, and it will soon reach the 5th level of the God King realm. Through the devil souls devouring each other, Lin Fei discovered that the efficiency of absorption had increased by a lot. This was also the reason why he could break through to the 4th level of the God King realm so quickly. It's a pity. My physical body has broken through, but my power hasn't. It's a pity. Lin Fei said regretfully. However, it is also a life-saving ability to improve my physical body. I will strive to break through to the 5th level of the God King realm. With the improvement of Lin Fei's physical body, his body could accommodate over 80 devil souls, and his body could even emit the unique aura of devil souls. It was very dense, and those who didn't know would think that he was a devil soul. Being the king of devil souls isn't bad. Boom! At this moment, the devil soul's nest collapsed without any warning. The independent small space exploded, and the power of the spatial collapse swept out, constantly attacking Lin Fei. Why is it collapsing? As soon as the space collapsed, the power crushed over. Many devil souls were instantly torn into pieces, and they couldn't dodge in time. Rushing out from the shattered space, Lin Fei discovered that the surrounding devil soul's nest had collapsed. This place had almost turned into ruins, and it was completely different from before. What a terrifying aura! Lin Fei looked around. There was still a vague remnant of extremely terrifying energy. In front of this layer of energy, even his 4th level of the God King realm was shivering. How is this possible? Just the remnant aura alone makes me feel the aura of death. Lin Fei was horrified. What exactly has such power? I can't say that a powerful expert came in. It doesn't seem possible. This time, the strongest should be that foster son of Gu Lai, and his aura isn't enough to make me feel fear. Yi Xiaolong didn't remember such a thing happening. This is too terrifying. I think all the nearby devil souls' nests were affected. Is it an expert? Or was it some kind of treasure? Chapter 3594. Chase, that thing must be in front. Treasure, it's definitely a treasure. Lin Fei stood in the collapsing void, and when he heard the commotion ahead, he immediately chased after it to check the situation. The devil spirit actually gave me a feeling of fear. The lair of the devil spirit ahead was collapsing. Lin Fei was shocked. It seems like there's a huge horror ahead. It didn't take long before someone appeared to be chasing something up ahead, unleashing a barrage of attacks that caused the void up ahead to crumble continuously. Good stuff, it's definitely good stuff. Lin Fei also felt a trace of terrifying death aura. It's in front, it's right in front. Rumble! In the depths of the devil spirit's lair, loud rumbling sounds could be heard. A wave of black energy swept over, and the originally towering devil spirit's lair was instantly destroyed by this black energy, turning into ruins. The devil spirit struggled, but it was torn into pieces by this black energy. Not good, this energy is coming for me. Lin Fei was alarmed, and he circulated his 4th level God King physique to defend himself. At the next moment, a tearing force landed on his body, as though he was being grabbed by 7 or 8 hands, and the feeling of being torn apart enveloped his body. Finally withstood it. Lin Fei smashed into the ruins of the devil spirit's lair. The others weren't so lucky, and they were instantly torn into pieces by this black energy. How terrifying! I was nearly torn into pieces. Lin Fei felt a lingering fear in his heart. Even though he had a God King level 4 physical body, his entire body was filled with tiny cracks. What is that thing? The shockwave from it is a little terrifying. If I were to be hit 3 to 5 times, wouldn't I be dead? The black energy came quickly, and it disappeared quickly as well. At this moment, the devil spirit's lair was gone, and it was truly a flat plain. Lin Fei observed for a while, and after making sure there was no danger, he continued to fly forward. At this moment, there was a huge change in this region. It seems like many unlucky people were killed by that wave of attack. Along the way, Lin Fei didn't see any traces of living people, and thinking about it, it was caused by that wave of attack. Even he couldn't withstand that power, let alone others. It finally stopped. At this time, in the ruins of Old Chai Demon Spirit, a muscular figure laughed loudly. At this moment, a bronze coffin appeared on the ground, smashing a huge crater in the ground. I didn't let you out in vain. The tall and sturdy figure laughed loudly, full of pride. Now, let me open the copper coffin. Let me see just what part is worthy of being placed in a copper coffin. The burly figure stretched out his hand and raised his hand, condensing a huge palm that slammed heavily towards the copper coffin. Boom! The palm landed on the bronze coffin, but it did not budge at all. Instead, a black energy shot out and swept across the tall and sturdy figure, shattering it on the spot. You don't know what's good for you. Do you think you can open this Emperor Copper coffin? A few figures caught up, and a huge shield protected them. The person in the lead was a young man with disdain in his eyes. He was the foster son of the divine demon master, Gu Lai, a divine king expert. Emperor Copper Coffin. God King Gu Lai raised his hand and the experts behind him stopped. Rumor has it that the Emperor Copper Coffin is a powerful treasure. It can absorb attacks and transform them into unique destructive attacks. Seeing it today, it lives up to its reputation. I'm afraid countless people will suffer just now. This is just right, I can get rid of some unnecessary people. Lord, this stone coffin is so powerful. How do we open it? The confidant behind him said. They had experienced the black energy attack previously. Even if they were divine demons, they would be powerless if they faced it alone. They would die without a doubt. God King Gu Lai had been staring at the Emperor coffin. Who would have thought that the number one God Emperor, who was insufferably arrogant back then, who suppressed an era, would leave his most important part here and use the Emperor coffin to store it? Fortunately, our God Demon clan also has a treasure that can restrain the Emperor coffin. Today, the item in the Emperor coffin will belong to me. Congratulations, Lord God King, for obtaining a great treasure. Congratulations, Lord God King, for obtaining a great treasure. The divine demon behind him knelt on one knee and said loudly, "Ha!" God King Gu Lai's eyes flickered. I'm really looking forward to the moment I open the copper coffin. Go. God King Gu Lai took out a treasure. It was a large black axe that emitted a black glow. Its thick aura was like a mountain. The black axe slashed across the sky. A black beam of light passed through the void as though it was nothing and slashed at the Emperor Copper coffin. Kacha! A crack appeared on the Emperor Copper coffin. At the same time, a wave of black energy swept over once again and struck the large shield. Continue. Lin Fei was very careful the entire way. Not good, it's coming again. A cold intent assaulted him. Lin Fei blocked it with both hands and was instantly sent flying. His hands were covered in cracks. Damn it, what the hell is this? Lin Fei was extremely wary of this energy. The tearing force was violent and crazy. It was a complete crushing tearing. Myriad Essence Pool. Just as he blocked the first wave of black energy, the second wave came immediately. Lin Fei took out the Myriad Essence Pool and controlled the treasure to devour the black energy. This was the only treasure Lin Fei could use at the moment. It was extremely mysterious and special. In Lin Fei's imagination, it shouldn't be that simple. Hee, not bad, not bad. After the Myriad Essence Pool devoured the black energy, there was no reaction. This made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. He was prepared. If anything went wrong, he would immediately put it away. Good stuff, really good stuff. Lin Fei was protected by the Myriad Essence Pool above his head. The black energy that appeared was completely absorbed by it. Boom, boom, boom. The black energy constantly swept the surroundings. After the black axe slashed more than 10 times, the strength decreased each time. With the final strike, the lid of the Emperor Copper coffin was finally split open with a cracking sound. Come out. God King Gu Lai reached out and grabbed. A vortex appeared above the Emperor Copper coffin. A dark gold item floated out from the coffin. Ha, my luck is not bad. It actually contains the most precious treasure of that person. God King Gu Lai's eyes revealed greed. Gu Heng's glove, also known as the Death Glove. It was once the strongest part of that era suppressor. Now, it belongs to me in place of him. Gu Heng's glove was dark gold in color. It floated in the air and emitted traces of terrifying might. Come over. A force landed on the glove and guided it over. Suddenly, a figure appeared near the glove. A cloth bag opened up and the treasure was instantly kept inside. Then, the figure disappeared into the void. Ah, my treasure. You are courting death. God King Gu Lai's face was hideous. His God King aura surged into the sky as he punched at the void. The void in front of him collapsed on the spot. A figure fell out and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Chapter 3595. Looking at the scene not far away, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. Wow, this God King Gu Lai is very strong, forcing the four factions to join forces. Wait, not the four factions. Lin Fei's gaze turned towards one direction, and his lips curled into a playful smile. Interesting, those two from Tianji Hall are planning to fish in troubled waters. Over there, Lin Fei sensed two familiar auras. Who else could it be but Yi Feilong and Yi Feihu? Four factions joining forces, how interesting. Lin Fei was in no hurry to go up, and he quietly concealed himself. Since there was an opportunity to take advantage, he naturally wouldn't foolishly go up to be abused. You guys know how to fish in troubled waters, but so do I. After concealing himself, Lin Fei looked over again, and his expression changed. The entire pond of gods and demons had undergone a huge change. God King Gu Lai stood in the sky, and endless darkness surged over. From the darkness, phantoms rushed out and tunneled into God King Gu Lai's body, and his aura surged. Boom, boom, boom. His aura continued to rise, and the void shook as astral winds howled. The astral winds that surged and surrounded God King Gu Lai, forming a huge black storm. Not good. God King Gu Lai is using a secret technique. Quick, stop him. We can't let him continue to rise, or everyone will be in trouble. Everyone was shocked. They were already having a hard time dealing with God King Gu Lai, and if this continued, they might really fall short of success. The four factions joined forces again, suppressing him. All sorts of treasures bombarded the black storm above, and the black storm automatically strangled them, constantly attacking the treasures, making it impossible for them to suppress it. God King Gu Lai's aura continued to rise. Boom! The storm formed by astral chi exploded, and the huge airwave sent all the treasures flying. In the pond of gods and demons, our god-demon race is the strongest. God King Gu Lai's aura became vast and unfathomable. It's precisely because you don't understand the secret of the pond of gods and demons that you will all die here today. If you dare to attack a god-demon, no one will survive. God King Gu Lai waved his hand, and thick divine power surged out, surging towards them with an earth-shattering force. Hua hua hua! As soon as this power appeared, the void collapsed. The four forces took out their treasures to block, but they were instantly sent flying, coughing up blood. You guys are too weak. God King Gu Lai shook his head. Back then, the experts of the god-devil race died here, but their powers never disappeared. As long as it's a god king of the god-devil race, you can borrow it. Since you want to snatch my treasures, then you better be prepared to be killed by me. Jianghu and the rest were not weak. By borrowing the power of their treasures, they could contend against deity King Gu Lai if they joined forces. As Gu Lai absorbed the energy of the god-fiend pool, his strength increased exponentially. Just a casual attack was enough to make them feel as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. We've all underestimated you god-fiends. Jianghu vomited blood. However, it won't be that easy for you to defeat us. With your current strength, you definitely won't be able to last long. That's right. As long as you can survive your attacks, the one who will be defeated in the end will be you, Gu Lai. Zhan Wudi was full of fighting spirit, and he was not afraid at all. The ancient Heng Gauntlet is the strongest of the arch armors. You god fiends are not qualified to own it. Black Fiend took out a pill and swallowed it. Our subduing Heavenly King race isn't afraid either. The four factions were confident. As a major faction in the Wind Cloud Weave, they weren't to be trifled with. Deity King Gu Lai sneered. You are very smart, but you will never know that in front of my strength, your struggles will be futile. Boom! Deity King Gu Lai punched a ruin. Come out. You don't have the qualifications to fish in troubled waters under my nose. And you. Another punch was sent towards Lin Fei's position. I've been discovered just like that. Lin Fei blocked with both his hands. That force came through the air and hit his hands like a warhammer. The void behind Lin Fei was constantly collapsing. He only managed to stabilize himself after taking a few steps back. Is this the strength of a god king after the sudden increase? However, it isn't as terrifying as I imagined. My God King body withstood it. This was the first time Lin Fei was attacked by a God King after his body reached the 4th level of the God King realm. The force was very domineering. Compared to his 4th level of the God King body, God King Gu Lai's strength wasn't as terrifying as imagined. At least, Lin Fei felt that he could withstand it easily. Yi Feilong and the others didn't dare to resist it directly. They took out a treasure and an ancient runes blocked in front of them. When God King Gu Lai's strength landed on it, it was absorbed and digested by the mysterious runes. You guys aren't simple. God King Gu Lai was very surprised. You guys were able to find such ancient god talismans. Unfortunately, you met me. Little Sky King Xia, who couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment when he saw Yi Feilong and the others. You aren't bad either. Your battle armor isn't bad. You can withstand my attack. God King Gu Lai noticed that the rogue cultivator's strength didn't destroy his body. The 6 factions gathered together, but they looked at each other with different expressions. Especially Yi Feilong's side. They underestimated God King Gu Lai and were exposed by him. This caused the Sky Palace, Zhan Clan, and other factions to be vigilant. God King Gu Lai didn't treat everyone as a big deal. Now that everyone is here, it's time to start a massacre. God King Gu Lai laughed sinisterly. After killing you guys, naturally no one will fight with me. Gu Heng's gloves are supreme emperor treasures personally refined by the God Emperor. Boom! God King Gu Lai pounced forward, causing the void to tremble. God's doppelgangers, kill without mercy. Figures walked out from God King Gu Lai's body. There were a total of 5 figures with the same aura. Like ghosts, they targeted one side and attacked. God King Realm, God King Strength. 5 doppelgangers, 5 God Kings. Everyone's heart sank. As for the Sky Palace, they were facing God King Gu Lai's main body. They were in deep trouble this time. The God Devil race actually had such a secret technique. They were going to work together to defeat them one by one, not giving them a chance to work together. Previously, they relied on their treasures to repel God King Gu Lai's attack. Now that their strength had increased by 2 to 3 small realms, it would be very difficult to repel him. Just in time. Just as everyone's expression changed, Lin Fei was the first to face God King Gu Lai's doppelganger. He punched out, and thick heaven deity energy gushed out from his hand. God King Gu Lai's doppelganger sneered. You dare to fight me? He also punched out violently. The might was greater, and the strength was stronger. Boom! The fists collided. A terrifying force swept out. Chapter 3596. The power of this punch was extremely great. The other 5 forces were secretly watching, hoping that the other party could hold on a little longer so that the situation would not be one-sided. God King Gu Lai released his God doppelgangers. 5 God King doppelgangers immediately gave them heavy pressure, forcing them to lose the chance to join forces. Once they were defeated by the God King doppelgangers, they would either have to leave or be killed in the Demon Soul ruins, and the latter was more likely. The possibility of escaping from a God King expert was less than 10%. Be it the God King's strength or speed, they were all above them. Escape? That was a joke. That kid withstood it. What a strong body. That's great. After withstanding the punch, they were secretly delighted, but no matter how they searched their memories, they could not recognize who this person was. That guy's strength has increased to such an extent. Yi Feilong and his brother used a secret technique, their strength skyrocketed, and they also noticed Lin Fei who withstood God King Gu Lai's punch. They never thought that guy could come to the depths of the Demon Soul's lair. Just the Demon Souls alone were not that easy to break through. We really underestimated that guy. Yi Feilong's eyes flashed with cold light. He is still useful now. If we don't defeat God King Gu Lai, we can forget about getting Gu Heng's gloves. Lin Fei did not know what they were thinking. God King Gu Lai, is this your strength? Lin Fei laughed. Your doppelganger is a little weak. Hua! Lin Fei pounced forward, his god's power surging. Impudent! Gu Lai's doppelganger snorted and threw a punch. In the blink of an eye, the huge fist hammered down, and vast power crushed down. Just a doppelganger, I'm not afraid of you. Lin Fei met the attack head-on. He brandished his heavenly deity's power with both hands as he blasted towards God King Guli's crushing fist technique. Bang bang bang. God King Gulai's doppelganger's strength was indeed terrifying. His punches were almost like MT Tai's pressure. Crack 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 crack. Lin Fei's strength was still much weaker and he was constantly forced to retreat. Fine cracks appeared on his body. Fortunately, my fleshly body has reached the 4th level of God King. This God King clone isn't a threat to me. Lin Fei looked like he was at a disadvantage, but in fact, he had the upper hand. He secretly paid attention to the other factions, and the situation was not good, especially the Sky Palace's side, which had been attacked by Godly King Gulai himself. After Godly King Gulai absorbed the power of the deity and demon pool, his power skyrocketed. It is indeed terrifying. The thing suppressed in the light pillar should be a part of the arch armor. Lin Fei took it very easily, but the force of the blast still affected the God King's clone to a certain extent. God King Gulai sensed the clone's condition. That guy is actually fine. God King's fleshly body. How is this possible? The human race's fleshly body has always been famous for being weak. Even the 5 God Kings of the Jade roaming Devil City had barely reached the 1st level of God King's fleshly body. They even relied on a large number of treasures to increase their strength. But this guy in front of me, his fleshly body is at least at the 3rd level of God King's fleshly body. Furthermore, his strength is extremely powerful and can offset a portion of the attack. He is truly a troublesome guy. God King Gulai's clone was trying to end the battle as quickly as possible. Now that such a freak had appeared, God King Gulai was having a headache. God King Gulai's clone constantly sent out punches. He had changed several fist arts and the power was constantly increasing, but he still couldn't kill his opponent. Right now, your strength is getting weaker and weaker. Lin Fei was secretly delighted. He could feel that God King Gulai's clone was getting weaker and his strength had a huge change. To Lin Fei, who had strength, he could clearly feel it. Now it's my turn. Slaughter Sword intent flew out and turned into a rain of swords, bombarding God King Gulai's body and letting out clanking sounds. A God King's defense is indeed strong, even if it's just a clone. Lin Fei pounced over and welcomed it with a fist. The 2 fists collided and the heavenly deity's power surged, forcing God King Gulai to retreat. Myriad Essence Pool. The Myriad Essence Pool came crashing down like a mountain, sending God King Gulai's clone flying. Kill! When God King Gulai's clone was sent flying, Lin Fei took the chance and arrived above God King Gulai. He punched God King Gulai's head. God King Gulai's clone blocked with a single hand, but how could he block Lin Fei's strength? The fist was sent into the ground, causing a radius of 1 to 2 miles to cave in and cracks to appear everywhere. Suck! The Myriad Essence Pool flew over and a powerful suction force enveloped over. You dare! God King Gulai's clone struggled and used his god power to shake the surrounding void, resisting the suction force of the Myriad Essence Pool. Lin Fei rushed down and stomped down violently. The rumbling power shook God King Gulai's clone and interrupted his resistance against the Myriad Essence Pool. Your strength is starting to weaken and you still want to resist. Lin Fei greeted with another fist. The heavenly deity's power surged and caused God King Gulai's aura to become chaotic. The Myriad Essence Pool took the chance and sucked God King Gulai's clone in. My clone is being suppressed. God King Gulai was suppressing little Sky King Xiahu to the point where he couldn't breathe. Suddenly his expression changed. The clone that was attacking the black-robed guy was actually being suppressed. You dare to suppress my clone? God King Gulai gave up on dealing with Xiahu and went straight for Lin Fei. Heaven's shaking fist. This fist was like the sky and there seemed to be only a fist imprint left in the world. This was God King Gulai's furious fist. His clone was actually being suppressed and the connection was gradually weakening. Once he lost his clone, it would definitely be a huge loss. Lin Fei waved his hand and kept the Myriad Essence Pool. So what if I am suppressed? Don't tell me you can still kill me? I guess you definitely don't have the strength to do so. He used both hands to block and a heavy force came crashing down. The other party's fist landed on his arm and the surging force almost instantly broke through Lin Fei's force. It heavily smashed onto Lin Fei's body and sent him flying. 4th level God King Physique. When the fist landed on the black-robed guy, God King Gu Lai was shocked and had a look of disbelief. That was a 4th level God King Physique. Heaven's suppressing pillar. A light pillar landed on God King Gu Lai's body and a mysterious force caused God King Gu Lai to be unable to move for a moment. So the heaven suppressing race had taken back the treasure and turned to suppress God King Gu Lai. Little brother, how are you? Jianghu transmitted a message. I'm fine. Lin Fei crawled up. God King Gu Lai, your strength isn't enough to kill me. Now it's my turn. Through the air, a fist landed on the immobilized God King Gu Lai's face. Instantly, Gu Lai's face tilted to the side. I had such a good time just now. I wonder if it feels good now. Chapter 3597. Kid, I'm going to tear you apart. God King Gu Lai roared in anger. The energy around him shook the heaven-suppressing pillar as though it was about to break free. There was a loud bang. Lin Fei punched God King Gu Lai's chest. The burning Empyrean power was enough to shake God King Gu Lai's body, especially after his power was suppressed. Little brother, don't let him break free. We'll deal with these avatars immediately. After Jianghu broke free, without God King Gu Lai personally, the pressure was reduced. He used his treasures to attack one of God King Gu Lai's avatars. After Jianghu joined in, the situation immediately changed. God King Gu Lai, you're the first person to completely withstand my power. I'll remember this for life. Lin Fei punched God King Gu Lai again. His left leg violently kicked God King Gu Lai's waist. Violent energy constantly exploded on God King Gu Lai's body. Now that he was facing a God King, he realized that Empyrean power was indeed much weaker. Under such violent attacks, God King Gu Lai was only bruised and swollen. There were no other major injuries. You're dead. God King Gu Lai's killing intent was ice cold. You dare to spoil my plans. There will be no place for you in the entire roving Jade Divine Nation. You're dead. No one can save you. Lin Fei understood the meaning of these words. God King Gu Lai indeed had the capital. Threatening me? I'll fulfill your wish. Myriad Essence Pool was brought out and aimed at God King Gu Lai. Plunder crazily. A brilliant sword intense slashed onto God King Gu Lai's body, causing sparks to fly everywhere. However, Lin Fei persevered. Sword after sword slashed, and finally, a wound was cut open on the God King's body. Swish, swish, swish. Large amounts of blood were plundered and entered the Myriad Essence Pool. Let's see what you can do after sucking all your essence blood. Lin Fei was overjoyed. He was just trying to annoy God King Gu Lai. He didn't expect it to work. I've underestimated the Myriad Essence Pool. Damn it, my essence blood. God King Gu Lai couldn't stop his essence blood from flowing. His face turned paler and paler. He couldn't believe that this treasure had such an effect. That's the Heavenly Dance Divine Nation's Myriad Essence Pool. This is too domineering. Jianghu was startled. This was different from what he had read. If he had known that the Myriad Essence Pool was so good, he would have definitely tried his hand at it. However, as God King Gu Lai lost his blood essence, his aura became weaker and weaker. Everyone was overjoyed. God King Gu Lai was simply too powerful. If it wasn't for the black-robed man suppressing the opponent's clone at the critical moment, they knew very well what would have happened to them. I'll remember you. God King Gu Lai was filled with regret. Why did he have to play the game of taking them down one by one? Now, he was really being taken down by the other party one by one. Even his essence blood was being plundered. I will wait for you. Fiend God blood escape. God King Gu Lai bellowed as his entire body combusted into a ball of blood. He charged out of the heaven suppression pillar and transformed into a blood shadow. He ran away. Lin Fei couldn't even stop him. The remaining God King Gu Lai's clones crumbled and disappeared, and the pressure on everyone disappeared. Let's go. Great. God King Gu Lai's escape was truly out of everyone's expectations. Lin Fei blinked. I finally understand another use of the Myriad Essence Pool. What a pity, a god king. It's definitely a waste that I didn't manage to squeeze him dry. Lin Fei didn't even have the chance to stop him under that secret art. He didn't expect the fiend god race to have such a secret art. However, there's a huge price to pay for using such a secret art, not to mention sucking his entire body of blood essence. It would be a miracle if there wasn't a price. Brother, it's all thanks to you this time. Xia Hufei came over and cupped his hands at Lin Fei. God King Gu Lai probably wouldn't have thought that he would leave in such a manner. Lin Fei kept the myriad essence pool. God King Gu Lai was too arrogant. Fortunately, my skin is thick, or I wouldn't have been able to withstand his attack. Brother, well done. Zhan Wudi also flew over. He was in a sorry state. I almost couldn't withstand it. God King Gu Lai really suffered a huge setback. Heaven Suppression Clan's experts followed. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Yi Feilong, we meet again. Lin Fei's gaze turned to another group of people. Aren't you feeling indignant that you didn't succeed in your scheme? Yi Feilong was secretly shocked. The other party's strength was more terrifying than he imagined. He withstood the attack of God King Gu Lai's clone with his physical body. I think you've misunderstood. When Lin Fei said this, the remaining 4 clans looked over with unfriendly gazes. When God King Gu Lai attacked, they all heard those words. As Lin Fei mentioned it, everyone's minds reappeared. Who the hell are you? Xia Hu shouted. How dare you scheme against us? Who gave you the guts? I advise you to confess honestly. Black Fiend brought the experts and came to a place not far behind them. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. If you want to scheme against us, you have to pay a price. Actually, even if Lin Fei didn't mention it, they wouldn't have forgotten. To them, what they hated the most was being schemed against. Now that someone schemed against them, it was simply courting death. Your Tianji Hall secretly sold the information and wanted to take advantage of it. This idea isn't bad. You almost succeeded. Lin Fei smiled. We're all smart people. It'll be hard for you to get away with it. Yi Feilong was about to curse. Was there a need to be so overbearing? I really don't understand what you're talking about. Yi Feilong knew that things were bad today. He had just dealt with the God King's clone and consumed a lot of energy. If he was besieged again, his chances of winning would be extremely low. We participated in the besieging of the God King's clone. Is there a need to burn bridges after crossing the river? Lin Fei was unhappy to be schemed against like this. Stop quibbling. Lin Fei said. What's done is done. Are you all fools? A piece of the arch armor of the number 1 God Emperor is so tempting. I think you all must know many secrets. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sold the information to so many forces. The people present were indeed not fools. Following Lin Fei's words, they looked at Yi Feilong's group with different expressions. Let's go! Yi Feilong's group activated a treasure and forcefully tore the void apart, leaving the demon spirit's lair. I'm not interested in the piece of the arch armor. After they left, Lin Fei said, however, I need some heaven and earth spiritual items. I think you all won't be reluctant to part with them. Xia Hu, Zhan Wudi, and the others couldn't help but be secretly shocked by this person's ability. Among the people present, he was the most difficult to deal with the God King's body. Moreover, they had consumed a lot of energy previously. If they really fought for it, it would be very troublesome. Now that Lin Fei took the initiative to express his attitude, everyone's eyes lit up. Chapter 3598. Lin Fei voluntarily giving up the ancient Heng gloves was the best news for them. Heaven and earth spiritual item, sure. Little Heavenly King Xia Hu was the first to agree. Our Zhan family agrees too. Zhan Wudi said. Earth Evil Palace too. Black Fiend said. Our Heavenly King clan agrees too. All 4 families agreed to Lin Fei's request. Exchanging the heaven and earth spiritual item for Lin Fei's retreat was the best choice. Lin Fei smiled and said, Thank you, everyone, for your help. These gloves aren't of much use to me. They're not even as useful as the spiritual treasure. Once I get my hands on them, I'll leave this place immediately and won't interfere again. Not long after, the 4 families sent 4 storage rings, all of which were filled with heaven and earth spiritual items. Perhaps because of Lin Fei's giving up, there were quite a lot of heaven and earth spiritual items. Lin Fei glanced at them and was very satisfied. The heaven and earth spiritual items were better than he had imagined. "I'm leaving." After saying that, Lin Fei turned and left the scene, turning into a stream of light and leaving. What a straightforward guy. With Lin Fei's departure, the strongest threat disappeared. Now, it's time for us to divide the ancient Heng gloves. Another battle broke out. Lin Fei walked very quickly. Although the arch armor parts were good, it was a thankless task to face the four forces. Let's snatch it with all our might. Since God King Gu Lai escaped, he definitely won't give up easily. Who knows, he might even bring some experts in. What I need to do now is to improve my God King's physical body and at the same time, condense more deity power. He left far away. Lin Fei found a safe place. In an inconspicuous demon spirit lair, he released his demon spirit aura and quietly hid in the depths. The myriad essence pool flew out. They are really generous. In order to let me leave, they took out so many heaven and earth spiritual items. The arch armor parts seemed to be really important to them. Lin Fei's eyes were red, but he also knew that this was not the right time to make a move. Letting them fight on their own was undoubtedly the best choice. I hope my strength will increase this time. He poured all the spiritual materials in the 4 storage rings into the myriad origin pool and started refining it, along with his previous accumulations. Cough, cough, cough. A figure smashed onto the demon spirit's nest. God King Gu Lai crawled out and coughed out blood nonstop. His aura was extremely weak. "How dare you ruin my plans? Just you wait." God King Gu Lai's hatred surged. He took out a pill and consumed it to suppress the injuries in his body, and that black-robed fella. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. If not for that black-robed fella, God King Gu Lai did not believe that he would have lost so miserably. The other party's myriad essence pool had robbed him of his blood essence, causing him to suffer a great deal of damage. No matter how you fight, you will still be in the pond of gods and demons. Don't even think of leaving alive. God King Gu Lai decided to return and call for more people to suppress them in the pond of gods and demons. The number 1 God Emperor's the arch armor must not be leaked. Soon, you will regret offending the God Demon clan, and the consequences of offending me, Godly King Gu Lai. God King Gu Lai retreated. It's all that Lin Bai's fault. He actually dared to ruin our plans. They almost had the intention to kill. Yi Feilong and his brother had followed the old ancestors' plan step by step. They had everything under control, but they had miscalculated that Lin Bai, who had resisted the attack of God King Gu Lai's clone at the heavenly god realm. In the end, the situation had changed drastically, and even they had to leave with hatred. They were just one step away. They had originally planned to scheme against the Sky Hall and other factions. In the end, they would use the treasures to suppress them and snatch Gu Heng's gloves. "Big brother, what should we do now?" Yi Feilong said with hatred. "No matter who took Gu Heng's gloves, it will be very difficult to bring them out. Although God King Gu Lai escaped, don't forget that this is the pond of gods and demons. There are gods and demons guarding outside. If I'm not wrong, god and demon experts will probably intervene. If things go wrong, everyone in the pond of gods and demons will be massacred. Then wouldn't we be in danger? The God Demon clan will not let the Sky Hall off. If they really want to start a massacre, we can just leave." Yi Feilong gritted his teeth. "We can also spread the news of Gu Heng's gloves. I believe those god monarchs and god emperors will be interested." In the lair of the demon spirits, more than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under the full activation of the refinement, the 10,000 origin divine pills were almost ready. As his strength increased, Lin Fei could feel the changes brought about by the 10,000 origin pool. When the pills were formed, the 10,000 origin pool would remind him. Seal. Once the 10,000 origin pool opened, medicinal pills flew everywhere. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a tyrannical power came crashing down, sealing the heavens and locking the earth, suppressing the heavenly elixir of myriad essence. Good Lord, this is beyond my expectations. I estimated that it would be a few 110,000 origin divine pills. I didn't expect to refine 3,000 of them in one go. This is unbelievable. The 10,000 origin divine pills had truly stimulated Lin Fei. He didn't dare to imagine the amount. Could it be that the 10,000 origin divine pills will be better after absorbing the blood essence of the god-demon race? Lin Fei didn't dare to be sure. But the 10,000 origin divine pills were constantly stimulating Lin Fei. No matter what, I really have to thank them. With these 10,000 origin divine pills, my strength will skyrocket. Together with my 4th-tier God King physical body, I will truly have the strength to fight a God King. Before this, Lin Fei relied on his 4th-tier God King physical body to shake a God King's clone. But if it was his main body, this power would be no different from scratching an itch. There's no time to lose. Let's refine it first. God King Gu Lai had escaped, and he would definitely return. If he didn't raise his strength, once he encountered God King Gu Lai, he would probably turn and escape. This was something Lin Fei was very clear about. Lin Fei opened his mouth and swallowed. Hundreds of 10,000 origin divine pills entered his body. Instantly, they turned into a surging torrent. It was more violent than before, almost bursting his body. The effects of the 10,000 origin divine pills have increased. Ha! Lin Fei was overjoyed. The torrent became even more ferocious. Heavenly God energy, come out. Under the 4th-tier God King physical body, this torrent couldn't threaten Lin Fei at all. A stream of heavenly God energy was formed. 700 streams of heavenly God energy. 800 streams of heavenly God energy. 1,000, 2,000, 2,300 streams. I can't believe it. The myriad essence pool is so useful. In a single breath, I condensed more than 2,300 streams of heavenly God energy. I can break through to the God King realm at any time. At this moment, the heavenly God energy in Lin Fei's body turned into a huge river. Right now, my body is filled with a tremendous amount of power. I can easily destroy anything with just a wave of my hand. Lin Fei clenched his fist as his power surged. However, this is not my limit. 2,300 streams of heavenly God energy wasn't enough. The effects of the myriad essence pool are more terrifying than I imagined. After all, the Heaven Dance Divine Nation must have some outstanding points to be able to become one of the 13 divine nations. Perhaps, this treasure has an even greater origin. Boom! After a loud explosion, a figure crashed through the Devil Spirit's nest and fell into the Devil Spirit space. Chapter 3599. Lin Fei was reminiscing about his power. 2,300 wisps of Sky God power. His entire body was filled with violent power. A punch seemed to be able to destroy everything. A figure crashed into the demonic spirit lair and fell inside, sending several demonic spirits flying. What's going on? Lin Fei was taken aback. Was someone plotting against him? Did they have to be so direct? But when he heard the commotion outside and saw the man vomiting blood on the ground, Lin Fei recognized him. It was the Zhan family's Zhan Wudi. He was in a sorry state. Let's go. Godly King Gu Lai and the rest are back. They even brought a few other foster sons. Zhan Wudi also saw Lin Fei. He was very surprised, but he immediately reminded him. Regardless, Zhan Wudi's impression of him improved a lot since he took the initiative to leave after paying the heaven and earth spiritual item. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 figures rushed in from outside, emitting god fiend auras. Too late. One of the 5 god fiends that entered was at the godly Monarch realm. The remaining 4 were all 5th firmament sky gods. They were powerful. There's actually one more here. I know who you are. You're the one who put Gu Lai in such a sorry state. Saint Fiend Celestial King also recognized him. It looks like you're out of luck. When godly King Gu Lai was snatching Gu Heng's glove, his godly monarch avatar was suppressed by a person with unlimited fame. Eventually he lost the upper hand. This piqued the interest of the godly monarch's foster sons. Saint Fiend Celestial King never expected his luck to be so good. He encountered this fellow while pursuing the Zhan family's expert, Jianghu. If he suppressed him, he believed that Gu Lai's expression would be very pleasant. It would also prove that he, Saint Fiend Celestial King, was stronger than Gu Lai. They were all foster sons, so the competition was intense. Saint Fiend Celestial King naturally hoped to deal a blow to Gu Lai's status. Jianghu got up, covered in blood. "Brother, I'm really sorry. I really didn't know you were in the demonic spirit lair." Lin Fei waved his hand. "It's fine. I should thank you for sending me a good test subject." Test subject? Jianghu didn't know what the boy was thinking. The Holy Demon God King was also a test subject. That was a God King. Even I was chased all the way. Jianghu's heart sank. He really couldn't escape now. The God Fiend aura around the Saint Demon God King was thick. When he heard this, his face sank and his eyes turned cold. "I heard that you suppressed Gu Lai's clone. I thought it was someone important, but it turns out that it's just a guy who doesn't know what's good for him. To think that you have the guts to say that." After refining the heavenly divine pill of myriad essence, Lin Fei wanted to research whether the god-demon race was effective in refining the heavenly divine pill of myriad essence. Just then, someone came knocking on his door, and it was a god king. "This luck," Lin Fei chuckled. No. From the moment you rushed in, you were my prey." Lin Fei laughed. He took a step forward and punched. A vast power surged out. "Crazy!" Before the Holy Demon God King finished speaking, a thick and terrifying power came crushing down. It even surpassed his own power. He subconsciously used his hands to block. The other fifth firmament celestial deity God Fiend was blasted into pieces by this punch. He couldn't be more dead. The Holy Demon God King was sent flying far away. His body was covered in cracks. He couldn't believe it was real. A mere human could cause so much damage to him. A God King is indeed a God King. Again, Lin Fei pounced forward and attacked with both hands. A torrent of power crashed into the Holy Demon God King. Jianghu was dumbfounded. How did his strength increase again? "This is too powerful. Human brat, I'll fight it out with you." The Holy Demon God King roared angrily. He mobilized his divine power and met Jianghu head-on. Their fists collided, and violent power swept out. After the collision, the Holy Demon God King retreated 4 to 5 steps. His fists were covered in cracks. "I actually can't withstand his strength. I'm a God King." The Holy Demon God King found it unbelievable. He wasn't a God King. How could he be so strong? "Awesome." Lin Fei pounced forward again. He mobilized massive amounts of power and felt great. Ever since he came to the 13 divine kingdoms, he had been feeling uneasy. Now he could finally say no. Boom! Under the ferocious bombardment, the Holy Demon God King felt his hands lose feeling. That power exceeded the strength of a first firmament God King. He was utterly defeated in a clash of strength. The Holy Demon God King slammed into the demonic spirit lair, causing the space to nearly collapse. "Human brat, I'll remember you." The Holy Demon God King turned and fled. The human brat in front of him was too terrifying. He wasn't at the God King realm, but his combat strength was so terrifying. As a God King, he was suppressed to the point of being unable to retaliate. "It won't be that easy to leave. You are my test subject." The myriad essence pool was conjured. A black vortex appeared and enveloped the Holy Demon God King. "Damn it, how dare you!" The myriad essence pool's power was extremely terrifying. Once it enveloped the Holy Demon God King, his body was sucked into the myriad essence pool inch by inch. Lin Fei was overjoyed. "My strength has indeed increased. The myriad essence pool's power has increased as well. Human brat, if you dare to suppress me, you're dead." The Holy Demon God King struggled as he threatened with an angry roar. Lin Fei pounced over and punched the Holy Demon God King. The Holy Demon God King's divine power nearly collapsed, and he lost his ability to resist. With a whoosh, he was sucked into the myriad essence pool. "Refine!" Lin Fei charged over and used his vast power to power the myriad essence pool, slowly refining it. Jianghu, who had been watching, couldn't recover from his shock. The holy demon god king that was chasing me was suppressed just like that. He was even going to be refined to death. Jianghu had thought that he would die for sure, but this was completely out of his expectations. In a short time, the other party's strength had increased so quickly. They were both in the heaven god realm, but he was able to defeat a god-fiend god king, even if he was only a first firmament god king. Jianghu didn't dare to disturb the other party. He watched silently as he retrieved elixirs to recover from his injuries. In less than an hour, Yi Xiaolong patted the myriad essence pool, and a blood elixir flew out. This is unbelievable. Refining a god fiend can produce a myriad essence god king elixir. Yi Xiaolong was also shocked. According to the information in the myriad essence pool, the myriad essence heavenly divine elixir refined by collecting spiritual items is the lowest grade elixir. The myriad essence god king elixir is a higher grade elixir. The two elixirs are not on the same level. Lin Fei was just testing it out. He really didn't know that refining a god-fiend god king would produce such a huge change. I wonder how much power of God I can refine. Lin Fei swallowed it, and it immediately turned into a torrent. Now, he had 2,300 strands of power of God. It didn't take long for him to refine 67 strands of power of God. Chapter 3600. This kind of harvest was completely beyond Lin Fei's expectations. God King experts of the Fiend God race could condense Myriad Essence God King pills in the Myriad Essence pool. They could condense 67 strands of Celestial God energy in one go. Lin Fei knew that he had obtained an incredible treasure. The Myriad Essence pool would change as one's strength increased. Thank you for your assistance, brother. Our Zhan family will never forget it. Jianghu clasped his hands. He treated Jianchen like a god king. If the Saint Fiend God King did not spend some time suppressing and refining it, even the God King experts of the Zhan family might not have such combat strength. It's just a small matter. It's fate that we met. Lin Fei was in a great mood. The appearance of the Saint Fiend God King had undoubtedly helped Lin Fei as a test subject. The experiment proved that the Myriad Essence pool was definitely a great treasure. By relying on this refined Divine King's ability, Lin Fei believed that he could absolutely condense celestial deity power to the limits when he was a fifth firmament celestial deity. One could imagine that at that time, even a god king would be easily killed. Jianghu heaved a sigh of relief. Little brother, you killed the divine demon king. I'm afraid that the divine demon clan will go crazy. I'm afraid that immortal King Gulai won't be able to kill him. If he brings people to take revenge on us, there will be such casualties. Did God King Gulai really come back for revenge? Lin Fei was very concerned about this matter. His eyes shone with a strange light. Jianghu smiled bitterly. After you left that day, we fought for it. Lin Fei listened attentively. Everything was as he had expected. After he left, the Heavenly Hall, the Earth Emanations Palace, the subduing Heavenly King race, and even the Zhan clan fought over the first piece of the arch armor. In the end, the arch armor was snatched away by the Heavenly Hall. Naturally, they were not willing to give up, so they chased after them all the way. They fought and stopped, but they were unable to snatch it back until Deity King Gulai returned with his men and split up to chase after them. They had underestimated Deity King Gulai's desire for revenge and did not hesitate to call for his other godson. They were beaten to the point where they could not defend themselves and fled in all directions. The god fiends are really shameless. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm really used to being a local tyrant. Jianghu had underestimated God King Gulai's determination. I'm afraid that even the exit has been guarded by the god fiend race. It's almost impossible for us to leave. In the Jade Turing Divine Kingdom, the 5 god kings of the human race would not dare to challenge the god fiend master even if they joined forces. Jianghu was worried that he had survived for the time being. The parts of the arch armor should still be in the hands of the Sky Palace, right? Lin Fei asked. In theory, yes. Jianghu said. Xiaohu probably didn't have time to refine the glove. Once he did, even a god king wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. A single component is so powerful? Lin Fei was quite surprised. The number 1 God Emperor refined the arch armor after plundering a large number of treasures in the wind cloud weave. The most powerful part is this glove. At his peak, the number 1 God Emperor, Gu Heng, could kill a God Monarch with one punch and severely injure a God Emperor. Even if Xia Hu could only unleash 10% of its power, it would not be a problem for him to severely injure a God King. Zhan Wudi sighed. There are also rumors that the current Gu Heng glove is only a semi-finished product, because the complete product can unleash the power of a peak God Emperor. Lin Fei had not been in the wind cloud weave for a long time, but he knew that the power of a peak God Emperor was probably the legendary Immortal realm. A semi-finished product. The number 1 God Emperor, Gu Heng, was indeed terrifying. Lin Fei was quite surprised. It was no wonder that he could suppress the wind cloud weave and become the number 1 God Emperor. Exactly, Zhan Wudi said. Lin Fei rushed out of the demonic spirit's lair and began to sense. After condensing 2,367 strands of God's might, he had become even more sensitive to energy fluctuations. He was able to clearly sense the faint auras of the God's might. God King Gulai really brought a lot of experts in for revenge. Lin Fei's lips curled up. I didn't expect the Pond of Gods and Demons to be a place to improve one's strength. How unexpected! If he had encountered such a situation in the past, he would definitely have turned tail and fled. Now that his strength had improved greatly, the power unleashed by 2,367 strands of God power completely surpassed the power of a God King. To Lin Fei, as long as he severely injured the other party, the myriad essence pool could suppress and refine him. This was much easier than killing a God King. Brother Zhan, I'm going to start killing. What do you plan to do? Lin Fei asked Zhan Wudi. The Zhan family of the wind cloud weave was very powerful, which was why Lin Fei had asked this question. Zhan Wudi was also impressed by the other party. Going to the God Demon clan to start killing was equivalent to going against the entire God Demon clan. Ordinary people would not have such courage. The Pond of Gods and Demons is filled with the traces of the God Demon clan. I'd better follow you, Zhan Wudi said shamelessly. Now that he was seriously injured, the power of a Saint Fiend God King was no joke. If he had been alone, Zhan Wudi would not have dared to survive. Moreover, the lair of the demon spirits had been destroyed, and there were traces of demon spirits everywhere. Then follow me. There are God demons up ahead. Lin Fei transformed into a stream of light and moved forward. As long as the demon spirits didn't attack him, he could not be bothered with them. If they were really stupid, he would smash them to pieces with a punch. Soon, he locked onto the experts of the God Demon clan. It's the people from the subduing Heavenly King clan. More than a dozen experts from the God Demon clan were attacking a few humans, who were being forced to retreat. If not for a beam of light and a treasure supporting them, they would have been killed on the spot. It's Tu Mo's foster son, also a God King. Zhan Wudi said. Lin Fei chuckled. I like foster son God Kings. Heavenly suppression race, what the hell, to also dare to be insolent in the Pond of Gods and Demons. Tu Mo's God King stepped on the void, smashing over punch after punch, until the Heavenly suppression race's treasure kept shaking, as if it would be broken at any time. You dare to kill our Heavenly suppression race's people? Our clan's experts definitely won't let you off. Heavenly suppression race's experts roared angrily. Even if they controlled the treasure, the power that seeped in still made them vomit blood. After all, they were only fifth firmament celestial deities, not God King powerhouses. God King powerhouses condensed divine pills. Their power was stronger and more condensed. Penetrating treasures became natural. I'll kill you guys. If you Heavenly suppression races people have the capabilities, come to the 13 divine nations and talk. Tu Mo's God King sneered. The beam of light that he smashed out with a punch practically could not keep up. Zhen Wushuang, we're here to help you. Zhan Wudi shouted loudly, charging towards the few God Demon experts. Tu Mo's God King turned his head and discovered two humans, fifth firmament celestial deity realm. He smiled faintly. A few more came to die. The dozen God Demon experts behind him gave up attacking and charged straight for the humans. Courting death. only to see a human expert laugh loudly. A punch rumbled out. The power was like a torrent, crushing over the god-demon expert's body, instantly turning him into fragments. Chapter 3601. There's something wrong with your eyes. These words immediately infuriated Demon Slayer God King. How dare you kill a god fiend? Demon Slayer God King had a disdainful expression a moment ago, but in the next second he was enraged. I'll destroy you. Demon Slayer God King gave up on dealing with Zhen Wushuang and threw a punch. You can't kill me. Lin Fei pounced forward with a hearty laugh and threw a punch as well. The fists collided. With the two at the center, a terrifying energy wave erupted. Demon Slayer God King's body trembled as his lifeblood churned. You're stronger than Saint Fiend Celestial King. At least, you're not as weak as I imagined. Lin Fei stepped forward as his fist howled, tearing apart the sky and earth as he attacked. Demon Slayer God King's face sank. You defeated that punk, Gu Lai. How are you so strong? After a round of confrontation, Demon Slayer God King drew a cold gasp. His opponent's strength was not inferior to his godly monarch strength. It was even vaguely above it. It was unbelievable. His opponent was only a fifth firmament celestial god. You guessed it right. Unfortunately, there's no reward. Lin Fei's strength was like a river. The two clashed head-on, causing terrifying energy waves. By the way, let me tell you that Saint Fiend Celestial King has been suppressed by me. It's your turn soon. Demon Slayer God King circulated all his strength, but he kept retreating. The power that seeped into him exceeded his limits. His powerful body also began to crack. On the other hand, his opponent did not show any signs of change. Clearly, his opponent's body was stronger than his. Brother Zhan, that person's strength is even more terrifying than before. Zhen Wushuang secretly drew a gasp. Demon Slayer God King is being forced into retreat. Zhan Wudi, Zhen Wushuang, and company retreated far away. I was the same as you. I was given a fright back then. It was not Zhan Wudi's first time seeing this, but he still felt wistful. The wind cloud weave is about to produce another powerful godly monarch expert. His heritage is indeed terrifying. Zhen Wushuang could not see through the person in front of him. It's said that the 13 divine kingdoms are filled with opportunities. I'm afraid this person has obtained the greatest opportunity. Zhan Wudi nodded. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. While Zhan Wudi and Zhen Wushuang were talking, the Demon Slayer God King was in a difficult situation. A huge cauldron was pressing down on him, and he had to fight against the cauldron and Lin Fei at the same time. We're going to lose. Lin Fei heavily injured the Demon Slayer Deity King with a single punch. The Myriad Essence Pool then suppressed the Demon Slayer Deity King and sucked him into the Myriad Essence Pool to be suppressed and refined. In a one-on-one situation, with 10,000 origin pawns, suppressing a God King is not a problem at all. Lin Fei calculated. Once my power of God breaks through to 3,000 strands, it shouldn't be difficult for me to fight against 2 God Kings alone. To Lin Fei, suppressing a God King was equivalent to a huge increase in his strength. Suppressing 10 God Kings was equivalent to 700 to 800 strands of God power. At this moment, Lin Fei was full of motivation. God King has been dealt with. Lin Fei came to Zhan Wudi. Brother, thank you for your help. Otherwise, we would have been completely annihilated. Zhen Wushuang cupped his hands and said gratefully, I didn't expect God King Gu Lai to be so narrow-minded. It's normal for the alien race to be narrow-minded. Lin Fei said with a smile, you're safe now. Zhen Wushuang and Zhan Wudi both understood. I know where Xia Hu of the Heavenly Palace went. Zhen Wushuang suddenly said, Gu Lai and the iron-blooded God King went to encircle him. If they make it in time, maybe there's still a chance. Neither Zhan Wudi nor Zhen Wushuang was confident that they could snatch Gu Heng's glove. But it was different for Lin Fei. If Lin Fei took action, this treasure would definitely not fall into the hands of the God Fiend clan. Once this strongest part of the arch armor fell into the hands of the God Fiends, it would be a disaster for the human forces of the Azure Divine Kingdom. How could Lin Fei not understand what they meant? Since the time he left, he had the idea of snatching it back. Now, it seemed to be more open and aboveboard. On the ruins of a demon spirit's lair, a total of 30 God-Fiend experts and 2 God-King experts joined forces to attack the experts of the Heavenly Palace. Currently, there were only 3 experts of the Heavenly Palace left. They forcefully activated their treasures, but they were like a lone boat in a turbulent sea that could capsize at any time. Jianghu, hand over Gu Heng's glove. God King Gu Lai's attack was the fiercest. Maybe I can spare your life. After all, the influence of the Heavenly Palace is still there. Jianghu was covered in injuries. It was already good enough that he survived. Gu Lai, you're despicable and shameless. Jianghu roared. Is the God-Fiend clan planning to fall out with the human race? Jianghu knew that Gu Lai would come for revenge, but he never expected that he would bring so many experts. Caught off guard, the Heavenly Palace suffered heavy losses. Apart from the 3 of them, there was no one else. There's no such thing as despicable or not. God King Gu Lai said coldly, your people are all dead. Are you all prepared to die here too? Gu Heng's glove is not something you can have. Hand it over. Gu Lai, why are you being so long-winded with them? After breaking his treasure, it will be hard for the human race not to die. God King Gu Lai grabbed a long rod and constantly attacked. No wonder you returned in failure. You are simply a disgrace to us God-Fiends. When God King Gu Lai heard this, he couldn't help but think of that black-robe guy. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have been mocked by his other foster sons. That kid was the main culprit. God King Gu Lai suppressed his anger and attacked the treasure crazily. Under the joint attack of 2 God Kings, Jianghu's treasure was finally broken. The 2 experts beside him were killed by the God King on the spot. Even Jianghu himself was sent flying. I'll fight it out with you. Jianghu was also a decisive person. He took out a black glove. It was very ordinary, but it had a trace of terrifying, threatening aura that made one's heart palpitate. Not good. Quickly stop him. He wants to activate Gu Heng's glove. The 2 God Kings knew how powerful the glove was. Even if it wasn't refined, once it was activated, it would be abnormally terrifying. It contained great terror. It's too late. Jianghu poured all his deity energy into the glove. The glove was like a bottomless pit that devoured all of Jianghu's energy. It burst out with resplendent light like the morning sun, covering the sky. Under the cover of this light, a majestic phantom walked out. It had the aura of a sovereign descending upon the world. It swept out and suppressed the 4 directions. God King Gu Lai, God King Ironblood, and the other God-Fiend experts felt their bodies sinking. An unparalleled aura pressed down on them. They couldn't help but want to kneel down and submit to the other party. Too terrifying. We can't hold on at all. Quickly leave. The mysterious man took a step forward and threw out a long fist, aiming straight for the yellow dragon. The power was like a flood. The area where the God Kings and the others were was shattered on the spot. All the God-Fiend experts were instantly drowned by the power. Chapter 3602. Lin Fei and the rest who were on their way were swept away by the monstrous fist intent. Zhan Wudi and Zhen Wushuang vomited blood on the spot. Lin Fei was better off than them, but his qi and blood were also in turmoil. He vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, but his injuries were not serious. Who is plotting against me? Lin Fei vomited blood. He could not even defend himself. It was a complete suppression, a true suppression of power. Jianghu activated the ancient Heng gloves. This is the added power of the gloves. It's too terrifying. We were so far away, but we were still hit by the fist intent. If we were closer. Zhan Wudi was shocked. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. Both of them were shocked, and their eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. Ancient Heng gloves, is this the ancient Heng gloves? Lin Fei murmured to himself. The power just now was indeed terrifying. It seems that Jianghu and Gu Lai are fighting ahead. Lin Fei immediately realized that the opportunity had come. The opportunity to take advantage of others is here. Lin Fei laughed loudly as he transformed into a streak of light and rushed over. On the ruins, Jianghu sat weakly. Even though he had taken the elixir, there was not a trace of heavenly God's power in his body. At this moment, he was so weak that he could not withstand a single blow. I should be able to kill them now, right? Xia, who did not believe that they could survive after using up all the heavenly God's power and even paying a huge price for their bodies. A figure walked out from the ruins. Ancient Heng gloves are really domineering. I was almost killed by you. Gu Lai was covered in blood. More than half of his body had collapsed, and his flesh was a mess. His aura was also very weak. Luckily I was prepared. Now the ancient Heng gloves are mine. Lu, you are actually fine. Xia, who was in despair. Without the heavenly God's power, the opponent could kill him with a finger. I forgot to tell you that I have cultivated the great mystical ability of our God-demon race, God-demon true body. Although I am only at the first revolution, I can withstand the attack of the ancient Heng gloves. Are you very disappointed? Gu Lai laughed. This is my trump card. I am not even willing to use it against that guy. Guret, you've hidden your strength well. Not far away, the iron-blooded god king kept vomiting blood. Fiend god true body. You're really ambitious. The god fiend true body was a top divine ability of the god fiend race. There were a total of 9 revolutions. Every revolution had a powerful defense that could resist, disintegrate, and be immune to the opponent's power to a certain extent. For example, God King Gu Lai had cultivated the first transformation of the God Fiend true body, allowing him to dissipate 10% of his energy. It was this 10% of energy that allowed his injuries to not be as serious as God King Gu Lai's. He even had the strength to fight, while God King Gu Lai was not. I'm not a useless piece of trash like you. God King Gu Lai laughed sinisterly. Now, Gu Heng's gloves belong to me. God King Gu Lai stretched out his hand and grabbed. Xia, who could only watch helplessly as the other party grabbed Gu Heng's glove. For the sake of this glove, the people who came to the Sky Palace this time had all died. In the end, they still failed. It's a pity that I'm not at the God King realm. God King Gu Lai could imagine that with Gu Heng's gloves in hand, it would be equivalent to him making a huge contribution. His other brothers would no longer be able to contend with him. Sorry, this Gu Heng glove, you have the chance. A cauldron descended from the sky and smashed onto God King Gu Lai's arm. A voice followed closely. It was none other than Lin Fei, who had rushed over. It's you, I'm going to kill you. Hearing this voice, God King Gu Lai was enraged on the spot. You still dare to spoil my plans. Lin Fei laughed loudly and punched forward. The fist wind was like a mountain as it bombarded God King Gu Lai's body, smashing into a pile of ruins. Even the ground trembled. When you were at your peak, you still had the qualifications to fight with me. Now that your vitality is greatly injured, you are not my match at all. Lin Fei waved his hand and the myriad essence pool pressed down. God King Gu Lai had just climbed up when he was smashed down by the myriad essence pool. Open for me! Boom boom boom. God King Gu Lai burned his blood and executed a supreme secret technique. The myriad essence pool pressed down like Mount Tai, suppressing him. How is this possible? It's impossible for your strength to increase so quickly. God King Gu Lai was in disbelief. He was unable to move the other party's treasure and was firmly suppressed. Lin Fei extended his hand to grab Gu Heng's gloves. Brother Xia, you don't mind, right? Xia, who smiled bitterly, I have no objections to the victor taking it. However, let me give you a piece of advice. Gu Heng's gloves aren't that easy to obtain. This is the most important part of the arch armor. Lin Fei wasn't angry and said with a smile, then they won't have a chance, because the Azure Roving Divine Kingdom will become my blessed land. Blessed land? Xia, who could tell that this person's aura had increased greatly since they had parted previously. It exuded a deterrent force that was not inferior to a god king's. This meant that he must have obtained a fortuitous encounter in the god fiend pool, which greatly increased his strength. Lin Fei picked up Gu Heng's gloves and could clearly feel a terrifying will existing within. It suppressed a part of the world and even he didn't dare to face it. After putting away Gu Heng's gloves, Lin Fei arrived above God King Gulai and the myriad essence pool flew up. Originally, you might have been able to live if you hadn't come back. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Lin Fei shook his head. God King Gulai rushed out. You dare to kill me? Lin Fei slammed down with his palm. His palm was like a mountain and pressed down into the ground. God King Gulai kept vomiting blood, still struggling at death's door. You're the only one who can do this. The myriad essence pool activated and a thick force shrouded down, sucking God King Gulai up. Myriad essence pool, you want to refine me? God King Gulai was alarmed and struggled repeatedly. Finally, he was sucked into the myriad essence pool. Lin Fei arrived above God King Gulai. Sorry, you will also be refined by me. God King Gulai didn't even have time to beg for mercy before he was sucked into the myriad essence pool. After all, his injuries were worse than God King Gulai's and he had completely lost the ability to fight. Everyone is safe now, Lin Fei said with a smile. After the myriad essence pool was kept, he directly refined them without any hesitation. You really killed them? Xiahu was also convinced. Of course. Lin Fei nodded. If I didn't kill them, would I be waiting for them to come and kill me? Zhan Wudi and Zhen Wushuang also felt that this scene was not strange at all. 4 god kings had died in his hands. It was a huge blow to the god-demon clan, especially when they were adopted sons. The god-demon pool is not safe now. Lin Fei got what he wanted and left before the god-demon clan could react. Everyone, let's go out together. Once you go out, I'm afraid there will be chaos. Zhan Wudi could imagine that the god-demon master would be furious after knowing that 4 of his adopted sons had died. At that time, he would definitely send out god king experts, or even stronger god monarch experts. It's okay. I welcome everyone to come and kill me, as long as you don't get killed by me. Lin Fei laughed and turned to rush towards the exit. Brother Xia, let's go too. Zhan Wudi, they all brought Xiahu and left with Lin Fei. During this period, Lin Fei encountered experts of the god-demon clan, but they were all 4th or 5th firmament celestial deities. He directly took action to suppress and refine them. Along the way, he really killed more than 20 god demons. My goodness, he's really afraid that someone will leave with ancient Heng's gloves. Chapter 3603. Lin Fei retracted his aura. Even though he was very far away, he could still see the exit. At that moment, he was surrounded by layers of God-fiend experts. There were more than 100 God-fiend experts in the periphery. The closer one was to the exit, the thicker the God-fiend aura became. In the innermost seat, a God King God expert was sitting cross-legged with the aura of a God King. His aura was much stronger than that of God King Gulai's godson. He was at least at the 2nd or 3rd sky of God King realm. This is bad. Xiahu frowned. The god fiends are about to shed all pretense of cordiality. It's all because I'm worried that Brother Lin will bring the ancient Heng gloves out. Zhan Wudi snorted and said, what a shameless guy. If we were outside, we would definitely let them know how powerful the Zhan family is. The Zhan family was famous in the outside world, but their influence in the roving Jade Divine Kingdom was negligible, especially when it came to the God-fiend race. It's very difficult to get out. Zhen Wushuang said in a low voice, the one inside is very powerful. At this moment, Lin Fei's brows were shining with joy. Don't worry, I'll deal with those gods and demons. Lin Fei was just fretting over not being able to find divine demon experts. Refining them would allow him to obtain myriad essence God King pills. Towards their interception, he was not nervous at all. Instead, he was happy. I'll lure them away later. You guys just need to take the opportunity to leave. They didn't expect Lin Fei to be so direct. Brother Lin, do you really plan on fighting the fiend gods? Once we are trapped here by them. Xiahu's mood was very complicated. I know what to do. Lin Fei smiled. Currently, unless it was a 4th or 5th sky of King God Realm expert, any god or demon would just be delivering themselves to him. No, they were here to increase his competence. He absolutely didn't want to miss such a chance. Xiahu and the others didn't continue speaking. This person in front of them had killed a few God King experts. Unless he was trapped, it was impossible to suppress him. Lin Fei appeared in another place. When the human aura appeared and rushed towards the exit, it was immediately locked onto by the God-Fiend expert's aura. Halt! His voice was like thunder, echoing in Lin Fei's ears. This sound had quite a bit of deterrence, and it also imperceptibly attacked one's qi and blood. It could be considered as a kind of multi-layered attack. Unfortunately, it did not affect Lin Fei at all. In fact, it did not even affect his qi and blood. Since when did the God-Fiend race stop people at the exit? Lin Fei stopped and sneered. Are they trying to stop us from leaving? The God-Fiend experts at the outermost perimeter were all 3rd or 4th level celestial deities. Coupled with their powerful defenses, human experts of the same realm would have to retreat. They were no match for the God-Fiends. This is the rule of us fiend gods. Come here in 3 breaths. A 4th level celestial god shouted, otherwise, we will suspect that you are hiding a precious treasure of our celestial god race and directly suppress you. The God-Fiend expert's tone was fierce, not taking Lin Fei, this human 5th firmament celestial deity expert, seriously at all. He believed that the human brat in front of him would definitely come over obediently. Suppress me? Lin Fei laughed. Many people wanted to suppress me, but none of them could. Instead, they were suppressed by me first. The surrounding God-Fiends roared with laughter. This human fellow really knew how to brag. For example, suppress you all. Lin Fei suddenly took out the myriad essence pool. The massive cauldron was akin to a mountain, smashing down on the spot. Bang, bang. Several dozen God-Fiend experts were smashed, flying out. Collect. After the smash, the myriad essence pool was activated once more. A large vortex appeared, sucking the injured God-Fiend experts inside with swoosh sounds. When Lin Fei activated the myriad essence pool again now, he increasingly felt that this treasure was extraordinary. The stronger one's strength, the greater the power when activating it. Disregarding anything else, just this full power smash, even 5th firmament celestial deities would die. In order to refine them, Lin Fei used 70% of his strength. In a blink of an eye, more than half of the 100 God-Fiends in the periphery perished. Heh, I already said, suppressing you all is no different from drinking water. Lin Fei controlled the myriad essence pool to continue sucking those celestial deity realm God-Fiends. Insolence! Insolence! Human brat, you're courting death. The 5th firmament celestial deity God-Fiend experts with even thicker auras roared angrily, swinging their fists to attack. They even instantly linked their auras together, transforming it into a pure punch attack. Their strength instantly reached the level of 1st firmament divine king. Although it could not compare to a true divine king, this punch was not far off. This was activated by a total of 8 to 9 5th firmament celestial deity God-Fiends working together. Perfect timing. Lin Fei welcomed it with a loud laugh, a punch rumbling out. Thick celestial deity power surged out along his arm. Under the clash of fists, the combined attack of the God-Fiends was blasted apart by Lin Fei's strength. The powerful aftershock made them vomit blood. Their mystic arts were also instantly broken. The myriad essence pool took advantage of the situation and sucked them in. After being injured by Lin Fei, not a single celestial deity or God-Fiend could withstand the myriad essence pool's suction power. The God-Fiends at the exit were thrown into chaos on the spot by Lin Fei's sudden attack. They had never seen such a ferocious human expert. His strength was unfathomable. They revealed fear from the bottom of their hearts. In their eyes, human experts had always been famous for being weak and timid. The human expert in front of them subverted their understanding. He actually dared to suppress their God-Fiend race's experts, especially in front of a God-King. Human brat, that's enough. The God-King expert Barton, who had been sitting cross-legged in the innermost, suddenly opened his eyes. After he opened his eyes, a blazing sun appeared. God-King Barton stood up and shouted. He raised his palm and smacked over, shaking heaven and earth. Thick nomological power came crushing down. He's stronger than Gulai and the rest. 2nd firmament divine king realm, maybe even 3rd firmament. As the palm smacked over, Lin Fei sensed the terrifying power in this palm. However, I can still take it. Whether it's enough or not isn't up to you to decide. Lin Fei laughed loudly and continued to control the myriad essence pool to suppress all the way, while he raised his hand to meet it with a punch. So what if you're a god king? When they clashed, terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions. The god fiends at the exit suffered on the spot. One by one, they were sent flying and vomited blood. Their injuries weren't light. The myriad essence pool seized the opportunity to plunder crazily. Human brat, how dare you? God King Barton was shocked. He was a third firmament divine king expert. How could his palm not suppress the other party? On the other hand, under this palm and punch, the god fiend experts guarding the exit were almost wiped out. Lin Fei forcefully clashed with the other party's palm. His blood chi was shaken, and his body had tiny cracks. He was indeed a tough opponent. A god king is indeed amazing. I can't afford to offend him. Throwing these words, Lin Fei turned and fled. God King Barton roared angrily. You suppressed my god fiend race. Who allowed you to leave? He turned into a stream of light and chased after Lin Fei. Then catch up first. Ha! Lin Fei turned his head and mocked. Chapter 3604. With God King Barton's departure, the tightly sealed exit became practically non-existent. The remaining God Fiend experts were scared out of their wits. One had to know that God King Barton was a third firmament God King expert. It was easy for him to take care of a human brat. Yet, not only did that human expert withstand the attack, but he also left calmly. This was very rare. Brother Lin is really mighty, Jianghu said in a low voice, a hint of envy on his face. He easily defeated a lineup of experts. With the commotion here, I'm afraid the experts of the God Fiend race will come. Xiahu shook his head. Let's leave this place first. These are troubled times. Zhan Wushuang knew that several of the God King's foster sons had been killed. Once the news spread, the God Fiend race would definitely take revenge. Without a God King guarding, Zhan Wudi and the others easily broke out of the encirclement and left the God Fiend pool. Die. God King Barton chased after the other party, his aura like a mountain. His killing intent locked onto the other party as he punched out, tearing through the void. Lin Fei easily dodged it and turned back with a smile. You can't hit me, right? Are you angry? A God King expert's attack was fast and powerful, but Lin Fei also had an advantage. His strength was not inferior to a first or second firmament God King. Coupled with his fourth firmament God King body, he had the qualifications to fight the other party head-on. You can't escape. God King Barton was also annoyed. There was actually such an expert among the humans who could withstand his punch. That person had at least a God King level body. What puzzled him the most was the other party's strength. That strength was actually at the first or second firmament God level. It was absolutely inconceivable for a human expert at the fifth firmament celestial God level to possess such strength. I won't escape. Lin Fei kept flying forward. Because you will soon understand the reason. God King Barton listed the other party as a must-kill. Jade roaming Demon City could not have a sixth God King appear, which would affect the interests of the God Fiend race. One chased while the other fled. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. God King Barton could not catch up to the other party. The distance between them was not far until the other party stopped near a demonic spirit nest. Why aren't they selling anymore? God King Barton wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to kill his opponent. His only worry was that his opponent would keep running. As long as he stopped running, he would definitely die. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Don't you think it's great here?" Very good. God King Barton didn't think there was anything strange about his surroundings. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Look at how quiet this place is. No one will disturb our battle. God King Barton snorted coldly. His figure moved, and his aura was as imposing as a mountain as he lunged over. Brat, remember this. You should never stop. His fist was like a hammer, transforming into the pressure of Mount Tai, smashing down on the spot. You think I'm afraid of you? Lin Fei also knew how much of a difference there was between him and this God King after condensing more than 2,300 strands of God's might. He clenched his fist and soared into the sky, attacking the other party. Boom boom boom. God King Barton's hammer was extremely powerful. It was the Fiend God race's melee combat hammer art. His fist was like a hammer, incomparably tyrannical. Ordinary experts wouldn't dare to take it head-on. The ferocious power pressed down, scattering the power of Lin Fei's punch. When it smashed into Lin Fei's body, his chi and blood surged, and many cracks appeared on his body. At the same time, Lin Fei retreated several steps. My heavenly god's might is indeed inferior to a god king's might. Lin Fei wasn't disappointed at all. As long as I condense more heavenly god's might, I can make up for the difference. Although the other party's strength was tyrannical, it wasn't enough to kill Lin Fei. Again. Lin Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and lunged at God King Barton. At this moment, God King Barton was also extremely shocked. This human brat's strength seemed to be stronger than he had imagined. His fist was met with great resistance, and more than 60% of his strength was negated. This strength wasn't inferior to a first or third stage God King. His foundation was very deep. I'll fulfill your wish. God King Barton also lunged forward, and the two punched each other, pushing their strength to the limit. Their punches tore through the sky, causing the surrounding void to constantly collapse. Lin Fei also pushed his strength to the limit. This was his first time going all out. Lin Fei was able to endure every punch, and the cracks on his body didn't increase. The only thing that affected him was his blood and energy surging, which made him feel uncomfortable. God King Expert, use your strength. Lin Fei roared with laughter as the void behind him constantly collapsed and healed. Didn't you want to kill me? God King Barton originally thought that he could easily finish off his opponent, but his opponent's physical body didn't suffer any heavy injuries under the assault of his power. This made God King Barton realize that this kid in front of him was difficult to deal with. The myriad essence pool suddenly appeared, and it descended from the sky. A powerful suction force wrapped around God King Barton. Sorry, I'm going to use my ultimate move. Lin Fei wasn't interested in a battle of attrition, so he took out the myriad essence pool to restrain God King Barton. God King Barton's movements slowed down, and his strength was also affected. He wasn't very worried that his opponent could injure him, because there was still a gap in strength between them. Do you think a treasure can suppress me? God King Barton's aura surged, shaking the myriad essence pool. He continued to attack Lin Fei with the intention of killing him on the spot. Lin Fei chuckled. You're right. There is indeed a gap in my strength, but what if I add this? Ancient Heng's glove was taken out. The black glove exuded a terrifying aura of death. When God King Barton saw this item, he seemed to be locked on by a great terror. His expression changed drastically. This is Ancient Heng's glove. How did you get it? Lin Fei put on the glove. You're talking about God King Gu Lai, right? I'm very sorry, but I killed him, and then I snatched this glove. The moment he put on the glove, Lin Fei instantly felt a massive will crushing him. Even though he hadn't refined it, the will on the glove was extremely terrifying. It truly shook Lin Fei's heart. What? You killed God King Gu Lai? That's the adopted son of a god-fiend master. How dare you, a human brat? God King Barton was shocked. Lin Fei suppressed that will and smiled. Not only did I kill God King Gu Lai, but I also killed God-fiend King Saint, God King Ironblood, and now you. Boom! Lin Fei punched out, and a large amount of Heavenly God's power was sucked away. When Ancient Heng's glove tried to steal all the Heavenly God's power, Lin Fei forcefully stopped it and took half of the Heavenly God's power. Damn it, I fell for it. God King Barton hurriedly used the myriad essence pool to try and escape. When Ancient Heng's fist arrived, a supreme will appeared. The fist pierced through God King Barton's body, and a torrent of power crushed him. Withdraw! The moment he was heavily injured, Lin Fei quickly controlled the myriad essence pool to suck God King Barton in. I finally succeeded. Chapter 3605. Hee, my strength has broken through again. In an inconspicuous place in the pond of gods and demons, a figure rushed out from underground. It was none other than Lin Fei, who had left after killing God King Barton. Using the Myriad Essence Pool to refine God Kings and God Fiend experts, he had obtained the Myriad Essence God King Elixir. This allowed Lin Fei's power of God to break through to 2,700 strands, just short of 3,000 strands. With 2,700 strands of power of God, Lin Fei did not feel that his body had reached its limit, but his strength had increased greatly. As long as he had not reached his limit, he would continue to condense it. From his analysis, condensing the power of God did not seem to have high requirements for the physical body. Lin Fei did not dare to guarantee that he would not reach his limit if he continued to condense it, but at least it would not happen for now. If I want to go further in the God Fiend realm, I should improve my physical body to prevent my power of God from reaching its limit. With a treasure like the Myriad Essence Pool, Lin Fei did not want to waste this opportunity. Once he stepped into the God Fiend realm and condensed a God Elixir, it would be very difficult to use this method to improve. This was also a chance for Lin Fei to accumulate strength. If not for the system's hibernation, it would not have been so troublesome. However, a God Fiend's physical body was comparable to a God Fiend's. Even Lin Fei could not guarantee that he would improve further. A God Fiend expert has entered. Lin Fei suddenly looked in a direction. That was the entrance of the Pond of Gods and Demons, which was also the exit. The news should have spread. Come to think of it, the God Fiend Master's 3 adopted sons have died, and the primordial gloves are in my hands. No matter what, he will send someone to snatch them. To Lin Fei, as long as the God Fiend Master did not enter, almost no one could do anything to him. The black primordial gloves landed in Lin Fei's hands. It is not a complete the arch armor, so the power of the primordial gloves seems to be affected. Fortunately, I am in the God Fiend realm, but my strength has reached the God Fiend realm, so I can suppress the crazy plunder of the gloves. This has also become my trump card. This was also what Lin Fei had figured out. With such a trump card, Lin Fei did not have to worry about anything. No matter how many experts came, they would just be sending themselves to die. In fact, they could even help him improve his strength. I wonder how many experts will come this time. I'm really looking forward to it. This was the reason why Lin Fei hadn't left the Pond of Gods and Demons. The God Fiend pool was sealed by the God Fiend race. There were humans spying on them in the dark. When they saw the lineup of people entering the Pond of Gods and Demons, they couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air. This lineup was too big. The current leader of the demonic god clan, Unyielding, was also the patriarch of the demonic god clan. He was a great expert at the 5th sky of King God realm. Rumors said that he had mastered a powerful secret technique that allowed him to summon the personal weapons of the demonic god clan and burst out the combat power of a god sovereign. Besides Unyielding, there were 12 King God realm experts of the demon god clan. All of them were at the 5th sky of King God realm. The 13 5th sky of King God realm experts were the strongest force of the god demon clan. Of course, that god demon master wasn't counted among them. Such a lineup entering the pool of gods and demons would definitely be anyone's nightmare. The 5 human King God realm experts also came over at the first moment. Unyielding entering the pool of gods and demons was definitely out of their expectations. Even the dignified patriarch had entered. They couldn't allow anything to go wrong. When the 5 human King God realm experts got close to the pool of gods and demons, they were blocked by a great array. This is the Great Destruction Array of Gods and Demons, a supreme array refined by the God Demon Master. Seeing this array, the 5 King God realm experts shook their heads in fear. Even in water, they couldn't break through this array. They had seen the power of this array. It could be said to be a terrifying array. There's no need for us to do anything. That Lin Fei is probably dead. What a powerful aura. It's like a blazing sun. A total of 12? No, a total of 13. Inside the pool of gods and demons, a moving figure suddenly stopped and revealed a look of joy. To be able to give me such pressure, they must be at the 5th sky of King God realm. Lin Fei's brows were full of joy. Is this the full force of the God Demon clan? With 13 such powerful auras, Lin Fei wished he could immediately injure them. Wait a little longer. The moment this happened, Lin Fei knew that a big fish had appeared. If he could refine them, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through to 3,000 or even 4,000 strands of power of gods. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gong Yangding took out a treasure. It was a treasure for locating people, like a compass. Do you think our god-demon clan is helpless just because you're hiding in the pool of gods and demons? Gong Yangding sneered as he activated the disc in his hand. Then you underestimate us too much. The black disc began to spin. As it spun, strands of black energy spread out in all directions like flowing water. This speed was extremely fast. I'll be able to find you in 3 days at most. Gong Yangding gritted his teeth and wanted to get things done. Lin Fei could sense the general direction of these 13 powerful auras. They're not moving. The God King didn't move, but stayed in one direction. He couldn't help but be surprised. Are they planning to seal the exit? But if they seal the exit, it wouldn't be right. It would be meaningless. Lin Fei decided to observe the situation. Wait, this is... All of a sudden, a subtle presence like flowing waters swept over his body. In the past, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't have sensed it. But this time he really sensed it. When this aura passed by, he knew something was wrong. Are they looking for someone? After being swept by this power, Lin Fei didn't change much. In fact, he was already prepared. With the ancient Heng glove in hand, the world was mine. As for not refining it, he was worried that there would be an accident during the refining process. This was Lin Fei's only worry. As the number 1 the arch armor, it was naturally extraordinary. Even one of its parts was something that everyone had to pay attention to. Moreover, he was wearing the ancient Heng glove, the most powerful part of the arch armor. 13 Fifth Firmament God King experts. I wonder if they can withstand the full power of the ancient Heng glove. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I'm really looking forward to it. As if sensing Lin Fei's thoughts, the ancient Heng glove transmitted an excited expression, which surprised Lin Fei. Lin Fei gently stroked it. No rush, no rush. After I refine them, I'll refine you. If he didn't refine the glove, he would never be able to sense the existence of the other parts. At the same time, it was related to his mission in the Windy Weave. Found it. A red dot suddenly appeared on the black disc in Gong Yangding's hand. You think you can be unfazed by hiding in the pond of gods and demons? Gong Yangding sneered. Follow me. Chapter 3606. He actually did not move. Could he be recuperating? Under the guidance of the wheel, Gong Yangding kept getting closer to the other party. However, the other party did not move at all. Of course, this was not a big deal. It was better that he did not move. In Gong Yangding's opinion, this guy must be hiding to recuperate. At most half a day, you won't be able to escape. Gong Yangding estimated the distance and revealed a sinister expression. And the faction behind you, when the old ancestor breaks the barrier of the deity nation, none of them will be able to escape. Lin Fei was also very excited at this moment. It's coming, it's coming. After condensing 2,700 strands of heavenly god power, Lin Fei became more sensitive to auras. These 13 auras were faintly discernible, like the blazing sun, dazzling and bright like the light in the dark night. The Gu Heng glove was already on his hand. The devouring thought was constantly affecting Lin Fei. After all, he had lost the entire their arch armor. This bit of devouring power could not affect Lin Fei at all. It was completely suppressed. When they arrive, I will make my move. Gong Yangding and the others were extremely fast. It's just in front. Gong Yangding looked up and quickly noticed a person. However, it was different from what he expected. The other party seemed to be smiling at them. Is it that guy? Why does he seem to be smiling at us? Could it be a mistake? Impossible. The god kings behind him looked at each other with an expression of disbelief. In theory, shouldn't the other party be hiding? Why did he wait for them to arrive so casually? This was too presumptuous. After Gong Yangding saw the other party, a trace of doubt flashed in his mind. Using this treasure to search for people, it was extremely effective. Could it be that there was a mistake in the current situation? Wait, that's a glove. The Guheng glove. Gong Yangding saw the glove on the other party's hand was emitting a dangerous aura. If it was not the Guheng glove, what else could it be? It's this guy. Gong Yangding was overjoyed. He finally found the right person. This Guheng glove was related to the future of the god-demon race. It must not be lost. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're really slow. Before they even arrived, the distant voice had already caused over -10,000 damage to these god kings. What was the meaning of this? You should know that we are here to capture you. Human brat, hand over the ancient Heng gloves. Gong Yangding shouted, don't struggle. You won't be able to leave. Actually, Lin Fei was also shocked at this moment. He was beaming from ear to ear. My goodness, there are a total of 13 godly kings, and the one leading them has an even stronger aura. I've really struck gold this time. Haha. Lin Fei threw his head back and laughed. Why should I run? So what if you're a god king? That's because I'm waiting for you. Lin Fei raised a hand. It was the hand that was wearing ancient Heng's gloves. Only godly kings can measure the power of these gloves. Boom! Lin Fei laughed out loud. His heavenly deity energy gushed into the gloves like a great river, and a vast aura blasted out together with his fist. A gigantic phantom walked out, looking down on the world, suppressing the surroundings as it blasted out a punch toward them. Activate the formation. Gong Yangding snorted coldly, I've been on guard against you. A treasure was taken out, and the 12 godly kings behind him exerted their strength as they poured all their energy into this treasure. It was a statue treasure. Hua hua hua. A huge amount of energy was poured into it, and a black fog appeared. Reckless fool, how dare you use the ancient Heng gloves? What a foolish fellow. We don't even need to make a move, we can easily take you down. Gong Yangding activated the statue, and the black fog soared into the sky. Boom boom boom. Gong Yangding and the rest thought that it was some expert, but it turned out that it was just a foolish fellow. The moment he activated the ancient Heng gloves, he treated them as ordinary people. His fist was like a mountain as it struck the black fog. Gong Yangding instantly heard a cracking sound in his ear. He saw a crack appear on the statue that had been conjured. Not good. The black fog was torn apart, and a torrential wave crashed over them. We were tricked. I can't take it anymore. How can it be so powerful? The 12 godly kings, including Gong Yangding, were all in a dumbfounded state. This power was too terrifying, and they didn't even have time to activate their defensive treasures. Lin Fei was looking forward to it. The myriad essence pool was also taken out, and it chased after them. It used up 2,600 strands of my power of God, almost 90% of my strength. Don't disappoint me, Lin Fei said to himself. Ever since they came in, the ancient Heng gloves had been his greatest trump card. Lin Fei didn't hesitate, and he used a big move right from the start. The 13 godly kings were all sent flying by this punch. Gong Yangding was the one in the worst condition. Half of his body had almost collapsed, and his flesh was a mess. The rest of his body was covered in cracks, and it looked like it would shatter at any time. Cough cough cough. How can he be so strong? Gong Yangding lay on the ground, unable to believe that his group had been heavily injured before they even attacked. A fifth heaven god king is so powerful. Gong Yangding saw a young man appear above him. However, take another attack from me. Rumble. The myriad essence pool smashed down, smashing onto Gong Yangding's body like a mountain, smashing until this god-fiend race's Gong Yangding vomited blood, nearly fainting from the pain. Again. The myriad essence pool flew up again and smashed down with a rumble. A fifth heaven god king is really not easy to kill. The myriad essence pool smashed down again and again. After Gong Yangding was severely injured by the ancient Heng gloves, it was practically hard for him to mobilize his strength. After being smashed by the myriad essence pool, he was in a terrible state. I'm a god fiend. Before he finished speaking, the myriad essence pool released a suction force, sucking Gong Yangding inside. Finally dealt with the most powerful one. Lin Fei's sudden attack really made Gong Yangding unable to react in time. He was forcefully sucked inside. The rest are them. The remaining 12 godly kings were all severely injured. One had to know that ordinary fifth heaven celestial deity powerhouses could condense 600 to 700 strands of power of God at most. It was already considered very impressive. The further back, the harder it was to condense the power of God. Those like Lin Fei who could condense 2,700 strands could be said to be monstrous. The ancient Heng gloves were one of the supreme treasures of the number 1 God Emperor. The power was naturally extraordinary. And the stronger one's strength, the greater the power they could display. The power of this punch of Lin Fei's was absolutely terrifying. Furthermore, it was the super terrifying kind. Click. The myriad essence pool sucked in the heavily injured God King experts one by one. Resist? How could the heavily injured God King experts withstand a blow from the myriad essence pool? They either vomited blood or fainted. They were easily sucked in. Big fish, all captured in one go. Although they did not know who the fifth heaven God King expert leading them was, he was definitely someone with a reputation in the God Fiend race.